Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. It is Friday, September 19th of 2025. And like Sarah Boone used to say, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. We're on page 20 of the mega motion, and there's so much more mega motion to get to. But the most fun part of the mega motion, I love Mark Batterow, and I love his writing style, and I love everything about him. The hyperlinks. Olivia, girl, man, did you do it for us? Everything in one place. All we got to do is click on it. I didn't even want to read ahead because I didn't want to, get too far ahead because I like to do like real-time reactions with you guys. I don't like to do, like I've already read it and I'm just going over it again. Like it's real-time reactions. Girls, dudes, the stuff that we're going to go over today and the hyperlinks, I've never heard before. Jennifer McCabe's restraining order hearing audio. What? They also linked is Chris Albert's restraining order video audio. Stop. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's story time. It's all the things. We just have a couple of little housekeeping things to do first. A little catch up. I just gotta find Cardi B. I gotta have her available and ready for, whenever we may need her to say hello. Apparently she's pregnant, and the daddy of her baby is a Patriots player. Who knew? I didn't know she was with a guy who's with the Patriots, but I'll allow it. And there was a lot of speculation during the trial that she was pregnant, especially when she had that white suit on that had like the giant puffy sleeves and stuff. Well, she announced her pregnancy yesterday. So congrats, Cardi B. You kept us laughing, girl, for a very long time. And we appreciate that so much because every now and then we just need a little bit of.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
We just need it. We have to have it available. His name's Stefon Diggs. Stefon Diggs. Yeah, people were, and then no wonder she was so cranky and she threw that pen at the reporter because girls, we know, we've talked about it before. The hormones in the early stages of pregnancy are off the charts. And I always said, I have 5 kids. I always knew that I was pregnant because I was acting like a crazy person. It happens. We've been there. We've been there before. He used to play for the Vikings, says Mama Buck. That's awesome and very cool. Couple things. Number one, there was a verdict yesterday in the Josh Hubert trial, the one that we've been covering out of Worcester, the 2017 case where a man named Josh Hubert was on trial for the alleged kidnapping, strangulation, and attempted murder of a 7-year-old girl that he kidnapped from his best friend's house. It was his best friend's daughter, best friend since they were in middle school. And She says she was sleeping in a recliner at a grandparent's house. There had been a family barbecue. He had been at the barbecue that day, Joshua Hubert. And he says that she said, the girl who's 15 now, said that she woke up when somebody picked her up off the recliner where she was sleeping, and she thought it was her grandfather to put her in the other room on an air mattress. And she said it was her friend Josh, who's the dad's friend. And she said in her testimony that he wrapped her in a blanket, he took her into his car, he put her in the back seat, and at one point during the ride, he said, "I'm going to take you home." And then she said, "Well, this doesn't look like the way to my house." And he said, "Oops, I guess we're lost." And then she said at one point during the ride, he got in the back seat with her, strangled her, and he was originally arrested in 2017. And then he drove to the Worcester I-290 bridge over Lake Quinsigamond and threw her into the bridge, threw her off the bridge into the water. She miraculously swam 100 yards to shore, 7 years old, 4 o'clock in the morning, feety pajamas on, and a blanket. And she saw a house with a light on, and she went and she knocked on the door. It was something like 4 something in the morning. And a woman answered the phone. Her name is Maeve Geary, Gary, an Irish native. We saw some news reporting. We saw her interviewed in 2017. They didn't call her at trial. 5 years later, in 2022, the 7-year-old girl disclosed to her cousin that she had also been raped in the backseat of that car. So in 2022, Josh Hubert's charges were upgraded to aggravated child rape. We found out during the trial a couple of very interesting things. There was DNA found in the girl's underwear that did not belong to Josh Hubert, but it belonged to her father. We also learned during the trial, it wasn't televised, so really this is basically what I could cobble together, like a cobbler from Mass Live, because that was the only news source reporting on it. And our good friend Bo, B.O., also known as Adam Lally's resignation, who did go to court 1 or 2 days, and Aidan went to court one day. There was a third man whose DNA was tested to exclude from that seminal DNA. And the third man had been called by Maeve Geary, the woman whose house the girl went to. But we never got any more details on that. Cobbling is so underrated, says the Tom Gully Show. And so the parents testified that maybe his, junk got onto her underwear because, they shared a hamper, and because he used to pleasure himself in the bathroom and the parents had relations in the bathroom, and maybe that's how it got there. Well, the jury was out for 3 days, and the jury came back late yesterday, while we were still on the air, and our amazing Mass dad called the clerk in Worcester because there hadn't been a verdict yet. And the clerk told him, yeah, no verdict yet. And then the clerk actually called him back to tell him that there was a verdict. So we got the verdict before it even broke on Twitter. And there was only one person who reported it on Twitter. So I don't know why nobody's paying attention to this. The guy's been out on bail since 2017, $50,000 bail. And then Mass Live is reporting, I'll pull it up because we like receipts. The jury had asked a bunch of questions that led me to believe that they may have been hung or heading towards a hung jury, but it didn't go that way. This was not published until yesterday, September 18th at 5:42 Eastern, and I was off way before 5, so we got this news earlier than that. Joshua Hubert in shock after jury finds him guilty in Worcester Bridge trial attack. Also, there was no DNA connecting the girl to his car. The seatbelts were taken out. There was cell phone data from the towers in the area that was just turned over during the trial by the prosecutor in Worcester to the defense that indicated that his cell phone was not in the area of the bridge at the time that this happened. So I don't know what to make of this, but he was found guilty of all charges except for the rape charges, which I totally get because of the whole issue with the seminal DNA. And it says here, in a verdict that shocked him, his supporters, and his attorney, Joshua Hubert was found guilty on Thursday of attempted murder and kidnapping, but was acquitted of the child rape charges related to the 2017 case. Justice was not done here, period, Hubert's attorney, Kevin Larson, said outside the Worcester County Superior Courtroom. I feel like I'm living in a real life To Kill a Mockingbird. I don't know how a rational juror looks at this evidence and says that Josh Hubert is guilty of these offenses, Larson said. The girl's family and the Worcester County District Attorney's Office declined to comment to Mass Live outside the courtroom after the decision. Hubert, who is 43 years old now, faced charges of forcible child rape aggravated by age, 2 counts of attempted murder, and a single count each of kidnapping a child under 16 and strangulation across multiple indictments in connection with the 2017 incident. That is because he was indicted on the original charges in 2017. And then when the girl disclosed the rape in 2022, they convened another grand jury and upgraded his charges. Prosecutors accused him of taking his friend's 7-year-old daughter from her grandparents' home as she slept after a family party on August 27th of 2017. That doesn't work. Then driving around Worcester with the child. Prosecutors said he raped and strangled the girl, then threw her off the Interstate 290 overpass into Lake Quinsigamond. No, Adam Lally did not resign. That is someone's username. Because she's manifesting. She also testified to seeing Hubert's face as he put her in his car. She described playing dead after he strangled her, put rope around her neck and a bag over her head, and stuck her in the trunk. If I breathed really lightly and quietly, he would think that I was dead and everything would stop, the girl told jurors during her testimony. I was thinking that he wanted me dead, she said. Hubert was found guilty on Thursday by a Worcester County jury on 4 of the 6 charges he faced. The guilty charges include both attempted murder charges for the strangulation and for drowning, guilty of a separate strangulation or suffocation charge, and guilty of kidnapping a child under the age of 16. Hubert was acquitted on both rape charges, which included aggravated of a child and of a child by age. Larson said Hubert is in shock at the decision. His supporters were visibly upset inside the courtroom as the verdict was read, with one woman placing her face in her hands. Others were in tears. Bo, I don't know if you're here, but when you went to court, did you see a lot of supporters for him in the courtroom? Yeah, Bo is here. Bo, let me know if you saw any, did he have a lot of supporters in the courtroom? I guess family and stuff. The trial lasted exactly 2 weeks from the jury selection date. It was rife with complexities, with prosecutors admitting there's no forensic evidence that ties Hubert to any of the crimes, even after testing of his car, the child's clothing, and her body after the attack. Bo says he had about 4 or 5, and they looked like relatives or girlfriends. There was, however, sperm cell DNA that belonged to the girl's father, found on her underwear after she was thrown from the bridge. Larson said that these complexities, which also included new cell phone evidence emerging mid-trial, will allow Hubert to file for an appeal after his sentencing. There's a lot of things in this case that are appealable, probably the biggest one being the late disclosure, Larson said. Someone's probably going to say, oh, Larson should have asked for a mistrial. I don't think I should have at the moment because the evidence was exculpatory, in my opinion, and helpful to the case, but at least it provides this pretty significant issue for appeal, he said. Hubert's sentencing date has been scheduled for October 3rd. And there you go. I mean, I don't know anybody else that was reporting on this, mainstream. Aidan went to court one day. I don't know. I got the court recording for one day of testimony last Friday because I wanted to listen to it. I still haven't had a chance. I tried. But one thing that was interesting that was testified about by a Massachusetts State Police crime lab technician about the girl's wet clothing because the girl had been thrown into Lake Quinsigamond and was soaking wet, and they took all of her clothing. And the crime tech said they put the clothing in a drying cabinet. They have a drying cabinet for wet clothing. And this was back in 2017, okay? Remember what happened with the wet clothing? John O'Keefe's wet clothing? It was taken back to, Canton PD or wherever and put on butcher paper to dry for days unattended. And then it wasn't even logged into evidence for weeks. So apparently they've got a drying cabinet. No, not butcher paper. So that's one interesting thing, at least one interesting thing that I learned from listening to some of the testimony from last Friday, but nobody's talking about Sco Buffs, Donovan. Sco Buffs. You think we could win a game? I don't know. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? You can order the court audio. It's $10 a day for the audio. We could do it and we could listen to the trial if you want to. And the good thing about the court audio, because we also had the court audio, the FTR audio for one of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearings, is that it cuts out all the breaks and it's just the testimony. It's not, the volume is pretty decent. It's good. So if you guys are interested in that, we could talk about doing that at some place sometime in the future, but no body camera, no drying cabinet, says Michael. Yeah. Where's the money in Canton going? I don't know. So Massad says yes. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I forgot to download that one yesterday and send it to you. I don't know if they allow me to do that. I can stream it, but I can't like share it. It's weird. I'm sorry, I forgot, but I will try and do that again today. Another interesting factoid that happened this morning is that Grant Smith Ellis has been served with a subpoena for a deposition to come in and testify in the Aidan Kearney versus Lindsey Gaetani trial. So Grant Ellis has been served with a subpoena to come in and testify for a deposition. Obviously, that is not public, but he was served, let's say, on the 17th. Oops. And he is to appear for a deposition on September 30th at 10 a.m. Are these Aidan's attorneys? That's David Heinlein. That's Aidan's attorney, right? No, this is Aidan's defamation case against Lindsey. This is the one where Lindsey, actually, I'm not going to put this up because it has his address on it and I don't want to do that. Lindsey has filed the answer with all of the counterclaims against these counter defendants who are not even parties to the case, like Cosgrove, Tully. But Aidan's attorney wants to take the deposition of Grant, and it's supposed to be held on September 30th. These things they always get adjourned. So like it may not happen on that day. So if it does get adjourned, don't freak out. It is very, very common for depositions to be adjourned several times. So, and Aidan will be allowed to be in the room while it's done. Of course, he's a party. Lindsey will be allowed to be in the room because she is a party. And it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's a defamation case. Isn't that what I said? So that is interesting. That is some hot tea for this morning. Mrs. Bouquet, I saw that you are in the chat. And so I wanted to give you the opportunity to pick a headshot for your son. Hi, Harrison, if you're watching today. Hey, Harrison, what's up? Mrs. Bouquet is across the pond. She lives across the pond, and she wrote me a lovely email, and she said that my son Harrison has a rare condition. He's usually nonverbal. The only time that he really speaks is when he watches your show. And that when he goes to school, he talks about the cupcakes on my YouTube. And she said, is there any way that I could write to your agent and you could send me a headshot for him? And I said, I have headshots. I'll send it to you. And she lives across the pond. So I'm going to give you a choice of headshots. Hey, Harrison. Hope you're having a great day. All right. Harrison can pick if he's watching. Okay. These are older headshots that I have just laying around because back in the day, when you went for auditions, you'd have to go to New York City and you have to go in the room and you'd have to hand your headshot to the casting director and your resume had to be stapled on the back of it. And it was a whole big thing. But now everything is digital and even auditions aren't in person anymore. So we have to do everything. We have to tape it and we have to edit it and we have to send it in and then we have to cross our fingers and hope. We got to hope. Okay, Harrison? All right. So we'll put these in choices. This is, oh, wait, there's a fourth option that I did not take out of the box, but it's kind of old and it doesn't really, it's a little, hold on. Let me go get it because it's kind of a funny headshot. Actors do this thing where they like post their old headshots and some of them are just really funny. And this is like an old like detective headshot with like the biker jacket on. Hang on for 1 second. Hold on. Talk to Cardi B for a second.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Okay, let's see. All right. Here we go. No, I took my stuff out on purpose because we're going to pick a headshot for Harrison. Okay. So, they always say for actors, do some headshots with your type. And I'm like the Law and Order type. I'm a lawyer. I can play a lawyer on television. I can play a detective. I can do any of that kind of stuff. So this will be choice number 1. This is, oh my God. This is not with the leather jacket on. This was like a lawyer shot from a long time ago. Oh my God, the eyeliner. Okay. This is choice number 1. Can you see it? It's the, okay. It's the, you can't really see it very well because the ring light. Okay, that's choice number 1. Can you see it? Okay, there you go. It's not very clear because the ring light is killing it. Okay, that's number 1. This is number 2. Okay. This is number 3. And then this is number 4. This was a fun shoot. We did this outside in New York City, like down in Soho with all the cobblestones. Now I don't remember what order I just did them in. Okay. So it's going to be up to Mrs. Bouquet to tell me which one. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, Law and Order. Except Mrs. Bouquet, just email it to me because I won't be able to see it in the chat. Yeah, that number 1 that's like the oldest one. And that was like a guy, a photographer who's not really a headshot photographer, which you can kind of tell because, I mean, oh my God, look at the eyeliner. Like, who wears a black eyeliner like that? That's just yikes. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. Oh my God, somebody said 3 looks like Wendy Adelson. This one? That's funny. Is that my Wendy Adelson look, you think? At any price. There's no price. I'm just sending Harrison a headshot and I'll write on it with a Sharpie. If I can find a Sharpie, I just got to find a Sharpie. All right. So, Ms. Bouquet, you and Harrison can email me and I'll ship it across the pond for you. And now I don't remember the order that I showed them to you in. I think it was this, right? This was 1. This was 2. This was 3, the Wendy Adelson shot. And this was 4. All right, we're gonna get Harrison a headshot. Okay, here we go. Do you remember? I remember this because, you know, I'm old, but back in the day, we used to be like able to write to celebrities and they had like P.O. boxes that we could write to. And I was in the fan club of Melissa Sue Anderson. Okay. Do you remember Melissa Sue Anderson? Who knows Melissa Sue Anderson? She was on Little House on the Prairie and I was like the president of her fan club or something. And she used to always send pictures and she used to autograph them. And it was awesome. And they would come in the mail and look at my silver play button behind me. Melissa was named after Melissa Sue Anderson. That's crazy. They do not do any auditions in person anymore. Everything is on tape. I mean, maybe if you're going to screen test and they fly you to LA or they want to do a chemistry read with like, say you're getting a series regular role and they want a chemistry read you with the people that are already on the show or like another lead, they'll screen test you in person, but not anymore. Although I have heard that some commercial auditions are in person, but it's like it's like post panty. They don't do it. They don't do it. Kraken, you do self-tapes too? Are you an actor or you do self-tapes? I actually went to my friend has a studio. She's an acting coach. And so I went the other day and she did it with me for the one that I just had to turn in for CBS. So that's cool. You love Melissa Sue Anderson. You're an actor too? Right? I know. I like it. I like self-taping because I can do my lighting. I can pick my best take. I can edit it the way I want to edit it. But it's like trying to find a friend to read with you over Zoom is an issue. That's why I went in person. I find it's always better to have somebody in the room reading with you because I get to react to someone. And when I'm sitting here in front of my camera, it's not as good. So there's that. Okay, I did find a place for that. I decided instead of hanging it on the wall, I just had like a little like a plate holder, you know, like you ever display plates. I found one of those downstairs, and I was like, all right. I don't have any headshots on the merch. This was just like old ones I had in a box. All right, Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Was there anything else that I wanted to go over with you today? Did you perform When You're Good to Mama from Chicago? No, it's not a musical, but I could. When You're Good to Mama, Mama's good to you. That is an amazing role. I would love to play Mama in Chicago. That's like a dream role for me. The favorite role I ever played on stage was, if you know Bye Bye Birdie, which is another favorite musical of mine. I played Albert's mother, and that is a great role. It's a comedic role. She's like, she puts her head in the oven because she doesn't want Albert to marry Rosie. I had like a big giant fur coat and like orthopedic shoes, and it was awesome. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I know a lot of people do that. I'm not tech savvy enough to record my own voice and use it as my reader. Not, but if you want to send me your email, if you ever want to read for me, I would love it. All right. So that's that. Oh, David Cassidy's. Yeah, Sean Cassidy's. Dave Hat. Sean Cassidy's fan club. All right. All right. I think we gave everybody a little chance to get in here and we are ready to go. If you are here, please smash the like button because you know we're doing it. IMDb has you as 5'7". Aren't you closer to 5'8"? Yeah, but you can't put 5'7.5" in IMDb. And I'm 5'7.5". So when I slate, I say 5'7.5", and that half inch is very important because a lot of leading men are not tall. And so, you know, that half an inch really counts. So there's that. Kelly played Albert's mom in Bye Bye Birdie too. That's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, you're correct. You know my height. Oh, look at Gen X 1968. Saw my episode of Evil Lives Here. That's so funny that they're still playing that. That was at least 5 years ago. All right. I did watch Billy Bush's interview with AJ. I did. I was in the chat. I was trying to get the chat riled up. There was not a lot of people there, but then some more people came in towards the end. So it was good. Back to the papers. Here we go. All right. So we were on page 20 of the mega motion. And boy, did we have fun yesterday doing it. So if you were not here yesterday, you can always go back and watch it later. Bye, Cardi. Got to say goodbye for now. Okay. So we have learned that this mega motion is a motion to dismiss all of the indictments against Aidan Kearney because of a couple of reasons. Number one, false and misleading evidence that Mello presented to the grand jury to indict Aidan, including having Tully relabel all of his YouTube presentation videos and putting them in a file called intent. And also because, hang on, we're on page 20. Where are we? Dismissal of the indictments pursuant to Odell because of the prosecution's impairment of the integrity of the grand jury proceeding or an evidentiary hearing if they just don't dismiss them. Dismissal of the indictments due to the Commonwealth's pervasive failure to disclose Brady evidence, Brady material, and also disqualification of Ken Mello because clearly he's going to be a witness here. Okay. So we got all the way up to page 20 out of 88, but we ain't got no quit. And the hyperlinks are so good that yesterday we watched Jennifer McCabe's testimony where she lied about where she testified about lying to the FBI. And this is good. AJ was looking good yesterday too. Okay, 18, 19, 20. This is right where we left off. Last thing we looked at were Jen McCabe's Google searches and the hyperlink to that. Oh, no. And then we looked at my, well, I don't know if that was the last thing, or Michael Morrissey's email saying, oh, hire Jessica Hyde right now because she's gonna dispute the 227 search and we have to do everything we can to protect Jennifer McCabe. Well, he didn't really say that, but we know that's what he meant. Okay. And here's where we left off. After April 18th of 2023. So April 18th, 2023 is the first time that Turtleboy ever wrote an article about the Karen Reed case. And I will remind you that on April 10th, that is when Jennifer McCabe lied to the FBI. So she lied to the FBI. The FBI came to visit her at 9 a.m. She lied by her car, said she was her sister, Nicole. They knocked on her door, or they called her and said, we need to talk to you. She's like, oh, I need 10 minutes. She called 5 people. That was before Aidan Kearney ever wrote his first article on the Karen Reed case. I think a lot of people think that is, okay, not to argue with you, but IMB does list part of an inch. Robert Redford, for instance, is 5'9 3/4. Robert Redford is a major celebrity, and I'm sure that they picked up his height from public records. I am in charge of my own IMDb, and I am telling you, there is no half inch. But thank you so much for not wanting to argue with me this early in the morning. I appreciate it. R.I.P. Robert Redford. Yeah, for Robert Redford, because, okay, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you. Has anyone seen my invoice? Says Mello's discounted invoice. That's hilarious. Okay. After April 18th, 2023, Ms. Reed's public support increased exponentially. Her growing throng of supporters regularly protested and held standouts, where large groups of people congregated in public spaces and displayed signs supportive of Ms. Reed and critical of the DA, MSP, Ms. McCabe, and the Alberts. And I think that hyperlink went to maybe an article. Hang on a second. Yeah, that went to an article, WBZ, a Christina Rex article. Free Karen Reed supporters hold demonstrations in Massachusetts and other locations around the country. And that is an article about the standouts from September 2nd, 2024, which we don't really need to read. I'm more interested in the tapes. I know you can give me the extra half an inch, but it's okay. I don't. It doesn't hurt my feelings that I'm not 5'7.5" on IMDb. But what would be really amazing, because my IMDb link is in the show notes below. If everybody would just click on it once a day, that would be so amazing, because that increases my star meter, so it makes my numbers go up. And then when casting looks at me, they're like, "Oh, she's really popular because she has a low star meter." Silly, but I don't know. I don't know if they care about that or not. On May 9th of 2023, the DA wrote to the U.S. Attorney's Office seeking information about the federal investigation after being notified about the issuance of at least 2 federal subpoenas. So this is around the time when Michael Morrissey started ramping up. It's a 2-page letter. We went over this. There's whole streams on this. And like I always tell you all the time, he knew. Michael Morrissey was well aware of his Brady obligations. And the reason that we know that is because he started writing letters to the U.S. attorney back in May of 2023. So this is, I think, the first of his letters where he started like ramping up. And this is a letter that Michael Morrissey wrote. I don't know what's going on here. They have this like AI summary now when you pull up documents on Google. It's so weird. May 9th of 2023, it was to Josh Levy, who at the time was the first assistant U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts. And then he says, "Dear First Assistant Levy, I write to follow up on our conversations." So they had spoken on the phone regarding the issuance of federal grand jury subpoenas to at least 2 witnesses to the Commonwealth's investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. As you know, indictments have issued in the Norfolk Superior Court, and the prosecution is ongoing. The reason we need to look at these hyperlinks is because it's going to give us some context clues about the stuff that's redacted, right? So you can imagine that when Jennifer McCabe got a federal subpoena and the FBI came to her house, she probably, in my opinion, was like speed dialing Morrissey, like, why are they subpoenaing me? What do they want? What do they know? You better find out what they know. And putting the pressure on him because she had him on speed dial. We know that. And he goes on to say, as a prosecuting agency, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office has the constitutional duty to provide the defendant with exculpatory evidence. There you go. He knows all about Brady. The obligation in Massachusetts to provide exculpatory information pursuant to Brady versus Maryland and its progeny means that not only the constitutional obligation to disclose exculpatory information, but also the broad obligation under our rules to disclose any facts that would tend to exculpate the defendant or tend to diminish his or her culpability. To effectuate our discovery obligations, we are requesting at the earliest possible date or earliest possible opportunity discovery of all statements of witnesses to the investigation of the death of John O'Keefe and resulting prosecution, including both statements to investigators and grand jury minutes. Well, how did he know that they had statements? Because Jennifer McCabe called him probably or contacted him by smoke signal to say the FBI came to my house on April 20th. Oh, no, actually, in fact, she called the DA's office while the FBI was outside on her doorstep on April 20th of 2023. I'm surprised it took him this long to write to them and say, I want a copy of Jennifer McCabe's statement. Do you know that she lied to you? Interesting, because now we're seeing the whole series of unfortunate events. Anybody's kids ever read that series of books? My kids love that. Series of Unfortunate Events by Lemony Snicket. Olivia has put all the pieces together for us with hyperlinks, and Mark Betterow is putting it all together in Shakespearean prose. So he wants Josh Levy to provide him with all the statements of the witnesses and the grand jury minutes. Yeah, good luck with that. It's not how it works. The FBI doesn't have to turn over to things just because you write a letter. Here's one example where a letter doesn't work. You have to go through TUI. You have to make a request. We know because there was a TUI done eventually. The Commonwealth also has the duty at the time we become aware that statements of witnesses exist to notify the defendant of items under Rule 14 that the prosecutor knows to exist but are not within the care, custody, or control of the prosecution, and to provide all information known as to the item's location and the identity of the persons possessing that item. She says she called Steve Nelson, Glamasu's, but did she call the main number for the DA's office, and did it get transferred to whoever she asked for? Or does each person in the DA's office have a direct line? I don't know. I don't know. She says that she called Steve Nelson, the witness advocate, right? Right, because she probably just would have texted Morrissey. See Rule 14. We appreciate the sensitivity and need for discretion as to any ongoing federal investigation. While we are unaware of the parameters of federal activity, but we really want to know, are you investigating me? Are you investigating the shenanigans of Proctor? Are you investigating Bertram? What are you investigating? We cannot forego our constitutional or state duties. Well, isn't that so interesting? Being that they withheld all of that Sallyport video until after the first trial was over. But he's so aware of his obligations. This letter could come back to bite him in the ass, by the way, in my opinion. We are willing to file a motion for a protective order under Rule 14 to request limitation of the disclosure of the information to defense counsel only. Any decision of such request, of course, is solely within the authority of the Norfolk Superior Court judge. Footnote 2. Under Rule 14, a party to the state criminal proceeding may move for an order for any individual, agency, or other entity in possession, custody, or control of items relating to the state criminal case to preserve such items for a specified time. Additionally, this office has constitutional and state obligations to provide exculpatory information, of which we are aware in all cases, including exculpatory information relating to all witnesses and or members of the prosecution. This would include any investigations into misconduct related to professional duties. Notice who signs this, Lynn Beeland, who was Marcy's right hand, the one who left skid marks she quit so quickly after Karen Reed's first persecution. She's also the one who entered into the consent agreement with Brian Walsh's attorney, Tracy Minor, with regard to the consent search of Brian Walsh's cell phones. She's also the one who rubber stamped all of the expenses during Karen Reed's trial number 1. Then after she left, that duty went to ADA Lisa Beatty. But maybe he was like, Beeland, you better write this letter. I don't want my name on it. Or something such as like that. I don't know. In sum, while we appreciate the notification that subpoenas issued, it is imperative that at the earliest opportunity, we are able to provide discovery to the defendant. Yeah. Do you think they cared about providing it to the defendant? Or do you think that they wanted to know, or Morrissey wanted to know, whether they were coming for him? Things that make you go, On May 18th, 2023, the DA sought the recusal of the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office from the federal investigation. What's that, you say? This is a May 18th letter to the Office of Professional Responsibility, RE, investigation by the Office of the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. This one is signed by the big MF in charge, Michael Morrissey himself. It is 4 pages long. And this is the one where he was crying about how they had it out for him. How the U.S. Attorney for the state of Massachusetts has it out for him because I'm not going to read this because it's too long, but I'll just give you a brief summary of what it's about. there was an employee that he said had it out for him. He thinks the U.S. Attorney's Office has been weaponized against him. And Rachel Rollins had it in for him. And so he thought that they should recuse themselves. And in his closing paragraph, he says, I formally request that an impartial federal official unaffiliated with the U.S. Attorney's Office for Massachusetts review and investigate the steps and actions that are being taken by current members of the Massachusetts office, exploring this apparent bias and whether it predisposed them to abuse their prosecutorial discretion in this matter. In the unlikely case that an impartial review finds that a DOJ investigation into the Karen Read matter is appropriate, even before the issues at hand have been vetted by the Norfolk Superior Court judge hearing the case, I request that the investigation be reassigned from parties with clearly stated and documented bias against me to attorneys entirely outside the office of the U.S. Attorney. Yeah, Rachel Rollins doesn't like me. This guy, Laura Chow, who worked for my office, has it out for me too. She filed an ethics violation complaint against the first assistant, against Lynn Beeland. There's so much. This goes so deep. It goes so deep. Do what to it allege was a conflict of interest. On May 24th, okay, so that's what's going on, right? Morrissey's freaking out. He's writing a letter saying, I know you're subpoenaing people. I need to know what it's about. He's trying to get them to recuse themselves because they don't like him, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and now he's freaking out about the feds. On May 24th of 2023, Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts, clearly worried about Mr. Kearney's growing influence on public opinion, did something that is redacted. We need to use our context clues. So they did something on May 24th. And then on May 30th, Jennifer McCabe unsuccessfully, let me start again. May 30th, 2023, Jen McCabe unsuccessfully sought a harassment prevention order or a restraining order against Aidan Kearney. Wait, is that okay? Wait, I just got to see if this is the affidavit. Hang on. I have everything pulled up for you, but I don't remember which one's which. Okay, here it is. Here's Jen McCabe's handwritten affidavit to try and get a restraining order against Aidan Kearney. I don't know that I've ever seen this, so I'm excited to read it with you. Here we go. We get to see what Jennifer McCabe's handwriting looks like too. That's interesting. Here it is. It's now a public filing because it's in the papers. This is an affidavit signed by Jennifer McCabe that says the following. On or about April 18th of 2023, the defendant, Aidan Kearney, has been attacking my character through multiple social media platforms and in person. I am currently a witness in the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Over the course of the last month and a half, the defendant has harassed me, my husband, my children, my extended family, and my friends. On May 24th of 2023, Aidan Kearney chased myself, husband, and family and friends out of the courthouse and proceeded to harass and intimidate me, wherein I feared for my safety. Aidan, and then she writes Kearney, K-I-E-R-N-E-Y, proceeded to call me a, quote, cop killer while videoing the interaction in order to share on his multiple social media platforms. That same day, Mr. Kearney went on his live broadcast where he continued to spread lies and misinformation once again calling me and my husband cop killers and threatened to make my life hell. He has also threatened to come to my children's public events and lacrosse games in order to embarrass me and continue with his vulgar rants. He has repeatedly called me the C word, but she spells it out. He parked and took live video outside of my house. He threatened he would be back in order to make my life hell. He has posted numerous photos of my minor children over his multiple social media sites, causing fear and anxiety in my children. He is creating and profiting off of t-shirts he has made in order to humiliate me and my physical appearance. Were those the Haas Long to Dying Cold shirts? As I've outlined these incidents, as I've outlined, these incidents of harassment have been going on since April in order to harass, intimidate, and cause fear and anxiety to myself, my family, and friends. Mr. Kearney has said time and time again, he will continue to disrespect, embarrass, and make my life miserable, both in person and over social media. This behavior continues on a daily basis, and I feel it will never end. I am asking the court to issue an emergency harassment order to protect the safety of myself and my family. I have also provided a thumb drive showing multiple events of Aidan Kearney's harassment towards me. Oh man, where's the thumb drive? Sleesha says, can you imagine how many people would be in jail if this was a crime? Well, apparently it is a crime in Massachusetts, but this is her application to try and get a restraining order against him. And then it's dated May 20th. I'm sorry. What is that? Date signed May 30th of 2023. And apparently that is Jennifer McCabe's signature. And she signed both pages May 30th, 2023. They should make a movie with that thumb drive, somebody said. But wait, there's more. Okay, so let's go back here. On May 24th, 2023, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, clearly worried about Mr. Kearney's growing influence on public opinion, did what? What did they do on the 24th? She said on the 24th, there must have been a court hearing that day. Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts must have been there. She said that Aidan chased her or something out of the courtroom. And so they did something. I don't know if they texted. I don't know if they wrote an email. I don't know what, but whatever it is redacted. Demonstrating her fundamental misunderstanding of the First Amendment, Ms. McCabe alleged that on April 18th, 2023, the day he first reported on the Reed defense motion accusing Ms. McCabe of complicity in Mr. O'Keefe's death, Mr. Kearney, quote, attacked her character. In what amounted to a request for unconstitutional prior restraint on Mr. Kearney, Ms. McCabe urged the court to do something so he can't blog about me. And here is the court audio from Jennifer McCabe's hearing seeking the harassment prevention order on May 30th, 2023 from Stoughton District Court. Available to us via hyperlink. Are you ready for it? Baby, let the games begin. All right, let me know that you can hear it.
In the matter of Jennifer McCabe versus Aidan Kearney, this is an ex parte request for harassment prevention order.
Take this right now. You're gonna watch your step right here, step right up and speak right into that microphone.
I would just ask that you please raise your right hand. Could you solemnly swear the testimony about to give the court the cause now and hearing is the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. McCabe.
Good
How are
afternoon.
you today?
I'm okay.
Good.
Little nervous.
All right, don't be nervous. Just give me one moment, okay?
Sure.
Anybody know who the judge was for this? This is Stoughton District Court.
All right, so you're seeking a harassment prevention order against Mr. Kearney?
Yes.
I have read your affidavit. I am somewhat familiar with the larger picture, let's say.
Mhm.
So why don't you tell me, you can tell me anything you'd like, but explain to me what it is you're asking the court to do and why.
Well, I'm asking for protection from Mr. Kearney. He has started about April 18th. He's nonstop. He writes blogs every day, and every day he tries to humiliate me, harass me. Most recently, he chased me out of a court hearing and prevented me from walking, had a big camera. He was harassing me, intimidating me. I was fearing. I didn't know what he was going to do next. He chased me to my car. He was calling me a cop killer.
When you say chase, did he follow you? Or?
Yes, he followed me out of the court and down the street a significant way.
There were other press and reporters at that event?
Yes, he
as well?
actually, I actually have a thumb drive with a lot of this for you to be able to see. But he videoed the whole thing, and then he showed it on all his social media platforms. And then he proceeded to, post, this is a cop killer, she's a cop murderer. And then on that post that he did, he said that he wasn't going to stop. He was going to harass me every day. He was going to go to my children's events.
Has he done that?
No, he has not done that yet.
All right.
He has emailed, I have 2 daughters in college, and he's emailed the school. Well, I don't know. Someone has emailed the schools, and they've attached his blog.
I understand.
So he has a significant amount of followers, and he does his live shows. And I have received terrible threats from phone calls. I get voicemails. I get Facebook messengers from his followers.
So just so I'm clear, not necessarily from him.
He called me once.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that call was, did he?
It was a
threaten you?
voicemail. No,
Okay.
he just had questions.
All right. I just want to make
Mhm.
sure we're talking about the same.
He just had questions. He called me because he just had questions.
Yeah.
So you may have gotten some other things from maybe people who follow him,
Yes,
but not him.
correct.
Okay, understood. Go
But
ahead.
as of, today, he again posted that he was going to make my life a hell. He wasn't going to stop. He would come to, again, he's constantly saying he's going to come to events. He's calling me horrific names. He made t-shirts to humiliate me and my appearance, and he's selling them for profit. I literally wake up every single day and I don't know what he's going to write, he parked outside of my house and he did a live feed and he threatened that he would be coming back. My kids are having panic and anxiety attacks.
Broadcasted from your street,
Mhm.
not on your property, but from your
On the
area.
street.
Okay,
Mhm.
understood.
He's given my address, my husband's social security. It's just nonstop. My kids are seeing everything all over social media. They're having panic attack at schools and I have to come pick them up.
All right. Is there anything else you want me to consider? That you
Is there
haven't told me already?
any way that you can do something so he can't blog about me?
Well, no, and that's kind of the crux of.
Is there any way that you can do something so he can't blog about me? Hang on. Okay, this is so weird. YouTube. All right, Aidan, you should be good. This is happening to a lot of people. They're getting hidden. They're getting blocked on my channel. It's happening on other channels too. There's something going on. YouTube has a new algorithm, and I heard that they're blocking people that they think are bots. Poor Christina has been blocked like 4 or 5 times. So you should be good, Aidan. The only way I can unblock is from my phone, and I have to have the link to the channel. It's just really stupidly weird. I don't know why it's happening. You should be good. Yeah, and the mods aren't doing it, so I don't know what's happening with YouTube. I don't know if they'll take a meeting with me. He's back. There he is. Is there any way you can make him stop blogging about me? Okay, so Aidan, what judge was this? This was one of the Stoughton Court judges in the email that Morrissey sent to all the Stoughton Court judges about when after Chris Albert didn't get his restraining order. I don't know what a bot would say. I guess if there's some people who are spamming the chat or just not even spamming, just talking too much, it thinks they're a bot because they talk a lot? I don't know. I have no idea. Because there's no way that any mod would block Aidan on my channel. That's just weird.
Nonstop.
On your street,
Mhm.
not on your property, but from your
On the
area.
street.
Okay,
Mhm.
understood.
Not
He's
on your
given my
property.
address, my husband's social security. It's just nonstop.
Wait,
My kids are seeing everything all over.
her husband's social security number? Hold on a second. I have to get back. Because we know that Aidan's going to come in and tell us exactly what she's lying about.
Stop.
And that call was, did he?
It was a
threaten you?
voicemail. No,
Okay.
he just had questions.
All right, and I just want to make
Mhm.
sure we're talking about the same.
Yeah.
So you may have gotten some other things from maybe people who follow him,
Yes,
but not him.
correct.
Okay, understood. Go
But
right
as of, today, he again posted that he was going to make my life a hell. He wasn't going to stop. He would come to, again, he's constantly saying he's going to come to events. He's calling me horrific names.
Olivia, the judge's name is Brian Walsh. Really? Are you conflating that with Brian Walsh, the defendant? Or is this? Huh.
He made T-shirts to humiliate me and my appearance.
Okay.
And he's selling them for profit.
How do I get one?
I literally wake up every single day and I don't know what he's gonna write, he parked outside of my house and he did a live feed and he threatened that he would be coming back. My kids are having panic and anxiety attacks.
Broadcasted from your street,
Mhm.
not on your property, but from your
On the
area.
street.
Okay,
Mhm.
understood.
Listen, Turtle, you can't stray from the bus stop live. We're all triggered. People were worried about you. People were worried about you this morning that you didn't go, but we know we have proof of life because he's here. He's in the chat. He's here. He's going to give us the straight dope on this. And Olivia says, yes, there is a Brian Walsh defendant, but this judge is also named Brian Walsh. How do I get a t-shirt? What did it say? I have questions.
He's given my address, my husband's social security. It's just nonstop. My kids are seeing everything all over social media. They're having.
If you did not give out Matt McCabe's social security number, she actually just perjured herself in district court. So that's interesting to me. But selective persecution of the law. Will she? And we've got it on tape that she's lying in open court. She gave up my husband's social security number. Huh. Thanks, Bo.
Panic attack at schools and I have to come and pick them up.
All right. Is there anything else you want me to consider?
Is there
told me
any way
Yeah.
that you can do something so he can't blog about me?
Well, no, and that's kind of the crux of where I'm about to go with this.
Yeah.
Under the request you're asking me, a significant portion, I believe, of what you're telling me is essentially protected free speech under the
Right.
First Amendment.
Mhm.
I'm sure you can appreciate he is
Mhm.
a quote unquote member of the press. Probably not the message you were hoping to hear.
No, I
But
understand.
so that's kind of where my ruling is heading based on everything you've told me. And I know it could be upsetting to you and your family. But I have to be honest, I'm not inclined to issue the order for that reason. If there's anything else that you want me to look at or consider, I'm happy to do it. If you've kind of given me the flavor of what this has been like, I do appreciate it. And you went to great lengths to write a very detailed affidavit. But I would need to find, by a preponderance of the evidence, a substantial likelihood of the immediate danger of abuse as defined by the law. Because of the free speech issues and his status in the press, I'm just not getting there.
Okay,
based on
so
the fact-
him,
Oh my God, Judge Brian Walsh understands the First Amendment. How do we get him upgraded to Superior Court? How do we get him upgraded? Can we upgrade Judge Brian Walsh? And wouldn't it be funny if Brian Walsh, the defendant, was the judge? Huh. He understands the First Amendment. Like, he's a journalist. He called him a journalist, not a blogger, a journalist. Props to Judge Brian Walsh in Stoughton District Court, who got spanked by Morrissey when he wrote an email to all those Stoughton Court judges.
like chasing me out of court and intimidating
Chasing
me.
me.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why I
yelling.
asked you that. I kind of asked you that question. And you said,
Yeah.
chased. I know there was probably a thong of other press people and
No,
reporters.
they'd never,
there.
he came down the street, walked in front of me, was saying terrible, nasty things, then walked behind me, then followed me to my car. I mean, it was a good distance.
Yep.
I couldn't even make it across the street because he was in front of me. He was bumping into my husband. Then we're getting into our car and he's yelling, cop killer, cop killer. I didn't know if he was going to come over to my car. I don't know what this man's going to do.
Right.
He seems to be getting more and more agitated. every day and saying he's going to do things. Then I see live video outside of my house and telling me he'll be back.
Well, what I will say to that is, and I'm not wishing that this escalates in any way, shape, or form, but just because an event today comes before the court and the court rules one way, doesn't mean that if there is a change in circumstances, that we can't come back and ask the court to consider it in the future. I'm just not hearing enough of what I would need to hear under the law for me to do what you're asking today.
Do you hear her? She's going, I want to talk to the manager. I want to talk to the manager. I am going to immediately, as soon as we get out of here, I'm going to bat phone Michael Morrissey, my buddy.
Okay.
Okay. I hope I explained that well enough to you.
And the thumb drive that I prepared.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly tell me, is it things that one would see on his news or his page?
Yes.
Things of that nature, kind of like you've described in your affidavit. I mean, I'm happy to have that be part of the record. I think I get the flavor again of what you're telling me. And again, his association as a member of the press really doesn't change sort of where I'm going with my ruling.
Okay.
But I'm certainly happy to include that as part of the record if you want.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. So that will conclude the hearing. I'm going to decline your request to issue.
I'm going to decline the request to issue a restraining order. Jenny, who can you turn to? If we knew Morrissey's phone number, we could put it in there instead of 867-530-999. Her entitlement is extreme. People are saying, I'd never heard that before. That was fantastic. But if Aidan Kearney did not release Matt McCabe's social security number, she perjured herself. It's on tape. Will charges be pressed? Dun, dun, dun. Thank you, Karen McCord, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. Emonj, is this live? And is this Jen McCabe? That was Jen McCabe. That was a restraining order hearing. It was up on the screen. Maybe you were driving. From May of 2023. She went into Stoughton District Court and tried to get a restraining order against Aidan. It was denied because he's a member of the press. Hi, you're back. Hi. Thank you for another super chat. Barry Adams says, this doesn't sound afraid. This sounds vengeful and dishonest. Thank you, Barry, for your 5. Oh, Grace Bay says, Walsh is the judge who wrote the Make Way for Ducklings decision. He's the one who threw out Richard Schiffer. Look, I have the book right here because I've had it here ever since. Make Way for Ducklings. He quoted Make Way for Ducklings in that. We love that decision. He gets it. How do we get an upgrade for him? He needs a promotion. Thank you, Grace Base. You guys know all the details about everything. Ms. Bouquet, thanks for your super sticker. Curious Gussie, I know this is off topic. That singer yesterday, that is Paris Ray and the Crush, who also celebrated her 30th birthday this week. Happy birthday, girl. Tracy, send him a bag of all the merchandise. Hello.
Hello.
I will, Tracy. Thank you. Hyperlinked to the hyperlink says, Mr. Betterow, Madeline is reading your mega motion, and we're here for it. Hashtag free Aidan Kearney. Was Betterow in the chat? Betterow never chats. He never chats. Mr. Betterow. Brooke says, taking you with me through Colorado mountains today. Go Buffs. Oh, I love them. I miss the Flatirons every day. I miss the view of the Flatirons. Oh, I love that. Hannah says, I was listening to yesterday's stream while running in New York City. Got to where Betterow said citizens lost confidence in Norfolk's law enforcement. I yelled, stop playing, Marcy, because you can't bend and snap like Betterow. This dude sidestepped me. That's hilarious. Thanks, Anna. Karen Reed Civil on Zoom 922. Can we listen, please? Yeah, of course. If it's going to be on Zoom, I mean, I've got it in my calendar. Of course, we have Karen's hearing on Monday. That's Monday, right? And then we have Aidan's hearing on Wednesday. And then on Tuesday is Kelsey Fitzsimmons probate court, but I don't think we're going to be able to get as such a link for that. But of course we will. What do you think? What do you think I'm doing here? Aunt BB says, Mel, can you surprise Harrison with some merch? Just a thought. Here's a little to help with the post. Oh, you're awesome, Aunt BB. I will do that. Thank you so very much for your super chat. Aunt BB was my first member ever. First member ever. Love you with all of my heart. Kel, Love you with all of my heart too. Melanie, I sent you a Venmo to read, says MC. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, she's telling me that Lindsey was tweeting yesterday about Better Row. Yeah. She's, I mean, does it even deserve like, recognition? Thank you, Emily, for your Venmo. She was, I saw, she wrote something about Better Row, like, about him doing something procedurally wrong, but look who she's taking her legal advice from. Well, we're going to know more because Grant Smith Ellis has been subpoenaed to come and testify at a deposition that is supposed to be held on September 30th, which he'll probably try and adjourn 20 times, but we'll see. But we read yesterday she made a motion for sanctions against Aidan Kearney, and she wants the court to hold him in contempt, but she made it under his criminal case number, and she doesn't have the standing to do that. So she's the one tweeting about procedure. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to give this. I mean, Emily, thank you for your Venmo, and I love you, but I'm not giving this the time of day. So she can come after me. If you choose, my friends, to wait on the cesspool of Twitter, I obviously look at it for breaking news and to find out if there's a verdict on Joshua Hubert. I do not engage. If you do, you can go and there's a number of tweets. I'm actually embarrassed for Mark Betterow. How did he bribe someone to pass the bar? How on God's green earth is this man a licensed attorney? A demand letter? It's called a presentment letter, dingbat. Dingbat is a great word. It is a very underused word. So props for the use of dingbat. It is lovely. I can't give it the air, but thank you for your Venmo. And I'll just tell people that if you want to go check it out. Thank you, Kelly Applegate, for gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. You're amazing. Oh, and look at Elaine sending a very big Venmo to send Harrison some merch. You guys are awesome. You're the givers. And we love you. And Donna, thank you for saying you. This is just for you being a rock star. You're amazing. And Kelly for coming in, not only gifting 10 memberships, but also with a $50 super chat to say, cupcakes, it's Friday, no court for me today. So relaxing with my favorite New York City attorney. Awesome, Kelly. Come on in. Dingbat was like what Archie Bunker used to call Edith, right? Didn't he used to call her a dingbat? Like this is the television that the Gen Xers grew up on. And Archie Bunker calling his wife a dingbat was supposed to be funny. Think about that. It's disturbing to me. We are on paragraph 75, demonstrating, and do something so he can't blog about me. And then the court predictably ruled that however upsetting Mr. Kearney's reporting made Ms. McCabe, he was a member of the press and his activity protected speech under the First Amendment. Hey, Judge Doolin. Judge Brian Walsh gets it. Do you? On July 1, 2023, Ms. McCabe, who frequently asked the DA and courts to do something about Mr. Kearney, oddly contacted him on Facebook Messenger. Oh, please. Do we have that? Oh, yes, we do. Oh, Jen McCabe is contacting Aidan on Facebook Messenger and sent him a photograph of a mostly naked man. Okay. Are you ready for it? You can't unsee this. Okay. So I'm going to trigger warn you. Here's the photograph. July 1st, 7:18 p.m. that she chooses to send to Aidan. I don't know what that is. It's a man with briefs on, and there's a Canadian maple leaf covering his parts. And then it says underneath that message that Jennifer McCabe sent to Aidan, you can now message and call each other and see info like active status and when you've read messages, because on Facebook Messenger, the other person has to accept your message before you're able to chat with them. And then Aidan says, is that Matt? And then Jen McCabe writes, haha, it's your boy, but she spells you are. I hate when people do that. That's just one of my pet peeves. When people write the number 4 for 4 and you are for your, it's like, really, can you not spell out the whole entire word? Is it really that hard to type 2 extra letters? RN2 Moms is staining her deck and listening, and she had to drop her paintbrush and come running. Okay, I'm going to show it again in case you're driving or whatever. There it is. I'm probably get stricken for showing that because it looks like something out of OnlyFans. Haha, it's your boy blank. And then he says, who's blank? Because it's redacted. And then it says this person is unavailable on Messenger. So I guess she blocked him. And then she says, sorry to bother you. Have fun in Mashpee. How does she know that he's going to Mashpee? Is she having him followed? Are there people following him on the force? Then Aidan must have sent something that he unsent. And he says, I'm not in Mashpee, but I'll be in Canton again soon. Are you still fearing? Did you ever figure out how long to die in cold? Wet Wipes, WHET Wipes, says she wanted to let him know she knows his whereabouts. That's their playbook. And then he sends a picture of Colin flipping off. Colin with the bird, flipping the bird. And this is still, it looks like July 1st. And then she blocks him again. I mean, so she's afraid of him, but she's engaging with him and sending him pictures of this dude in his briefs. But she's afraid of him, but she's engaging with him. And this is July 1st. This is after she went to court to try and get a protective order against him. And it was denied. And she's so afraid of him that she's reaching out to him on Facebook Messenger. Well, that's gonna come in at the trial. That'll be interesting. Ms. McCabe, quote, apologized to Mr. Kearney and then ominously advised him to have fun in Mashpee, where Mr. Kearney was vacationing, which suggested that she kept tabs on him on his whereabouts. On July 13th, 2023, in an email with the subject line blank, Michael Proctor emailed Tully, Fanning, Bukhenik, and Lally. Boy, I'm sure that is totally sealed up because that's one. Yeah, I can't hyperlink that, but the court can. Okay, let's try and break this down. July 13th, there's an email with the subject line blank. It's redacted. It's 2 separate words. Second word, shorter than the first, so it doesn't say Aidan Kearney. I'm not sure. Referencing Mr. Kearney as blank, maybe Turtleboy, Michael Proctor informed the group blank. Well, let's see if we can get some context clues. On July 16th, 2023, 3 days later, no doubt reeling from the perfect storm created by the ongoing federal investigation, Ms. Reed's aggressive defense and the public's increasing awareness of the growing scandal resulting from Mr. Kearney's reporting about the Reed case, DA Morrissey, from his personal email address, footnote 7, under Massachusetts general law, it is a crime for a public official to remove or attempt to conceal the discovery of records that are subject to public inspection under FOIA. This is like, it's like we're playing Mad Libs. So Morrissey sends an email from his personal email address, essentially begged the Massachusetts Attorney General's office to prosecute Mr. Kearney for witness intimidation and or civil rights violations. Oh, can we see that letter? Because all of the other letters. Oh, yes, we have it. Okay, this is Exhibit E. Sorry it takes so long for me to pull these things up, but StreamYard is not. It's like you can't go from a window to a tab. You have to close it out and then close it back in, and then it's ridiculous. Okay, this is Exhibit E from Michael Morrissey's private email at iCloud.com on Sunday, July 16th at 8:46 p.m. to Jennifer Cotter, Cotter, the Attorney General's office, CC to Lynn Beeland, Adam Lally, and Laura McLaughlin. Subject, additional harassment of potential witnesses. Turtleboy continues to encourage people to confront and stalk witnesses. There are multiple examples, and here is one more. It's a picture. It looks like a video. A TikTok video, and it says, woman confronts Chris Albert. Chris Albert is the father of Colin Albert and the brother of Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert. And it only had 447 likes and 50 comments. By Crime Junkie. It's by Crime Junkie. And then he goes on to say, Turtleboy has also followed Jennifer McCabe to her son's lacrosse game in Billerica. How do you like that, Billerica? She refused to engage him, and he then called her cop killer. There is video of that as well. Turtleboy is advocating a rolling picket or demonstration that's aimed at numerous individuals who are witnesses or potential witnesses. He's advocating people drive by their homes or addresses. The defendant's attorneys purposely filed documents, including the redacted names and addresses of almost every potential witness, including social security number and cell phone number, which has caused a number of them to be harassed by Turtleboy or his followers. So their social security numbers were redacted, so Jennifer McCabe lied about that. But it says here that the defendant's attorneys filed that. Punctuation is so important, and he doesn't seem to know how to use it. How about apostrophe S there? This is the man who's the district attorney of Norfolk County, people. He continues to advocate that people confront these witnesses and to put pressure on them. I think this is something that deserves and demands attention of the Attorney General's office, either as a civil rights violation. What? Or the potential of looking at charges for witness intimidation. If this is allowed to continue unchecked, you can expect that this will be the new way for people to practice law on some of the most complex, visible cases. I look forward to hearing from you. XOXO, Michael Morrissey. he wants the attorney general to charge who with civil rights violation? Karen Reed's attorneys for filing that thing? Those aren't criminal charges. What is he even talking about? This man's a lawyer? I'm sorry. Am I missing something? Kelly Applegate, can you chime in here? All right. So that was his email to the attorney general on July 16th. Because he likes to email on Sundays from his private email account. Somebody needs to write a song because this is like a song that is begging to be written. And then he sends another email, Exhibit F, which is from the attorney general. So the attorney general writes back. Oh, no, wait. Okay. He sent, I have to go from the bottom, scroll bottom up. So Michael Morrissey sends from his private email again, iCloud.com, Friday, July 21st at 3:50 p.m. to Jennifer Cotter, the attorney general, copies Lynn Beeland, Adam Lally, just Adam Lally and Lynn Beeland, subject witness intimidation. This is the most recent post, planning to picket witnesses' houses with 3 exclamation points. XOXO, Michael W. Morrissey, district attorney. So even on his private email, his signature block says district attorney, lest you be confused that he's not the district attorney. He's the district attorney. Jennifer Cotter writes back at 4:01 p.m., Friday, July 21st. Hi, I'm unable to open this attachment. Is the a Turtleboy post, a TB post? I can just go over there and view. Thanks, Jen. Oh boy, they're all over Aidan and his socials. He's living rent-free in so many people's heads. Yeah, he wanted Aidan charged, it seems. On July 21st, we just read that one. DA Morrissey, from his personal email again, urged the Attorney General to act against Mr. Kearney. On information and belief, the Attorney General declined to prosecute Mr. Kearney because it recognized that it was inappropriate to prosecute him for witness intimidation based upon his reporting about witnesses who were, quote, upset after being accused in publicly filed court documents of complicity in a high-profile murder. Footnote 8, which says, on December 8th, 2023, again from his personal email account, DA Morrissey wrote to Tully and others bemoaning the Attorney General's conclusion that Mr. Kearney's conduct did not warrant criminal prosecution. This just keeps getting better and better. Remember, all of Morrissey's emails were released pursuant, I think Corey Hopkins was the first one to get it, Attorney Corey Hopkins, pursuant to a FOIA request, because they're all discoverable and can be made public. And yes, we do have that email. Remember when they argued in court and said, Your Honor, you understand that Michael Morrissey's emails have been released to the public and we're not allowed to show them? But I guess they can now. Exhibit G from Michael Morrissey's iCloud. Friday, December 8th, 2023 at 9:06 a.m. Oops. 2, Lynn Beeland, Brian Tully, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and David Traub, who at the time was the, I don't know, was he the PR guy for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office? Press secretary? I don't know what they called him, what his actual title was over there. Subject, Massachusetts AG sues neo-Nazi group, 2 of its leaders over harassment, intimidation, the Boston Globe. And then he says, I guess picketing outside of a delicatessen A delicatessen. Is that a diss to D&E Pizza? I guess picketing outside of a delicatessen and witnesses, period, homes, capital H, starting the next sentence, doesn't qualify as witness intimidation in the eyes of the Attorney General. She has other priorities. Oh, he's dissing the Attorney General, Ms. Cotter. Ms. Cotter. Welcome back, Ms. Cotter. Do you see what Michael Morrissey's saying about you behind his back from his not so personal email account? I mean, and calling D&E Pizza a delicatessen? Was there another picketing event outside of a delicatessen that we don't know about? Do you guys even have delicatessens in Massachusetts? She has other priorities. And then it's a link to a Boston Globe article that says Mass Attorney General sues Nationalist Social Club over harassment and intimidation. See, that, my friends, is what the witness intimidation statute was designed for. Things like that. Things like when a wife accuses a husband of beating her up and the husband says, I'm going to kill you if you testify against me. That's witness intimidation. Not asking questions as a reporter, knocking on doors, because in that case, there's a lot of people that should be in jail for witness intimidation. Every reporter who's ever knocked on someone's door to ask them a question. All the reporters that slept out on, the laundry's lawn in Florida when Brian Laundrie was missing. And yelling things at Roberta Laundrie when she came out of her house to get into her car. Okay? Pizza does sound good right about now. Well, Kylie, Mark Betterow is not the one who said delicatessen. Those are the words of Michael Morrissey in his email. Don't be confused. I know some of you are listening only and not, and so you're not watching your screen. But that was a Michael Morrissey email. He said delicatessen. On July 24th of 2023, Ms. McCabe told Mr. Nelson, that again is the victim witness advocate at Norfolk Superior Court or in Norfolk County. She told him something that is all redacted. So Jennifer McCabe telling her victim witness advocate something that is redacted, and the exhibit, I cannot read it. On August 1st of 2023, Canton selectman Chris Albert contacted the DA, and then he said something to Mike Morrissey that is redacted, and that exhibit I is also unable to be obtained. So Chris Albert just calls Michael Morrissey directly. Jennifer McCabe contacts Mr. Nelson. On August 3rd, 2023, General Counsel for the Department of Justice's DOJ Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys rejected the DA's request for the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office to recuse itself from the federal investigation. They were like, yeah, no. And there's a letter to Lynn Beland from Jay Macklin, the General Counsel for the U.S. Attorneys. This responds to your June 21st, 2023 letter concerning your putative request for a recusal of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts from the pending criminal matter of the Commonwealth v. Reed. As you indicate, the Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility informed you that they had referred your May 18th letter to my office for whatever action I deem appropriate. Consistent with the terms of the referral from OPR, I contacted Acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy. Based on my understanding from that discussion with USA Levy, his office has a very different opinion of the circumstances in this case than as presented in Mr. Morrissey's letter. His office has not reached any official determination whether prosecution is warranted, but they believe it is essential to continue their investigation given the information of which they are aware. Oh, that must have really made Michael Morrissey scared. At this time, we see no basis for a recusal in this investigation. Thank you for your contact information and willingness to provide additional information as needed. XOXO. J. Macklin. Wow. And it still doesn't even, I mean, it's so vague that it doesn't say what they're investigating. And so now he's probably really flipping out. On August 9th, 2023, Ms. McCabe did something that is redacted. And you know, it's like she's communicating with someone. She's telling something this. She's demanding that Aidan be arrested or else XYZ. And that is Exhibit J, which is inaccessible. I mean, what is underneath that black Sharpie is so explosive. And I'm so nosy that it upsets me that I can't see it. And I know you're upset by it too. Paragraph 88, on information and belief, between August 9th of 2023 and August 25th of 2023, Ms. McCabe, members of the Albert family, the MSP, and DA Morrissey and or others met to discuss Ms. McCabe's latest demand for the DA to do something to stop Mr. Kearney from reporting about her. Okay, all right, we're getting somewhere with our context clues, because that must have been what she did on August 9th of 2023. She must have demanded that they do something about him or else. And then Jennifer McCabe, members of the Albert family, members of the MSP, I don't know, guess, pick one, Tully, Fanning, Proctor, and the DA, Michael Morrissey himself and or others, maybe Lally, met to discuss Ms. McCabe's latest demand to do something to stop Mr. Kearney from reporting about her. On August 25th, 2023, DA Morrissey capitulated to the demands and threats of Ms. McCabe and the Alberts and decided to do something about Mr. Kearney. Oh, this is my favorite. I'm so happy we get to watch this again. Something was DA Morrissey's video recorded public statement, which press officer David Traub immediately disseminated to local and national print and television media. Exhibit K. If you have not seen this, oh, wait, Exhibit K. Okay, so this is it's not the video of the hostage statement, which I thought it was. Okay, so this is an email first, I guess. But it's 61 pages of emails. Wait, hang on. Okay. So Exhibit K takes me to a bunch of emails from David Traub in which he's saying, enclosed, please find a video statement. Oh, here, let me just pull this up for a second. I hope there's a hyperlink to the hostage video because I really do want to watch that again. Somebody saying the quiet part out loud. Why is a DA capitulating to the McCabes and the Alberts? Barney wants to know. I wish somebody could give me an answer to that because for the life of me, I can't figure it out either. So here's a bunch of emails from David Traub, Norfolk District Attorney's Office, the mouthpiece over there. Here's one on August 25th, and this is going to a whole bunch of media. Subject, statement on Commonwealth v. Karen Reed. Good afternoon. A video statement relative to the ongoing harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Commonwealth v. Karen Reed can be downloaded here. He sent it out to all of them. Please be advised to download this to your own system for retention, as it will only be available for download for a small number of days. Oh, it's going to self-destruct. It's going to self-destruct if you don't immediately. Oh, Olivia said there is. Oh, good. I can't wait. They sent it out on August 25th. Prior to issuing this ill-conceived public statement, with assistance from Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty, DA Morrissey accepted input on the content of his statement from a person advocating for Ms. McCabe and the Alberts' interests. Mr. Traub informed the advocate that he sent DA Morrissey's statement to Dateline NBC and numerous other media entities. And that takes us to Exhibit L. And here we have an email from David Traub on August 25th. Let's go from the bottom up. To someone named Julie. Julie blank. It's blacked out in Sharpie. August 25th, 2023 at 4:49 p.m. David Traub writes to Julie blank. Good afternoon. Chief Rafferty communicated your note of concern to us while we were actively filming the very statement you were suggesting. Please be advised that this statement was also sent to Dateline at NBC, Nightline, and numerous other interested parties not visible in the distribution list below. Isn't David Traub a good soldier? And then Julie writes, okay, thank you very much for getting back to me. Julie, last name redacted. And the subject line here from Julie blank on Friday, August 25th at 2023 at 5:28 p.m. to David Traub says, regarding statement of Commonwealth, statement on Commonwealth v. Karen Reed. Commonwealth is spelled incorrectly, but we know what she means. Okay. Thank you very much for getting back to me. You're going to say when we watch the hostage video, because it's coming up next. Well, it'll be a surprise for you guys. I'm quite sure it's Julie Albert because Colin didn't do it. By issuing a statement on behalf of witnesses with interests that differed from his own, DA Morrissey allowed himself, the elected district attorney, to be exploited as a puppet. Oh, wait. Whose strings were controlled by influential private citizens motivated to advance their self-serving agenda, which included, quote, silencing Turtleboy. Who's going to make the meme of Michael Morrissey as a marionette? There probably already is one. DA Morrissey, okay, we got to read it again. DA Morrissey allowed himself, the elected district attorney, to be exploited as a puppet whose strings were controlled by influential private citizens motivated to advance their self-serving agenda, which included, quote, silencing Turtleboy. Some of those redactions may have said Jennifer McCabe contacted Michael Morrissey and said, you better silence Turtleboy. You better shut Turtleboy up. Something's got to be done to silence him, or I'm not going to testify in the Karen Reed trial. DA Morrissey's statement was a flagrant violation of Rule 3.6 of the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct. Although he didn't name Mr. Kearney in his public statement, DA Morrissey took subtle shots at him by attempting to discredit the reliability of information from, quote, the internet. DA Morrissey vigorously vouched for the credibility of Ms. McCabe and the Alberts, decried their victimization from Mr. Kearney's witness intimidation, ludicrously decreed that Colin Albert did not commit murder, blatantly misled the public about Mr. Proctor's credibility, discussed the evidence against Ms. Reed, and implied that she was guilty, which brings us to Exhibit M. And if you have never seen this hostage video before, please get yourself a drink, grab your popcorn. David Yannetti said in open court one time that this hostage video, I call it a hostage video because it looks like he's reading a prepared statement that somebody scripted for him. And it looks like somebody's off camera holding a weapon to his head. Tell me if you agree. You decide. He's in his conference room at the DA's office. There's no press there. He just released this video statement so that he couldn't take any questions. And as you see, he emailed it to everyone. Count how many times he says the name Colin Albert. Notice. Wait, I want to enlarge this.
First statement.
Hold on. Notice in the background, these are law books, okay? Everything's on Westlaw now. It's all internet-based, but he's got the old-fashioned law books. Look how they're all out of order. See how they're numbered? 425, 423, 412, 414, 415. They're all out of order. That makes me crazy. Because this is a photo op, my friends. Does nobody know how to sequentially put these things back on the shelf? Okay, that is one thing I noticed. And then here's the general laws of Massachusetts behind him. Makes him look real official. Somebody says they're probably fake books. I don't think they're fake because they're all out of order. These are the federal reporters behind him. They probably smell all musty and moldy when you open them. This is 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Also, not mentioned here, but this is right after the Commonwealth moved for a gag order on Karen Reed's attorneys, and the gag order was denied. And Morrissey was pissed because I think that was around the time that the Dateline or Nightline or somebody ran a piece about Karen Reed, and it was her side of it. And so this is his clapback, but also we are now learning that it was also in response to pressure that he was receiving from the Alberts and the McCabes. And count how many times he mentions the name Colin Albert. Count how many times he mentions the name John O'Keefe. And I'm going to go off screen so that I don't keep interrupting because I want to interrupt. David Yannetti said in open court, this video by Michael Morrissey, they used it in their motion to have him disqualified from prosecuting Karen Reed, didn't work. David Yannetti said that he has a friend or something who's a law professor, and they are showing this video in law schools as an example of what a district attorney should never do. Okay? If you haven't seen it, yeah, the law books aren't the only thing out of order in that office. Thank you, Columbo wannabe. I'm going off so I don't interrupt it so you can listen to it in all its delicious.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now.
Needs to swap.
I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Needs to stop. It needs to stop. Angela says, I would ask for a dismissal with prejudice if a district attorney did something like this to me. They did. They made a motion to have him disqualified, and they moved to dismiss several times. Never. Judge Canoni heard those arguments and those papers. She read the papers and she denied it. And she says it brings into question the bias of the entire office if the DA is willing to take one side this strong. Yes. Yes. And when we first watched this together, I called it a hostage video. And it was kind of a joke. And now we find out that it really, really was a hostage video. I mean, there's not a lot of things I like better than saying I told you so. But I told you so. It was absolutely a hostage video. He was under pressure by the Alberts and the McCabes to do something to get Colin's name out of it, to shut Aidan up. That is absolutely so far outside the bounds of decency and integrity for any district attorney to ever do that, to come on, to release a statement to all the news outlets saying Karen Reed's theory about what happened is all lies. Here's what all the evidence shows. Really? Here's what the medical examiner said. Really? I really wonder what they have on him, says Leanna Carter. Morrissey did this speech on August 25th of 2023. 2023. I think it was August 25th. Hold on. And now we know it's because he was under pressure and they were writing him emails and they were all over him. And who knows what about him? Emily C. says what they have on him. We'll release the video from D&E of that time you ate 14 large meatball subs by yourself in one sitting. Well done, girl. Well done. Wendy Taylor says he wasn't man enough to tell Jen to stop calling and complaining. Oh, yeah, this is way before the first trial. The first trial didn't start until April 2024. So this was August of 2023. This is when Julie Albert is writing to him, or Traub, communicating with Traub. And Traub says, we're just in the middle of filming that video you suggested. Oh, they all got together because we heard in the papers that they all had a meeting with Morrissey. And that must have been their idea, to film this hostage video, put it out there to protect their family at all costs. And isn't it ironic, don't you think, that the guy that you tried so hard to shut up, Aidan Kearney, the guy that you wanted incarcerated, you got him incarcerated, you wanted him incarcerated again, he's the guy that's going to blow the lid, in my opinion, off the entire thing. It falls under the category of you better want what you wish for, and karma knows your address. Because both of those things are true. Aidan Kearney was like a dog with a bone. He was not giving up. We ain't got no quit. He ain't got no quit. He knew something was wrong. Something didn't smell right in this case. And he went after the truth. You know what? When a lot of other people wouldn't. And a lot of other people wouldn't talk about the Karen Reed case at all. F around and find out. That's right. Classic case, says Tom Gully. And, oh, sweet karma of mine, says somebody in the chat. And so it is crazy. It's crazy because you want to go? Let's go. Bettero's on the team now. He's not mincing words. Olivia's on the team now. She's got everything hyperlinked. The judge doesn't have to do any work except click on the links. And the ones that are blocked are not blocked for the judge. Wow. Just think if they had all ignored him, says Amy Adams, None of this would be happening now. They did this to themselves. I mean, how many times did he mention Colin Albert in that statement? Did you guys keep track? Because I forgot, because I was trying to eat a little breakfast here. Yeah, I got the Zoom link for the civil hearing. Thank you so much, Kippy. 5 times, Kokomo and Sandy? 5 times. He mentioned Colin Albert 5 times in that video. How many times did he mention John O'Keefe? Once, maybe? Jennifer says innocent people don't go to these lengths. They're about to get Coldplayed. This is Mello's discounted invoice. Well done. Well done. They're about to get Coldplayed. Yeah. Yeah, boy, those YouTube presentations, huh? Betterow bringing the New York sharp elbows to Massachusetts, says Becky. Jamie Lynn says, we need a group calendar so we can keep up with all these court dates. You make my day so much better when you go live. Oh, thanks. You make my day so much better when you listen. Thank you for your super chats. I always remind you guys what's happening. Next week is a busy week. Lola says, I'm sure you've seen it, but I'm obsessed with AI trial baby Mel singing the Kelly Deaver song. I can't stop singing it. It's so cute. It's a short. I haven't seen it. Is it on YouTube? I haven't seen it. Thanks, Lola. I'll take a look for it. Proctor Got Waffled says, Jen likes to be short with words. You are for your, or quote, me and passed out in the snow. Got to get it out as quick as possible. Least amount of syllables. Yeah, maybe. Sarah Be Creative coming in with a hot 10 just to say thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Olivia. Emily made a Morrissey hostage video like a long time ago, like when it first came out. Cynthia says, this may be a silly question, but are those books still utilized by attorneys? No, everything's online now and it's expensive. I always wondered that. Yeah, because back in the day when you had to look things up in books, when you had to look your cases up in books, you had to go shepherdize it to make sure that case had not been overruled by another case. And so you had to look up the case in the book, and then you had to go to like the pocket parts, and then you had to go to like another volume to see if it had been over. It was a lot of work. You had to physically go to the library. Now that it's all online, all that stuff is updated constantly because somebody forgot to put the pocket parts in the back of those books. Who remembers the pocket parts? Anyone? You wouldn't have current case law, and then your whole motion would be wrong. And Olivia says, and thank you, Mr. Betterow. Mr. Betterow. Christine F. remembers pocket parts. Bradle needs more credit. Lots of integrity. Oh, 100%. 100%. But Betterow wrote this. We give Bradle all the credit all the time because he's fighting for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and all the time he's in court arguing. So he gets his share of the props. Don't you worry, E. Bush. It is so true. We love Bradle, we love Olivia, and we love Mr. Betterow. Mr. Betterow. All right. How many of you in the chat never saw that video before, that hostage video? If you never saw it before, put a 1 in the chat. I'm curious as to how many people are newer to this case that have never, ever seen it. Dina. Hi, Dina. Sitting in a hospital with my mom trying to catch up. Thank you for doing the mega motion. Oh, I hope your mom's okay. Thank you, Dina, for coming in with your super chat. And I'm so glad that we could keep you company. There's so many 1s in the chat. Look how many people have never seen that before. And all of you people that have never, all of you beautiful people that have never seen that hostage video before, are you in shock and horror about this? About the lengths that this man, a public official, a publicly elected official, the head MF in charge of the district attorney's office in Norfolk County, would go to such great lengths to defend these people? And that didn't really age well, did it? No, it didn't really age well because Karen Reed's been acquitted and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. So something else happened. And what did he say? 11 people said that John never came in the house. Okay, maybe it didn't happen in the house. But guess what? I guess then it's going to be a lot easier to find out who murdered John O'Keefe because you got a 1 in 11 shot of getting it right this time. Right? Right, Scott McGinnis? Scott McGinnis says, wow, I thought everyone has seen it that followed the trials. No, there's so many new people that came in just for trial 2. This was never shown at trial 2 or trial 1. So unless you were really in the, in the weeds on the Karen Reed case, there's a lot of people who have never seen it. Maddie says technically she was acquitted twice. Truth. Yeah. So I love it. I love that there are so many people here who just tuned in for trial 2 after all the hype from trial 1 and are horrified by this. Sabrina says, Jenna, something on Morrissey, and in my opinion, is blackmailing him. Something is at play here, and it is far, far deeper than the Karen Reed case. Far deeper. And whatever the FBI was investigating, in my opinion, perhaps they were investigating something much deeper. And then they were like, oh, what's up with this Karen Reed case? If the FBI, I think they're still investigating, is investigating something like systemic corruption in the DA's office, systemic corruption in the Massachusetts State Police, systemic corruption in the state of Massachusetts and its government. This could have been something that they stumbled on as an example, because what they did do is arrest Matthew Farwell for the murder of Sandra Birchmore. And by the way, tonight there's going to be, what show is it that they're doing on Sandra Birchmore on Dateline, Nightline, 2020? What is it? And what time is it? If anybody knows, put it in the chat so everyone can watch it later. Feds are not done. They don't announce when they're done, right, Mark? Dateline. Okay, thank you. What channel is that on? And what channel is it on for streamers who don't have regular cable? 9 p.m. Eastern? Hold on. Okay. So tonight, make sure you watch Dateline on NBC. You guys are awesome. And it's going to be on Sandra Birchmore tonight. So that's interesting. Also, one of my favorite TV shows, The Morning Show on Apple TV, started yesterday. Did anybody watch it? It's going to be a fiery season. I'm very excited. Okay, moving on. I watch regular TV rarely, and yesterday was one because I knew that Morning Show was starting again. So let's take that back now that you've all seen the hostage video. Although he didn't name Mr. Kearney in his public statement, DA Morrissey took subtle shots at him by attempting to discredit the reliability of information from the internet. DA Morrissey vigorously vouched for the credibility of Ms. McCabe and the Alberts, decried their victimization from Mr. Kearney's witness intimidation, ludicrously decreed that, quote, Colin Albert did not commit murder, blatantly misled the public about Mr. Proctor's credibility, discussed the evidence against Ms. Reed, and implied that she was guilty. This latest effort by DA Morrissey to stem the snowballing criticism failed miserably. On September 3rd, 2023, in a group text, oh no, which included Morrissey, Tully, Bukhenik, and others, Mr. Proctor referring to Mr. Kearney, and then something is blacked out, so I know Proctor probably had a nickname for Aidan because he had nicknames for everyone, calling them whack job C words and other things. Proctor said the quiet part out loud, asking blank. Oh boy, I really, really, really want to know. And Exhibit N is not accessible by me. Only the judge in Cosgrove can figure out how to click on these hyperlinks. Okay, so let's say. So there's a group thread. Oh, this is going to be good. Between Morrissey, Tully, Bukhenik, and others. What others? Proctor asked something probably like, when are we going to arrest this whack job? What do we got to do to arrest this whack job? Something like that. Because remember, he was arrested in October, right? So this is September 3rd. The hostage video. He called him an a-hole, you think, Bean? I don't know. As it turns out, Mr. Proctor's blank was prescient. In the aftermath of their futile public statements, and after being repeatedly rebuffed by DOJ and the AG, the Commonwealth played its only remaining hand. shut Mr. Kearney up by prosecuting him itself. Yeah, they tried. They tried to get everyone else to do it so they wouldn't have to get their hands dirty. And they were left with no choice but to trump up some charges against him and pull out some real dusty statute of witness intimidation and try and make it fit, reverse engineer a case against him. The Commonwealth unveiled an Orwellian plan in which they, the very people being criticized by Mr. Kearney, weaponized the witness intimidation statute for the purpose of silencing his criticism of them. This is one of the best paragraphs in here so far. I mean, I love so many of them, it's hard to pick, but maybe because I love it so much, I'll highlight it in a different color. Hang on, let's do pink. Make this one pink. And the wordplay is so delicious here. I'm going to read it again. The Commonwealth unveiled an Orwellian plan in which they, the very people being criticized by Mr. Kearney, weaponized the witness intimidation statute for the purpose of silencing his criticism of them. Footnote 10. Oh, wait, footnote 9, which we must have missed. Oh, Proctor. Oh, so it says Mr. Proctor, and then footnote 9, which says the court is no doubt aware of Mr. Proctor's habit of crudely referring to people adverse to his position. Oh, I hope that hyperlink works. I hope it's video. Oh, no, it's not. It's well, it is. It's a little video from Ted Daniel. So let's watch this. It's only 2 minutes long. At a minimum, the disgraced former trooper has separately made inappropriate remarks about Ms. Reed, two of her attorneys, a medical examiner, and Mr. Kearney. And the article says, state police lawyer calls Michael Proctor's texts disgusting at hearing. Let's listen to Ted Daniel for a quick 2 minutes.
Reporter Ted Daniel outside the Massachusetts Civil Service Commission headquarters. This is where the former lead investigator in the Karen Reed case is fighting to get his job back. Michael Proctor claims he got a raw deal. A lawyer for the state police says otherwise.
Michael, would you like to make any comment?
No word from Michael Proctor on his way out of the hearing.
Juvenile, sexist, disgusting, that these words are Michael Proctor's accounting of his own conduct.
With his wife and other family members right behind him, Proctor listened as state police lawyer Stephen Cardi outlined all the reasons he was fired.
While he was on duty, he consumed 1 to 2 beers with an officer from Canton Police.
Proctor's lawyer said his behavior did not impact his job performance.
Mike Proctor was a very good trooper, an exemplary trooper, a detective who has been made to be a scapegoat as a result of the Mass State Police caving in to public pressure.
Proctor's downfall began when the U.S. Attorney's Office got his personal text messages during the federal investigation of the Karen Reed case.
Did Michael Proctor send a message reading, quote, hopefully she kills herself?
He did.
Attorney Cardi played clips from when Proctor was confronted with his text in Reed's first trial.
She said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
But I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
You'll hear that there's no evidence to show that the integrity of the investigation in the Reed case was compromised.
The state police called only one witness. Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer conducted the internal affairs investigation on Proctor. He confirmed that Proctor was fired after Karen Reed's first trial, even though the state police had known about his texts for months earlier. The hearing is expected to resume on Wednesday. Reporting in Boston, I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
I love how the judge can just click on those links and get to everything. Everything. Olivia is telling the judge everything. In footnote 10, it says, within months, the out of control Commonwealth's abuse of the witness intimidation statute led it to investigate others with the temerity to publicly criticize the case against Ms. Reed. The MSP and the Canton Police Department summons protesters outside of Chris Albert's pizza shop. And then this is the hyperlink after that sentence. Some of you may have heard of the Canton 9. This is the Canton 9 police reports from November 2023. And we did listen to yesterday in part 1, Ken Mello's phone call to the Canton PD complaining about people across the street from D&E Pizza with signs. This is the resulting police report from Canton PD. And since there's so many people who aren't aware of the lore, I'll read this to you. Canton Police Department narrative for Patrolman Zepf. Because they were so deep in this that they had to just keep prosecuting everyone and keep bringing charges against everyone. And it's insane. This is insane. Next up is the rubber ducky case. If you guys don't know about the rubber ducky case, it's unbelievable. The show I did on the rubber ducky case was, I think, one of my most favorite shows I've ever done. On November 5th, 2023, I, Officer Zepf, was dispatched along with Sergeant Silvasi, Officer Pascarelli, and Officer Chin to the vicinity of D&E Pizza for a report of picketers gathering across the street. Yeah, Mello called in. This information was called into Canton Police by the Norfolk County DA's office special prosecutor. It doesn't name Ken Mello, but we know because we heard the recording. Through consultation with members of Canton Police and others, it was determined that the prosecutors may be in violation of Massachusetts General Law 268, which states, whoever with the intent of interfering with, obstructing, or impeding the administration of justice, or with the intent of influencing a witness in the discharge of his duty, pickets or parades in or near a building housing a court of the Commonwealth, or in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such witness, shall be punished by a fine or imprisonment for not more than 1 year or both. The statute was photocopied and brought to distribute to those picketing on scene. Remember in the recording, Mello said, he called back like 3 times and he's like, here's the statute. I think you can prosecute them under this. This is the picketing statute. Aidan, I think, is still charged with at least 2 counts of picketing also. I don't know anybody else that has ever been prosecuted under that statute except for the Canton 9. Goes on to say, when we arrived, Officer Chin was audio and video recording the encounter with his cruiser laptop. Oh, is the video on that out? I introduced myself and informed those present that we were video and audio recording the encounter. I advised those present that they were in violation of the picketing statute because of their proximity to D&E Restaurant, which is owned and operated by Albert Christopher. Albert was present on this day at the restaurant while the protesters were picketing in front of the restaurant. Albert is currently a victim/witness in an ongoing court case out of Stoughton District Court involving Aidan Kearney, also known as Turtleboy. Well, what they don't mention is that Chris Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton PD officer. The fact that the Canton PD showed up to one of their fellow detective or officer's brother's pizzeria to now prosecute these picketers because Ken Mello called them. You see what's going on here, right? I mean, we had the feeling all along that that's what was going on here, that they were totally setting Aidan Kearney up and all of these other people up because of extreme pressure from the Alberts and the McCabes. And now it's all in writing. It's all here. The receipts are here. Some of it we can't see, but most of it we can. And the way that Mark Betterow is tying this all together in a nice, neat little package and putting a beautiful bow on it. It's like a Tiffany box, okay? I have a Tiffany box emoji because I love breakfast at Tiffany's. I love Tiffany's. I once, a million years ago, the color of my walls is the exact color of a Tiffany box because I brought it to the paint store and said, can you match this color for me? Because I wanted to have a studio that was like I was inside of a Tiffany box. Mark Betterow has wrapped this up in a Tiffany box for this judge. All the pieces have been put together. Three, I distributed the information we had prepared, meaning a copy of the statute, and was met with skepticism and disbelief of the law and their behavior pertaining to the law. I advised them that being in this close of a proximity across the street within eyesight, approximately 50 to 60 feet away, was a violation of the statute. I asked for names of those present. No one complied. I was met with disdain and contempt. Many present stated they didn't need to give their name and refused to give their names. The crowd refused to leave. Crowd? How many people were there? What do you say, 8? No, 9. It was Canton 9. That's a crowd? 9 people is since when is 9 people a crowd? The crowd refused to leave when instructed to do so. They continued to argue over the language of the statute and how it pertained to the current situation. There were several signs being held stating "Free Karen Reed," "Free Turtleboy," and Colin was in the house. Officer Chin continued to record the event and captured all vehicles present in the Walgreens lot in an attempt to ascertain the identities of those present in the future. In the future? This is, literally a police state tactic, says Turdad, right? Officer Pasquarelli also spoke with the victim, Chris Albert, and will be filing a supplemental narrative. How is he a victim? Signs that say "Free Karen Reed" and "Free Turtleboy"? Colin was in the house? Recording the event and capturing all the vehicles present in the Walgreens parking lot in case anybody showed up in the future? Your First Amendment, I don't know, is it breathing? Is it gasping its last breath in Massachusetts? This matter continues to be investigated by the Canton police. Officer Pasquarelli was able to identify Bradford Michael, Deanna Corby, Meredith O'Neill, Nick Rocco, and Jenna Rocco, Roberto Silva, Jessica Enos. I was able to identify Robin Braley and Keith Braley from prior calls with Canton police. Blank was identified with help from the Canton police tip line. Why is there one person whose name is redacted? This matter will be sent to Stoughton District Court and all offenders named will be charged with the picketing statute. And here's the supplemental report because, they had to spend a lot of man hours on this. This is the supplemental report. On Sunday, November 5th, 2023, I was assigned the East Sector for the 7:45 to 3:45 patrol shift in a fully marked cruiser. At approximately 1:30 p.m., I was dispatched to the area of Washington Street by Bolivar Street for a report of picketers in violation of Chapter 268, Section 13A. Upon my arrival with Sergeant Silvassi, Officer Zepf, and Officer Chin, we were met with approximately 10 people holding signage on the sidewalk directly across the street from NE Pizza, owned by Chris Albert. Officer Chin, video and audio recorded the whole entire thing on his cruiser-mounted laptop. My WatchGuard microphone was activated during the encounter. The signage that individuals were holding referenced an ongoing criminal investigation involving defending Karen Reed. Several paper copies of the Massachusetts General Law were handed out to some of the individuals involved. The picketers were explained that they could not be in view of NE Pizza and subs, as Chris Albert was inside, who was a named witness in an open case involving Aidan Kearney, a.k.a. Turtleboy, while picketing. Albert has also testified in front of a grand jury and is a named witness in an open case involving Karen Reed. Officers asked that the individuals involved in the picketing for their names due to the offense, but they refused to give that information. Left my place. Officers asked, but they've refused to give that information. After we cleared the scene, oh my God, they cleared the scene. They had to clear the scene of 9 people holding signs. Officer Chin and I, who were both in fully marked cruisers, ran license plates of vehicles in the area, including the nearby parking lot of restaurant Waterfall Bar and Grill. Well, isn't that ironic? As well as some vehicles on Washington Street that were in the area. Really? Chris Albert was already on the select board by this time, right? Yeah. As well as some vehicles on Washington Street that were in the area. Officer Chin was able to video record using his cruiser-mounted laptop license plates of vehicles parked in the nearby parking lot of Walgreens, which were subsequently ran and used to determine the identities of the individuals involved by comparing driver's license photographs to the video footage of the incident taken by Officer Chin. If they had only investigated this much for the murder of John O'Keefe. Wow. This was done in an attempt to identify the individuals involved in order to assist the investigation so that criminal charges could be filed, because those involved refused to provide officers with their identifying information for violating General Law 268. Officer Chin downloaded the video footage he took using the cruiser-mounted laptop unit to a USB drive and gave it to Lieutenant Lank, who entered it as evidence for this case. Well, you know what's so interesting about this? This was all the way back in 2023. Guess how much footage there is of the shooting of Kelsey Fitzsimmons? Oh, 0. North Andover doesn't use body cams, but they're using video to video record every single license plate in the area of NE Pizza because Chris Albert's feelings are hurt by a sign that says Colin did it, or Colin was in the house, or whatever the hell it said. This is insane. And I gave it to Officer Lank, or Lieutenant Lank, who entered it as evidence into this case. I mean, they did more investigation on the 9 people holding signs outside NE Pizza than they did for the murder of John O'Keefe, because this police report is longer than that. Longer than John O'Keefe's. That's insane. At that time, I ran 3 license plates that were parked near each other. And then I found out they belonged to Jenna Rocco, Meredith O'Neill, and these people. Nick Rocco is identified in the video that Officer Chin took as wearing a dark-colored sweatshirt that states "Free Karen Reed," as well as gray sweatpants and a dark-colored hat with dark-colored facial hair, holding a sign that says "Free Turtleboy." Robin Braley can also be seen in the video that Officer Chin took wearing a light-colored bluish sweatshirt that says "Free Karen Reed," as well as dark-colored pants, reddish hair, sunglasses, while holding a sign that says "Free Karen Reed." Deanna Corby can also be seen in the video that Officer Chin took wearing a Red Sox baseball hat, lighter colored blue-grayish sweatshirt stating "Free Karen Reed," dark-colored pants, purse, holding a sign that says "Free Karen Reed." Also in the video, Keith Braley was wearing a marine sweatshirt that said "Free Turtleboy." He was holding a sign that said "Free Karen Reed." Wanting people free is illegal in Massachusetts. Yep. I spoke with Chris Albert inside the restaurant. He informed me that several individuals were out on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant near the entrance while holding signs and chanting. When Albert opened the door, he stated that he could hear them screaming. I thought they were chanting. Now they're screaming. Emily says, "Wake me up when they see something illegal." May the force be with you, says waste of resources and lawfare. Professor in mathematics and science says, how is this even a police matter? It's ridiculous. Jamie Beebe says, yeah, he was fuming like an angry chihuahua. He then stated that an individual put the sign onto the window of his restaurant that said, Colin Albert was inside the house. Albert stated the individual was approximately 20 years old with light blonde hair, and Albert was able to videotape him. He wasn't able to. He's got a camera on the sidewalk videotaping everyone. He was later identified as blank by police. Maybe this person was under 18 at the time. I don't know. Colin Albert is the son of Chris Albert. There are some citizens that believe that Colin Albert had an involvement in the death of John O'Keefe. Albert mentioned another individual he knew who was holding a sign by the name of Jenna Rocco. He states that she runs everything for Turtleboy, aka Aidan Kearney. Albert stated that he told her she cannot do that because he's a named witness. Albert also mentioned a blonde female that came close to the window and kept saying Colin was in the house and called Albert a murderer. He stated this individual had black glasses, a green jacket, and a sign that said Colin Albert was in the house. She was later identified as O'Neill Meredith. In the video that Officer Chin took, O'Neill can be seen matching the above description stated by Albert. She can also be seen holding a sign that says Colin Albert was inside the house, followed by an image of Colin Albert. Freedom of speech. First Amendment. Are you kidding me? Albert sent video footage and photographs to my police department email address. The video taken by Albert depicts the female identified as Rocco Jenna wearing a Free Karen Reed sweatshirt while holding a sign. It also depicts this other person, redacted, as approximately a 20-year-old male with light blonde hair wearing a dark-colored sweatshirt stating Jackson Yannetti 2024. And a sign that reads on the back, guess what? And on the front states Colin Albert was inside the house. I mean, that's a good sign. Take a picture at a last long, wait. Colin Albert was inside the house, followed by a picture of Colin Albert. These individuals are holding signs outside the restaurant and then turn to confront Albert. Blank then states to Albert, take a picture at a last longer, bud. Then Albert states, protesting in front of a witness, huh? Then blank states, yeah. Albert claims to police, I felt anxious, nervous. I thought it was going to ruin my business for the day, fearful that they all might try to enter my store. And then what would I do? It was unsettling, to be honest. End quote. Jenna Rocco and blank could be seen matching this description in the video that Officer Chin took. We cleared the area and I proceeded to keep watch from a distance as they continued to picket in the same area. My WatchGuard cruiser camera was activated. I can't believe I've never read this police report before. These individuals were also seen posing for a group picture on Turtleboy's official website in a blog entitled Canton Cover-Up Part 204. Canton police threatened to arrest peaceful protesters from being in eye shot of NE Pizza because Chris Albert was witness to a criminal crime. The photograph of this group photo is uploaded to the report. And they have more video, and this goes on for pages. I'm just going to scroll through it slowly so that you can read it if you want to. Because this is insane that they went to such great lengths to try and get 9 people for holding signs outside of Chris Albert's pizza shop. Wow, it's wild. We are at 2 hours and 33 minutes. I have they've convened the Canton Leaf Blower Society right outside my window, which means I got to go down and pay my landscaper. So I'm going to I'll put a video on for you. Somebody said there's an AI video. I just need 2 minutes to run downstairs. Okay. Where's the AI video? The baby AI video. Can I read AI? Can I read AI video? And is it new? Hold on. Is it a new one? Because the only ones that I'm seeing, it's a short, somebody said. All right. I'm gonna put this up for you and enjoy this. I don't. Oh my God, I've never seen this one, and it's me singing the song. Hang on. Hold on a second. It's fantastic. Oh, I love it. When was this posted? I love it. Okay. If you haven't seen this baby AI stuff, it's fantastic. Hopefully it'll just keep auto playing for you while I go off. So let me take this down while I go on a quick break and also fill up my iced coffee. And you can do the same.
What's the deal?
Okay, wait. Are you ready for it? I'll be right back.
Ever a diva? What's the deal? False memories are not real. Never diva, make up your mind. Truth's a treasure she's yet to find. False memories on the stand. The memory is false. Say your name, Kelly Diva. Maybe it's Diva. Nobody trusts Miss Kelly Diva. Diva, what's the deal? False memories are not real. Never diva, make up your mind. Truth a treasure she's yet to find. False memories on the stand. The memory is false. Say your name, Kelly Diva. Maybe it's Diva. Nobody trusts Miss Kelly Diva. Nobody trusts Miss Kelly Diva. Never a diva, what's the deal? False memories are not real. Never diva, make up your mind. Truth's a treasure she's yet to find. False memories on the stand. The memory is false. Say your name, Kelly Diva. Maybe it's Diva. Nobody trusts Miss Kelly Diva. Diva, what's the deal? False memories are not real.
I haven't seen this. Is it funny?
Never diva, make up your mind. Truth a treasure she's yet to find. False memories on the stand. The memory is false. Say your name, Kelly Diva. Maybe it's Diva. Nobody trusts Miss Kelly Diva.
I think it's supposed to be me, right?
Nobody trusts Miss Kelly.
This is the best part. You should immediately be removed from your position and not be allowed the privilege to have a career in journalism. I'm actually saying that. You should be removed from your position. By who? You know, I work for myself, right? So who's going to remove me? Me? You want me to remove myself?
Baby Aiden's a little creepy looking.
Let me think about that. No, I'm going to give myself a promotion instead. How about that? I'm not going to fire myself. I'm actually going to promote me. How do you like that? With stock options.
This is the Karen Reed Trial AI channel on YouTube. And there's a bunch of shorts and they're really funny. And
Devil or diva.
we did enjoy them during the trial, and I guess they're still going on. Somebody said, "Where does I love you with all of my heart come from?" It comes from The Godfather. Comes from The Godfather. It is Clemens's meatball scene. And Michael gets a call from, I don't think it was, well, no, it wasn't Apollonia. And they're in the background going, "Michael, tell the pretty girl you love her. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die." And that's where it comes from. And if you know The Godfather, you know. Stock options. That was pretty good, right? Okay, back to this document. Sometimes we have a little entertainment in between. And so then, you know, the Canton 9 went on to be, he was on the phone with Kay. That's what it was. And she's like, "I love you, Michael." And he doesn't want to say it. And then they're like, yeah, it was, all right. Diane Keaton played Kay. That's right. And they're in the background going, "Michael, tell the pretty girl you love her. If I don't see you soon, I'm gonna die. I love you with all of my heart." Good stuff, right? Good stuff. Whatever happened with the Canton 9? I think eventually the charges got dropped, yeah. So the Canton Police Department summons protesters outside of Chris Albert's pizza shop. That's what we just read, the Canton 9. In what became a national embarrassment, they sought witness intimidation charges against people who placed tiny rubber ducks on public streets in Canton. They investigated people for the content of Facebook messages, which were critical of Ms. McCabe and the Alberts. This colossal waste of public resources didn't result in a single conviction. And here you go. Here's if you don't know about the rubber duck scandal, I'm going to link my rubber duck show below because they did something like a 36-page police report against Richard Schiffer, and they pulled video. They went down to his business, Canton Fence Company. Let's shout out his business. So if anybody needs a fence and you live in Canton, go down to Canton Fence Company and get a fence from Rich Schiffer, because here's what they did to him. Karen Reed supporter denies intimidating witnesses with rubber ducks and fake $100 bills. There's Rich Schiffer Jr. He admitted that he placed yellow rubber ducks and fake $100 bills around town, says he has a First Amendment right to support the defense theory that Reed was framed. And look, there's Courtney, Tim Bradle's paralegal in the background. Hi, Courtney. And there's Rich Schiffer outside of court. This article is from NBC News, and it was from October 23rd, 2024. On Wednesday, one of Reed's ardent supporters pleaded not guilty to intimidating witnesses, harassment, and littering. Richard Schiffer Jr. admits that he's been placing dozens of yellow rubber ducks and fake $100 bills around town, but says he's got a First Amendment right to support the defense theory that Reed has been framed in the polarizing murder case. The 65-year-old Schiffer didn't speak during his brief appearance in Stoughton District Court, but greeted several dozen supporters outside. That was so nice that so many of you went to support Rich Schiffer when this happened. Several wore T-shirts emblazoned with rubber ducks, while some carried American flags or placards supporting Reed. One woman brought her pet parrot, who was wearing a cape with the words "quack, quack," while another person had a huge flag with the words, "Are they ducking crazy?" "I'm overwhelmed by the support from everybody," Schiffer said. Before opening a bag someone handed him, it contained a silver duck. Oh, there it was. He was holding it in that picture. "When I did this, I didn't think it would go this far." It's like the Streisand effect, for Christ's sake. Really? This is what they want to do? He said to shouts of "We love you." Schiffer has said that he got the ducks idea after thinking about a defense lawyer's closing argument that Reed was framed. Alan Jackson told the jurors that if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. The police report also mentioned the connection between Jackson's comments and the ducks. "I wasn't looking for any notoriety, anything," he added. "I know I'm doing the right thing, and I'm on the right side of all this." Schiffer's attorney, Timothy Bradle, said he would move to have the charges dismissed on First Amendment grounds before their next court date in November. And it was dismissed. This is what our country is all about, assembling on the courthouse steps, speaking out against ridiculous government overreach. Bradel told the crowd, what is going on here is viewpoint discrimination. They don't like the message. Canton cops don't like the message. They should be embarrassed. There is no crime here. Schiffer, who owns Canton Fence. Okay, Canton Fence, shout out. And has said that he knows practically everyone in town through his contracting work, is accused of placing some of the ducks outside a pizza shop run by Brian Albert's brother, Canton selectman Chris Albert. Other ducks appeared in O'Keefe's neighborhood. Also facing charges of witness intimidation is the blogger Aidan Kearney, better known as Turtleboy, whose public postings have raised doubts about the prosecution and rallied supporters to her cause. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, Turtleboy said outside the courthouse on Wednesday, wearing a black t-shirt with a huge rubber duck on it. Poor Rich did nothing wrong at all. He dropped duckies with words on it that they didn't like. The First Amendment has been attacked by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, and we're never going to stop fighting. Well, what this article from NBC does not say is that these are little tiny rubber ducks too, right? They were like the little miniature ones. They're little tiny ones that you can get off of Amazon. And Rich Schiffer also got stickers from makestickers.com. Shout out to makestickers.com, because if you buy stickers from them, they will not give you up. Yuri Bukhenik, who was the head investigator in this? Rich Schiffer bought stickers from makestickers.com. Some of them were little round stickers that he stuck on the bottom of the ducks that said Colin did it. And other ones said IYK, like if you know, you know. And then he would put them all over town so that little kids would find them. And he was like retired. He thought it'd be a fun thing to do. Yuri was jumping in dumpsters. They were pulling poll cam footage and footage from traffic lights to prove that Schiffer was in the area where these ducks were found. They did a trash pull at his house. They dug through his garbage. They found envelopes from makestickers.com, and they called makestickers.com and they said, we want all of the orders that this guy, Rich Schiffer, has ever made. And the guy who answered at makestickers.com was like, I'm sorry, who are you? And they're like, we're the Canton police. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to have to give this to my boss, Adam. And so Adam called back and he's like, or they called Adam, and Adam's like, yeah, what do you want? Yeah, we want all of the orders that Rich Schiffer ever made. And Adam's like, yeah, get a warrant. And he hung up. And so they did. They got warrants. And they sent them to makestickers.com. And Officer Tim Taylor, that's what it was, Tim the Toolman Taylor. They went to Rich Schiffer's, they went to Canton Fence, and they brought a Garino and another guy, and they plugged something into his Toyota truck to get all of his GPS data to see if he was in the area where the amount of work that they did to try and prosecute him for rubber ducks, it was wild. I've never seen anything like it. And that show, the police report was something like 36 pages long. Again, more of an investigation than for John O'Keefe. And that show was fantastic. And then after that, eventually the charges against him were dropped, but it was just ridiculous. So the charges were dropped December 9th of 2024. The judge made the right call, Tim Bradel said, by quickly throwing it out. I mean, they have tried to persecute anybody who did not think that John O'Keefe was hit by a car and silence them. And now we know why. Yeah, Yuri went around trying to intimidate women. That's right. And people who sent Facebook messages to Jen McCabe, they would send Yuri to their houses, like to women's houses. Like, did you ever send this Facebook message to Jennifer McCabe? It was wild. Wild. Right? How many of you in the chat did not know about Rich Schiffer and the rubber ducks? Put a 1 in the chat if you did not ever hear that before. Put a 1 in the chat if you never heard about the rubber ducks. So I say, everyone, if you need stickers, makestickers.com. They deserve the business. A lot of people. A lot of people didn't know. See, this is the lore. This is the lore. This is why I say Massachusetts is where your constitutional rights go to die, because we've been here for all of this. We've seen this going on. We've seen the persecution of all of these people. It's insanity. Yeah, people heard about rubber ducks, but didn't really know what it was. I mean, if you need a funny show to listen to, I'm going to link my rubber duck show in the show notes so that you can listen to it sometime when you need a laugh. On September 5th, back to the mega motion. On September 15th of 2023, in connection with Ms. Reed's court appearance, Mr. Kearney and a large group of her supporters loudly protested outside the Dedham courthouse in support of her innocence. Well, they were right, weren't they? On September 18th, 2023, Ms. McCabe again informed Mr. Nelson a whole bunch of stuff that we can't see. That's redacted. That links to Exhibit O, which we also can't access. So just imagine what she is saying to her victim witness advocate who works with the DA's office. Ms. McCabe wanted to meet with the DA, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff redacted. In fact, what occurred, redaction, the September 15th, 2023 court appearance was official business, blank, Ms. Reed's case in the courtroom and blank, the appearance protesters exercised their First Amendment rights to criticize Ms. McCabe for her alleged involvement in a cover-up of Mr. O'Keefe's death. Somebody must have said something to her that offended her, hurt her feelings, and maybe there were some signs about Haas long to dying cold, or maybe people had t-shirts on that said Haas long to dying cold or something, because there were t-shirts like that, right? With the Google and then the search box and Haas long to dying cold t-shirts. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. On September 20th of 2023, Ms. McCabe again told Mr. Nelson something that we don't know what it is. Maybe you better arrest that little turtle man or else. Threats. There was a truck. Oh, there was is that the day that the truck drove by and said "Haas long to dying cold," and there was a truck with like a billboard on it. Do something. Do something. Sissy says Judge Julian has everything he needs to drop this outrageous case. I mean, it's all right here. It couldn't be any easier for him, right? Mr. Nelson assured Ms. McCabe something that's redacted. Oh, we're working on it. Don't worry. We're going to try and get some charges on him. We're going to try and put him in jail. We're going to try and shut him up so he can't hurt your feelings anymore. On September 26th of 2023, DA Morrissey recused his office and engaged Mr. Mello as a special prosecutor to handle the anticipated prosecution of Mr. Kearney. Here's an email. September 26th, from Deborah Leahy to Lindsey Land. Hi, Lynn. Regarding the meeting with you and the district attorney today, our office is going to be hiring Attorney Kenneth Mello as a special assistant district attorney for the Norfolk DA's office. His rate is $400 per hour. I will put the maximum obligation amount at $30,000. Please let me know if you think this amount should be adjusted. Also note we can adjust or increase moving forward as well. Please approve so I can prepare the electronic contract to email attorney Mello. Okay, Aidan wasn't charged with anything yet, right? All the way back in September. Were there any charges against him? This is where I'm going to need your help with the dates. I don't know if he's here, but $400 an hour. Remember, they only paid Hank Brennan $250 an hour. Sometimes you get what you pay for. So here's that. 30 grand at $400 an hour. But again, I don't think that Aidan was arrested or charged with anything yet. This is in September. So they're already planning to arrest him in October. So they're already see what they're doing here? Do you see what they're doing? They're already getting all the pieces in place. Hiring Ken Mello as a special, are they that convinced that they're going to be able to get an indictment against him? He was arrested in October. Yes, he was, right, at his kid's bus stop. But in September, they're hiring Mello already. $400 an hour for a cap of 30 grand. Like this wasn't a setup. That's what they've been planning this. They had the grand jury going around that time. Well, he had to be the one though to run the grand jury, right? Because Morrissey was conflicted out. So September 26th, they want to hire him, maximum amount of 30K. And then Lynn Beeland writes, oh no, wait, approved. And then Margaret Krippendorf, Deborah Leahy to Margaret Krippendorf, FYI, we will be preparing an electronic contract for below. Still a few days out, but we wanted you to be aware. Thanks, Deb. The special prosecutor has to be hired before they build the case, but he had to be replaced. Mello had to be replaced, by Cosgrove, So they knew that they wanted to bring charges, so they knew that they had to get somebody else on board. So they were plotting and planning to pay Mello. Do you think Mello's worth $400 an hour? And then Margaret Krippendorf says, thank you to Deborah Leahy. All because of pressure from the McCabes and the Alberts. But so far, it sounds like mostly McCabe, right? Although the DA's recusal the anticipated prosecution of Mr. Kearney. Although the DA's recusal indicated DA Morrissey's appreciation for the clear conflict that would arise from his office's prosecution of a journalist who criticized the DA, the MSP, which faced the exact same conflict, didn't recuse itself from the Kearney investigation. Tully, a frequent target of Mr. Kearney's criticism, remained the lead investigator. Mr. Proctor, who recently had referred to Mr. Kearney as blank and blank, and Sergeant Bukhenik, also regular targets of Mr. Kearney, continued to participate in the investigation and later became named victims in the indictments against him. And all of this is new information because the Proctor's text messages were just turned over eventually. Footnote 11, Mr. Proctor and Sergeant Bukhenik testified that they were intimidated by Mr. Kearney. Both indictments were dismissed by the court on May 19th, 2025, and we did do a whole show on that. We read the decision, the judge's decision on the motion to dismiss, and the charges against Bukhenik and Proctor were dismissed, and that was a decision by, oh my God, this decision is 37 pages long, and that was by Judge Doolin. And that decision dismissed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 indictments. And I think it's 10 indictments remaining, if I recall correctly. Without more, the MSP's failure to recuse itself and the DA's failure to insist on it in the face of such a blatant conflict of interest and actual bias calls into question the motivation of the Commonwealth and entirely discredits the case against Mr. Kearney. On September 28th of 2023, Chris Albert unsuccessfully petitioned for a harassment prevention order against Mr. Kearney. The court denied Mr. Albert an order, concluding that his allegations did not constitute true threats or harassment under the law. Well, this is going to be good. We got the audio for the hearing. And we got the papers on Chris Albert's application for the restraining order. Let's take a look at that. Remember, after Chris Albert did not get his restraining order, that's when Jennifer McCabe started sending text messages to Morrissey, I can't believe Chris didn't get it, blah, 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 blah. But I'm sure we'll get to that. All right, here it is. Here's the affidavit in support of harassment prevention order by Chris Albert, dated 9/28/23. Beginning in April of 2023, Aidan Kearney, who is a local blogger, began posting articles to his website and social media accounts where he adopted unsubstantiated allegations as true and made personal attacks on the civilian witnesses, including myself, members of the victim's family, and their friends. Kearney posts weekly videos to YouTube where he has discussed Karen Reed and made statements regarding witnesses, including myself. Below are a small selection of verbal statements made by Kearney in these videos that have been published to followers and are publicly available for viewing without being a subscriber or follower. I believe the police have kept copies of said videos. The statements prove Kearney's intention of harassment and intimidation. Below is a time frame of incidents that have transpired involving Aidan Kearney since June of 2023. All right. I don't want to go back and look at it now, but someone can rewind a little bit. Go back to that email, maybe anybody who wants to accept this assignment. Go back to that email from Julie and see if see if the font matches this, because this is an unusual font. This is not like Times New Roman. This is an unusual font. And so I'm just curious if the font from the email from Julie is the same font as what is typed up here. June 13th, 2023. I received a phone call from the phone number blank. I did not answer the call. The following voicemail was left. Yes, Chicken Parm Charlie. This is the award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney calling you back. You messaged me on the night of April 17th when I first wrote the story about your son being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. You said it was unfortunate that I was going to write about that. I've not heard back from you yet, so I'm still following up on that. I'd also like to know about a report that I'm reading right now in which Trooper Proctor claims that he was formally introduced to you on February 10th of 2022. I'm a little confused by that because we have pictures of your family with Trooper Proctor dating back as far as I believe 2011, if not further. So did you guys both have amnesia that day that you needed to be formally introduced? Do you often need to be introduced to people that you've known for a long time? Do you live perpetually in Groundhog Day? I know this was right around Groundhog Day when this happened, so maybe it just kept replaying and you got to do it all over again the next day. I don't know. I'd like to learn more about this. So if you get back to me, that'd be great. And also, I'll take 2 blackened chicken parms, extra mozzarella, and we'll see you soon. All right. What is blackened chicken parm? Never heard of blackened chicken parm in my life. June 26, 2023, Aidan Kearney traveled to Canton, Mass. To visit residences and businesses of witnesses of the homicide of John O'Keefe. While in Canton, Kearney entered my business at NE Pizza, located in Canton. Kearney entered the restaurant, recording the interaction on his cell phone and followed by another male holding a video camera. Burnt chicken parm? I asked Kearney to leave the restaurant and escorted Kearney out of the restaurant. As a result of Kearney's interaction, the Canton police responded and interviewed Kearney. Example of Aidan Kearney's blog in which he mentions me. Episode 598, Breaking. Karen Reed defense files motion to recuse. This guy, Chris Albert, has his head on the swivel looking for turtle riders. I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They're literally everywhere. You guys should just stop going out in public. It's only going to get worse from here. I know where y'all were today. You were in Agawam, weren't you? You guys were at some sort of Little League thing in Agawam. Albert's, McCabe's, all you people were there. Just know that there will be no life. There will be no ... Life as normal is over. Life as normal. You had normal for a while there from January 29th to about April 2023. You guys literally got away with murder at the 8-minute mark. While discussing videos of myself being confronted outside of a Canton restaurant, we, Kearney and his audience, are getting to them, myself and other witnesses. When you act this way, that's like a green light for me. Time to hit the gas at the 19-minute mark. I got pictures of you. You can't leave the effing country. Turtle riders, we're going to find you. They're going to find you. You can't hide anymore. Your private life is officially over. You leave your house, you're going to have your picture taken. So you need to get used to the new normal, your new normal. Turtle rioters are going to take pictures of you and they're going to send it to me. You're famous. We need to accelerate it. They, woman who recorded video of me being confronted, are doing a fantastic job with this. July 2023, Kearney posted a blog on his website regarding myself. The blog contains a video where I was confronted by a follower of Kearney's outside a Canton restaurant. In the blog post, Kearney writes, "Let's keep this up. I was so proud to see turtle riders unafraid, confronting evil like this in the flesh. The fact that he's still going to places like Waterfall, Canton restaurant, is because he feels comfortable doing so. But murderers and those who cover for them do not deserve to live a comfortable life while Karen Reed suffers and fights for the justice for John O'Keefe." August 30th, 2023. Aidan Kearney again appeared at my business at NE Pizza, surprise, located in Canton. He was present outside my business for over 1 hour, in which he was harassing customers, interfering with traffic, and insulting drivers who were stopped outside my store. September 22nd, 2023. Aidan Kearney came to my home between 5:30 and 6 p.m. Kearney then traveled to my business and live streamed on YouTube outside my business. He confronted customers and entering the business, making comments to one, that there are murderers in there and people in the store were responsible for the murder of a Boston police officer. Kearney said to another person, "The pizza is tainted with blood." He harassed people entering and leaving and confronted the staff to harass them. This behavior went on for over an hour and a half. September 26, 2023. I am a member of the Canton Select Board. Kearney came to the meeting, encouraged some followers to also attend. Okay, it's a public meeting. They had signs, were disruptive, and Kearney stood near me holding signs and giving me the middle finger multiple times to try and get me to respond. Kearney also was texting me during the meeting to try and get me to respond. All the while, he was giving me the finger. He was filming his actions. When I went to leave the meeting, Kearney followed me out and interfered in my ability to leave. Kearney and his followers blocked my car in the lot while Kearney was filming and putting his camera at my driver's side window. Kearney encouraged people to block my vehicle. What was the sign that he was holding? I remember it was, because notice how Chris Albert doesn't say what the sign said. Did it say something like Chris Albert killed Peter Berger? Or something like that? Because in case you didn't know this lore, back in the 90s, Chris Albert was involved in a hit and run fatality car accident where an exchange student by the name of Peter Berger was killed. Chris Albert fled the scene and something like 30 hours later turned himself into police with his attorney. So he couldn't be tested for drunk driving. We don't know if it was a drunk driving accident, but he fled the scene 18 hours later. And he was sentenced to 6 months in jail. And this was back in the 90s. And his attorney, who was his attorney, anyone? Chris Albert's attorney back in the 90s was Beverly Cannoni's brother named Trescott. Attorney Prescott. Yes. That's true too. That's right. What did the sign say? Did it say, I thought he had a sign like that, like Chris Albert is a murderer or something? Because he really actually did murder someone. He really actually did kill someone in a car accident and he fled the scene. We don't know if he was drunk. Oh, somebody says Paul hit a man when he was drunk. Right. And didn't Karen bail him out on the drunk driving charge, Paul O'Keefe? That's true too, right? Yeah, you can't make it up. The sign said Chris Albert killed a man. That's right. Thank you, Chris Cashin. I thought that's what it said. But notice Chris Albert does not put that in here. And so him saying there are murderers inside that restaurant, it's actually true because Chris Albert really did kill a man. His name is Peter Berger, and it's really true. So truth is a complete defense to any defamation case, by the way. And there you go. But he doesn't say that in his affidavit. The above listed incidents have caused me great pain and stress. My mental health is not great. I wake up every day thinking about this and go to bed with it on my mind. It's caused my business to suffer and strained my relationships. It's an ongoing battle every day to live my life like a normal person. Needs to stop. Needs to stop. My right to live peacefully is being infringed, as well as my family, friends, and extended family. XOXO. Christopher Albert. 9/28/23. I mean, look, the Morrissey hostage video didn't work to get people off of Chris Albert's case. People, meaning Aidan Kearney. So they had to keep doing stuff. And I'm pretty sure that's what all of these text messages say. And because Olivia is the queen of everything, we also have the audio from the court hearing in which Chris Albert was denied his restraining order. Are you ready? I gotta close some tabs. I got too many tabs open. Let me know if you can hear it.
Afternoon, Your Honor. In the matter of Christopher Albert versus Aidan Kearney.
Christopher Albert?
This is an ex parte request for harassment law. Exactly, please raise your right hand. For me, do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give the court the cause now and hearing is the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Christopher Michael Albert.
All right, and okay, and you're seeking a harassment order against Aidan Kearney.
Correct.
Okay, I read your affidavit. It's pretty extensive. On the one hand, on the other hand, it really doesn't have what the case law requires is true threats or fighting words. So remembering that you're under oath, I know I could tell you're very upset by this thing, and
sure.
I respect that. But why don't you make your case as to why I should do it?
Sure, Your Honor. I'll make my case. So this all starts from a case that I'm a potential witness in, but not really. I have very limited role in it. And because I was thrusted into this case, this person decided to start writing blogs about me, all sorts of crazy stuff. And it's one thing to write, about a person, and that's fine because there's First Amendment, and I'm a First Amendment guy. But it's another thing to show up at a person's place of work and their establishment where they try to make their livelihood and go about their day-to-day life without interruption. And then this person comes and harasses them in front of their place of business, harasses their customer, makes outlandish remarks about their pizza shop, telling people that I murder people inside my pizza shop, telling one of my 70-year-old customers walking out, you just bought food from a murderer, shame on you. I have videos to back that up. Coming there not once, but twice, doing the same stuff day in and day out, then calling my cell phone, calling my store phone, then in turn, it's causing his people to pile on and to call my store, call my cell phone, make threats against me, make harassments against
threats. What threat?
Well, people will call up and they'll say stuff like, you're going to hell, you're going to jail, stuff like that. And then shows up at one of my select board meetings 2 days prior to harassing me at my place of employment, where I try to provide for my family and make a living, and then standing 3 feet behind my ear, sticking up the middle finger to me and getting it within 2 feet of my ear and filming it. I would say that clearly falls under harassment. And I'm at any given moment, he could have reached forward and grabbed me. And he didn't.
But he didn't.
But he could have.
Let me just tell you what I tell everybody, and I'm listening, and I'm keeping an open mind. I'm just saying, as I read the affidavit, the case law is against you, but I'm keeping open mind. You say that it's harassment. It is under the Webster Dictionary, harassment. Under Mass General Laws, Chapter 258E, though, even the middle finger is speech. Email's a speech. Speech is speech, obviously. Anything like that. And the case law is pretty clear. They have to be, I'll quote from a case, and then I'm going to keep hearing. The case is NM versus PR. It's appeals court case decided on November 19th, 2020. And in that particular case, coincidentally, PR told NM that he would suffer in death and burn in hell, in addition to other allegations. And what the court said in that case is that where speech is concerned, that all of that is speech, including nonverbal speech. Only fighting words or true threats, may qualify as acts of harassment. So I'm giving you this as that's the framework for harassment under 258E. That is not what harassment is under Webster Dictionary.
Sure.
So keep going.
Okay, sure. So, well, he continuously harassed me during my meeting and was close to me, and I felt though he was a little bit infringing on my private area.
Is this at the select board?
Yes.
Okay.
Your private area, like your private parts, or your personal space? Your personal space, or your private area?
And then he proceeded to follow me out to my car with the mob that he had with them.
How many people?
About 20 people. And then he surrounded my car and wouldn't let me leave. And he specifically was making it, riling these people up, and they were standing in front of my car, so I could not drive out. And then he was filming me from outside my door. And I feel that he was the reason that I couldn't leave. And they detained me for what felt like forever, but probably around 7 or 8 minutes.
Did you call 911?
The police were there.
What did they do?
Eventually, they moved everybody out of the way.
Did you call Mello?
But at that moment, I didn't know if they were going to start punching my car.
Oh, no.
You know.
Oh, in the world today, you don't know
Sure.
anybody's.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. No, I understand. The affidavit's very well done, so it took me a long time to read it. I read it.
It took him a long time to read it. We read it. It wasn't that long. It took me a long time to read your affidavit. Okay, Judge. Emily C. went back and checked the font. It's the same font as on Julie's email. So I don't know. What does that tell you?
Looked at the applicable law. And anything else, I feel for you.
Yeah. I mean,
I can tell you. Legitimately at your wit's end.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what more there is, what more, any remedy besides getting this person to stay away from my work, to stay away from my family, to stay away from me.
There is another avenue. It's Superior Court in equity.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I mean, I just have to start somewhere. So
the judge is saying, file a civil lawsuit against him if you want. This is not a criminal case. All right. The judges in Stoughton Court seem to know the law, and I'm sure we'll get to it. But after this is when Morrissey sends that crazy email to all of the Stoughton District Court judges. Because remember, Jennifer McCabe's been denied for her harassment order in Stoughton, as is Chris Albert now. So now they got to threaten the judges.
So I don't, yeah.
I know. I have to apply the law, and it requires fighting words or true threats of violence. I don't see it. So I'm sorry, I'm going to deny your request. Thank you.
It has to be fighting words or true threats of violence. Fighting words or true threats. He's like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I know you're a town select board member. I know you got maybe some dirt on somebody higher up. I know I've probably get in trouble, but I can't give it to you. Thank you, B. Crumbs, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. And thanks, Lola, for pointing out that baby AI video, because that was really cute. I don't need a badge. Thanks for your 10. Says Young Jerk streamed the Canton Select Board meeting from 9/16/25, and one of the Canton 9 gives a scathing statement directed at Chris Albert. Must watch. It's awesome. All right, everybody go to Young Jerks later and remember to watch that show. Mike Crawford is actually filling in for Grace Curley today on Howie Carr's radio station channel. And he asked me to come on, and I couldn't because I already had this schedule with you guys. But next time I will. I'm so happy for him. And I'm so happy that he's getting a chance to fill in for Grace Curley. It's amazing for Mike Crawford to be able to do that. I love it. He's got such a great radio voice, and good for him. That's a great opportunity for him. Grandma of 6, Denise says, thanks for helping me keep my mind somewhat occupied. Today marks 1 year that my husband entered heaven. I miss him every day. I'm so sorry, Denise. So sorry. My deepest sympathies and all the hugs and all the virtual hugs. And that's just so hard. I'm so sorry. Murray says, still stuck and bewildered. I'm sure shock and horror will follow. And today is the 40th birthday of Wink Wink Nudge Nudge. Say no more. Wink Wink Nudge Nudge. You've been here for 10 months and it's your 40th birthday today. And thank you so much for coming in. And happy birthday. Sue says, for those wanting a calendar of upcoming court dates, I have a sheet pinned to my X profile of all cases. I update it often. Put your, I guess, your X username in there. Is it under Glamour Suze? If it's not, just put it in the chat so people can find it. And she's got the spreadsheet, all the dates. And again, I'm sorry, Denise. Emily C. went back and checked. The fonts are the same. Crystal says, Colin, Albert, and Jen, but Your Honor, Turtleboy's being mean to me. Thank you, B. Crumbs, being here for 5 months. Arlene says, thanks for keeping us updated on every case. Thank you for being here for 19 months. It's under Glamour Suze. Also pinned to my YouTube channel under posts. Okay. Back to the papers. So that was denied. Chris Albert's harassment order, restraining order was denied, concluding that his allegations did not constitute true threats or harassment under the law. Paragraph 111. Notwithstanding his supposed recusal from the Kearney matter or investigation, on September 29th, 2023, DA Morrissey, from his personal email account, contacted several high-ranking Massachusetts judicial figures, including the judge who denied Mr. Albert a protective order the previous day, demanding that a Stoughton court clerk be investigated in connection with Mr. Kearney's awareness of Mr. Albert's application for a protective order, which DA Morrissey claimed he had no right to know about. Oh yeah, this is the email I was just talking about. Then I think there's some video that we may be able to access. I mean, Morrissey never thought anybody would ever get a hold of these emails. They also lied and they said they had not extracted Aidan's phones. But when this email that I'm going to show you right now was attached to Michelle Littlefield's termination, it was clear that they had. I think this is what led to it. I don't know. Now I'm conflating. But anyway, here's the September 29th, 2023 email from Michael Morrissey. To Stacey Fortes, who is, I think, the clerk at Stoughton District Court, Judge Ambrosino, Judge McHugh, Judge O'Malley, and Lynn Beland. Subject, Stoughton District Court issue. Dear Judge Fortes, oh, I guess she's the judge. I think she's the head judge, Stacey Fortes. Or Forts, I don't know how she pronounces it. I'm writing to express my grave concern. Isn't that interesting? Grave concern. Where else did we hear the phrase grave concerns? Oh yeah, when Judge Canoni had her conniption and took her time out and then came back and said she had grave concerns. Do you think she talked to anybody on the phone? Is there anybody else who also uses the phrase grave concerns? Because, you know, it's not really that common. I would never say grave concerns if it wasn't for this case. I'm writing to express my grave concern with actions taken by an individual employed at the Stoughton District in regard to an affidavit that was shared with a blogger writing about an ongoing second-degree murder case. On 9/28/23, a witness in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed murder case filed a request for an application for harassment prevention order, which was heard before Judge O'Malley. Judge O'Malley is on the email chain. The application and affidavit were processed in the Civil Clerk Department of Stoughton District Court and presented to the judge, which, after hearing, was denied. We were informed by the witness and others that shortly after the hearing, that Aidan Kearney, aka Turtleboy, was provided a copy of the entire affidavit. There is no way that he would have been aware of the proceeding without an insider working in the courthouse. The leading individual who presents as a possible leak is Michelle Littlefield. And then here is a screenshot attached to it of a text message that says, "I know it's late, but I am horrified that Chris didn't get it. And I'm even more disgusted that for the second time, someone from the court leaked it right away to TB." Who did Jennifer McCabe send that text message to late at night, horrified that Chris didn't get it? Was it Morrissey? Was it Tully? Was it Proctor? Was it Bukhenik? Was it Steve Nelson, her witness advocate? And then there's another paragraph here that seems to be written in Turtleboy's voice. Then because the people who work in Stoughton District Court like me more than him. Oh no, I guess she's saying that. I don't know. Then because the people who work in Stoughton District Court like me more than him, they sent this humiliating after David to me so we could shame him some more. We have put in a request for the court audio, and hopefully with a little luck, we'll have it for the live show on Sunday. That must be something that Turtleboy wrote about the district court, the people working in district court liking Turtleboy more than Aidan Kearney. So, and providing the affidavit, which has since morphed into after David. And it says the above comments from a previous witness who also received the same treatment with their application for an HPO is attached. So that's absolutely from Jennifer McCabe. Also, the comments from Clarence Wood Emerson, aka Turtleboy, are attached. It's clear from the postings that Stoughton District Court is directly involved in this dissemination of information affecting our murder prosecution. From the comments from one of the witnesses, you can see that they have completely lost all confidence in the courts of the Commonwealth. Wow, Jennifer McCabe has lost all confidence in the courts of the Commonwealth, and that is the fire alarm that sends Michael Morrissey in a frenzy to write this crazy email to all of the judges in Stoughton. Jennifer McCabe has lost completely all confidence in the court of the Commonwealth. I'm sorry. We need Cardi B. Hello? Hello? I have to agree that the actions erode the trust and integrity between the courts and the public and the relationship with the district attorney's office. We are extremely concerned that the improperly disseminated court material unsolicited to a third party, which is continuing to cause harm and damage to a witness, is an ongoing homicide prosecution. In an ongoing homicide prosecution must be a violation of court policies or a potential violation of law. We also understand that Aidan Kearney has also immediately requested copies of the FTR record that was made on 9/28/23. Again, there is no way that he would have or should have known that hearing took place. There are a number of concerns that we have about the possibility of having to file ongoing motions or other requests for warrants before this court that will affect the orderly and fair administration of justice. These actions are completely unacceptable and must be resolved immediately. I understand that you have to do an investigation and that may take time, but you also have to provide us with some evidence and assurance that you have taken action so we can safely continue to use the clerk's office of the Stoughton District Court. We have a number of delicate matters before them on a day-to-day basis. I await your advice. XOXO. Michael Morrissey, District Attorney. And yes, Michelle Littlefield was fired, and somebody said it's disgusting that she was fired for giving Aidan Kearney public documents. Yeah, it is. But again, they were willing to threaten and prosecute anyone who tried to get the truth out. Oh, thank you, Fairy Raven, for your 3 matcha lattes. I love you. Oh, was there a footnote that can? Oh, okay, wait. After they talk about in footnote 11 that Proctor and Bukhenik's indictments were dismissed by the court, that footnote goes on, which I didn't realize. It says, in particular, the dismissed indictment related to Sergeant Bukhenik illustrates the Commonwealth's lack of good faith in prosecuting Mr. Kearney. That charge involved a September 15th, 2023 video recorded incident in which Mr. Kearney questioned and then criticized Sergeant Bukhenik as he left court and walked to his car. It's obvious that Sergeant Bukhenik wasn't intimidated. He calmly entered his vehicle, rolled the window down, and extended his middle finger as he slowly drove away. Nevertheless, Sergeant Bukhenik testified that Mr. Kearney's conduct absolutely intimidated him. See December 14th, 2023 transcript. Sergeant Bukhenik didn't even prepare a report on this non-incident until November 2nd, 2023. Wow, that's not shocking at all, is it? Several weeks after Mr. Kearney had been arrested. They do that all the time. They absolutely backdate police reports. We've seen it in other cases. We saw it in the Brian Walsh hearing, the evidentiary hearing. Fanning said he just wrote a report last week in 2025 and backdated it to 2023 because that's just what they do there. Let's watch the video, shall we? Of Aidan intimidating or not, you decide, Yuri Bukhenik. It's only 1 minute and 23 seconds, and this is on Turtleboy's channel, and this is entitled Escorting Trooper Yuri Bukhenik to His Car. Enjoy.
Sergeant Bukhenik, are you trying to arrest me for wiretapping? Why were you talking about me during your whole interview with Lucky Laughlin? What have you done to follow up on the Fort Edge? What have you done? What have you done to follow up on that Fort Edge that Lucky Laughlin told you about? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview Lucky Laughlin? Why did you not interview Lucky Laughlin, sir, until August 10th? After, are you ashamed? I mean, is this why you went to the academy, to cover for punks like Michael Proctor? You're Michael Proctor's bitch. That's all you are, son. You're Michael Proctor's little bitch. You're a fucking pig. You're a disgrace. You're a fucking disgrace. And these two guys here, they know it. They're looking at you right now like this guy's a fucking joke. I can't believe I have to wear the same uniform as this clown, as this corrupt pig. Look at you. Look at you. You freaking pig. You disgust me. You disgust me. You loser. You loser. You freaking loser. Bukhenik. Bukhenik loser. Bukhenik loser.
I didn't see him stick his middle finger out the window. Did you guys say that part? Because I guess I looked away for a second, take a bite. But there were cops surrounding the car. If he was doing something illegal on his bullhorn, don't you think they would have arrested him right then and there? There's at least 5 or 6 MSP troopers standing right there while Yuri gets in his car and pulls away. It's objectively hilarious, says Grayspace. Objectively hilarious. And then, of course, Yuri wrote an investigative report. Again, this incident was on September 15th. Yuri did not write a report until November 2nd because that was after Aidan was arrested. And then, you know, they needed something else. And here's the report of the incident that he wrote. And we just watched the video. So let's see if he tells the truth in his police report. He actually dated it correctly. 11/2/2023. Description: Aidan Kearney following Sergeant Bukhenik to his cruiser. What's the crime? Dissemination code. Report. Respect the security of its associated case. Reporting officer Yuri Bukhenik, Norfolk Homicide Squad, MSP. Report status approved. Report status date 11/2/23. Approved by Brian Tully. Synopsis: Aidan Kearney following Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik to his cruiser while calling him names using profanity-laced language. Subject number 1. Suspect number 1, Aidan Timothy Kearney, 41-year-old white male. And here's the narrative. On Friday, September 15th, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., I attended the Norfolk Superior Court's motion session on the O'Keefe Canton homicide case being held in the main session of the courthouse. During my arrival, I observed a crowd of people gathered on the sidewalk out in front of the courthouse. Upon my arrival on foot at the base of the courthouse steps, Mr. Kearney directed the crowd's attention to my presence over his bullhorn. At the conclusion of court's business, as it related to the O'Keefe homicide, court attendees began to leave. I myself exited the courthouse through the front doors and left the courthouse proceeding across the street and then onto the sidewalk adjacent to the Registry of Deeds building. At this point, Mr. Kearney approached me on the sidewalk as I walked towards my state police cruiser. Mr. Kearney was utilizing a bullhorn and video recording when he began asking a myriad of questions. Okay. Hold the phone. English is Yuri Bukhenik's third language. And he asked Alan Jackson if he had a dictionary to look up the word theory. And yet in this police report, he uses the word myriad of questions. Myriad, really? But English, I thought, was his third language. Wow. You can't make it up. When he began asking a myriad of questions in regards to the O'Keefe homicide investigation and subsequent alleged investigations into Mr. Kearney himself. Mr. Kearney and a small crowd of people holding signs, as well as screen-printed clothing items. Screen-printed clothing items? Are we like back in printing press days? Like, what is he talking about? Followed me all the way to my cruiser as Mr. Kearney video recorded his barrage of questions. Again, barrage. Do you have a dictionary, Mr. Bukhenik? Insults, which was finished off by him calling me names and profanity-laced language. I entered my cruiser and left the area without responding or interacting with Mr. Kearney or anyone in the crowd. That's the police report. He's using ChatGPT to write his report, somebody said. I mean, you can't. Screen printed t-shirts, you can't make it up. Paragraph 112. DA Morrissey was awarded the investigation he sought on October 31st of 2023, 3 weeks after Mr. Kearney's phones were seized by Tully. A Stoughton court official presented the target of the investigation with pages from an extraction report from one of Mr. Kearney's seized phones. Oh. Despite irrefutable proof that at least one of Mr. Kearney's phones had been extracted by Tully or with his knowledge, Mr. Mello falsely represented on November 28th of 2023 that the MSP had not perused the material. It is in pristine form, located on the defendant's devices. Let me just see what these exhibits are here. Exhibit R is an extraction report. It's a Celebrate report of messages between Aidan Kearney, somebody named Scott Rodriguez. I think that these were attached to Michelle Littlefield's termination papers. And then Exhibit S. Ooh, is it going to be a video? Ooh, it's a Stoughton court hearing. You want to watch that? Okay, hang on. You want to listen to, let's listen to Mellow Lie. This is Exhibit S. This is an 11/28/23 portion of a hearing in which Mello is going to say, we haven't looked at Cardi's phones. (11/28/23) court hearing. Oh, and it goes right to the exact place where he says it. Man, he's a genius.
My brother made a call to me almost immediately, indicated that the defendant had concerns about the treatment and handling of this information, and with respect for any potential rights that the defendant may claim, and with respect to the judicial system, the state police and the investigators have not perused the material. It is in its pristine form, located on the defendant's devices. But then again, turning those devices back over to the defendant would allow him, if you will, to delete any information stored on them, and would allow for a challenge sometime in the future to say that whatever may be mirrored is not accurate or was created elsewhere, or whatever the case may be. And having that equipment in the possession of the Commonwealth, as is evidence in almost every single case, Judge, that is the appropriate mechanism to employ here. I'm going to suggest respectfully that Your Honor refer this matter to the Superior Court for any further action.
And wait, look, there's Eugenia in the background, the court officer, Eugenia. And this is Mello, for those of you who have never seen Mello because he's been MIA. This is him.
And that the court take no action today. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I just address briefly some of the things counsel said? Judge,
That's Tim Bradle.
I don't think that the just a sort of a verbal aspirational comment, Judge, that, oh, we're going to take this to the grand jury, ought to stop this court in any way, shape, or form. These cases are all district court jurisdiction. The grand jury is doing its job. They're not going to indict him because there's no probable cause that he committed a criminal offense. So the fact that he may wish to bring the case before a grand jury has nothing to do with what's the business at hand here, Your Honor. If they want to do that, that's perfectly fine. But right now, we have a job to do in this court, all of us. And our job is to defend Mr. Kearney's rights. And the court's job, of course, is to make the decision. And we ask that, you put an end to this keep away, this game of keep away. Let him have his devices back, Your Honor. Let him get back to it. And please enter an order unequivocally declaring that these sources are off limits to these investigators until the Superior Court has addressed these matters, Judge.
Were you advised by the government that they hadn't started the search? There's been no search done?
Yes, Judge. To the government's credit, I reached out to Mr. Mello and said, I want to have a taint team hearing, and the government agreed to wait until this hearing. So I think that agreement expires as of this hearing. And, I appreciate the agreement, but of course, we need a court order on the issue, and we're very earnestly asking the court to enter an order on the docket to that effect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. If I may simply say in response, if Your Honor indicates that this matter is being referred to the Superior Court, which the Commonwealth would argue is the proper form, because even under the cases my brother references preventive medicine.
My brother. This is when remember certain attorneys in Massachusetts that do this, they call opposing counsel. Like in New York, we would say my adversary, or usually my adversary, because they say my brother or my sister if it's a female attorney, which is, I don't know. We've seen it in some hearings. We saw it in some of the Karen Reed pretrial stuff when there were other attorneys involved that were representing some of the Rule 17 motion people. My brother, my sister. And here's Mello pulling out my brother again.
Requires action by a superior court judge. We would not investigate. We would honor our commitment to further not investigate until this matter is determined by the superior court.
Thank you. All right, so a couple of thoughts. The search warrants, they issued in early October. They were returned, I believe, October 12th. The defendant's motion was filed November 20th, some 5 weeks later as an emergency motion. One could have assumed that the government might have been well into the review, but I understand that hasn't occurred. It seems at least if there was an exigent circumstance, if there was one, it was back when this occurred, back in October, not now, under the guise of an emergency motion. To your point, Mr. Bradel, there was an affidavit. I don't find that it was a meaningful supporting affidavit with your motion. It was rather generalities of categories that the defendant claims or purported privilege to. Search warrant 23SW071 was narrowly tailored in the court's estimation to at least 8 categories of information sought by the government, none of which included the things you referenced: attorney-client information, medical records, journalistic sources. I suspect that any information that is recovered pursuant to that would be the subject of a motion to suppress at some appropriate time in the future. I'll get to you in just a moment.
Sure.
Lastly, your motion, as you both agree on, makes reference to an eventual superior court order as to any procedure for review and handling any of these purportedly privileged materials. I don't read preventive medicine, I think, as mandating a taint team review as it did in that case where it involved a post-indictment search. I think the footnote in that case is it could involve a situation where someone's been charged but not yet indicted. But I believe because of that footnote and that the court alluding to, this should be properly based in the superior court. I think the defendant should address that issue before the superior court. I'll hear you if you had something to add.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Superior Court reference, Judge, in preventive medicine is for the that only a Superior Court judge can order the tainting. But I think all the rest of it is really properly before this court in terms of seeking return of his devices and to make a preliminary order, Your Honor, that the investigators not enter the phones or any of the devices or computers until that process is accomplished or addressed.
All right, anything further from either?
Judge, there's actually one other thing. I'm sorry. This is just like hot off the presses, as they say, Judge. With respect to a case in which Mr. Kearney is a victim in the West Roxbury District Court, the defense counsel in that case is seeking some raw video of that alleged assault and battery that is in the devices that are in the possession of the Mass State Police. And I believe there was an order entered, and I need to get confirmation of this in writing, but it's my understanding that there was an order issued by the West Roxbury judge saying that Mr. Kearney's devices were to be preserved by the state police and that those videos should be turned over to the defense counsel in that West Roxbury case. So that sort of indicates a whole other aspect, Judge, of these devices, that Mr. Kearney is involved in these 3 other cases where he needs things from the devices to comply with, in this West Roxbury case, to comply with an order from that case, but also that he has ongoing litigation with 2 other matters where he communicates with his attorneys in those matters, and he needs access to the devices to continue to litigate those cases. So there's all sorts of things, Judge, that are in these devices, and I appreciate the court's comment that the investigators are trying to narrowly tailor their search, but that doesn't prevent the idea that they will come across even accidentally, and that's right in preventive medicine, to avoid the irreparable harm of even an accidental discovery of privileged information, of journalistic sources. All this is privileged information, Your Honor. And that's all stated in my motion that, I did that on purpose to keep the categories general, because Mr. Kearney should not have to disclose what's in the phone to stop the investigators from discovering what's in the phone. So that's why I intentionally made those categories very general and vague, Your Honor, is because we're trying to preserve his privacy here in the sense that he's been a journalist for years. He's an investigative journalist. It's readily apparent from any look at his work that he investigates serious matters of public concern that are driven by confidential sources and even police sources who address him and who give him information. So that's why we made it very general. So I don't want you to think that was sort of just because we're just in a rush or something. It's on purpose that I think it needs to be general. And so the affidavit at the end by Mr. Kearney adopts the things that I say factually in the motion. And the things come from him, not from me. And they are kept vague as a necessity. So even though they're narrowly tailoring things, they're still going to look through the entire device, and it's still susceptible to being information that they shouldn't have. So I just wanted to address that. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would agree with my brother in his remarks that some of these sources are police sources. And as a matter of fact, one of those police sources is the reason we have a conspiracy charge now pending against the defendant. And there will also be further charges of conspiracy filed.
No.
Your
No.
Honor,
Okay. That's bullshit because we have other conspiracy charges against the defendant. This hearing is from November of 2023. They tried to get conspiracy charges against Karen and Aidan in 24. It didn't work. But he's already saying here that that's what they're doing. Hold on.
So even though they're nice, and it still shouldn't have. So I just wanted to address that. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would agree
with
with my
Webb.
brother
Thank
in his
you.
remarks that some of these sources are police sources. And as a matter
Okay.
of fact,
Thank you. With
one
Janelle
of those
Webb. Thank
police
you
sources,
for running a
is
for
the-
running a plate. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And that never happened, right? Yeah, you're right. Janelle Webb. Okay. Thank you. This is why we're so collaborative here.
reason we have a conspiracy charge now pending against the defendant. And there will also be further charges of conspiracy filed. Your Honor, we have honored, the Commonwealth has honored its commitment, and it was by way of a telephone call between Mr. Brattle and I to not go into these devices until there was some adjudication by the court. That would not end today if Your Honor would.
Lies. There's a Celebrate report that is attached. Exhibit T. He lied in open court. More perjury. More perjury. More he could be disbarred. This is a problem for him. Because they have a Celebrate extraction. Because they used it against Michelle Littlefield, right? Wow.
Adopt the Commonwealth's request and submit this to the Superior Court. We would not, I would direct the state police to not touch the devices any further, provided that the defendant files within perhaps 1 week within the Superior Court. And if that filing is made, then we would certainly await the Superior Court's decision on that. But there is a lengthy affidavit that has been reviewed by a Superior Court judge, and the order issued as it was.
Judge, I appreciate that, but preventive medicine puts the legal duty on the government to address that with the Superior Court. So I'd ask that be followed.
Seems the two of you have made a lot of agreements along the way so far. So,
Yes.
So here's what I am going to do. I am respectfully going to deny your emergency motion for protective order today. Hopefully you can work together to seek redress at the Superior Court at your earliest convenience. And maybe you keep the agreement together that the search will not begin, at least until that happens. So I'll leave it to you to get that scheduled, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And there's Aidan back in 11/28/23, like right around Thanksgiving time. Go to chat for some questions. Little Misfit, thanks for your 5. Says the McAlberts have donated tons of money to Morrissey campaigns for years. Follow the money. Follow the money. Thank you. Little Misfit also says also follow the family ties. Just saying. Does it follow the low family ties? Which I was going to say that's appropriate too. Thanks for your super chat again. Joy says, how ironic that Brian Alberts Main house is on dead end lane. You can't make any of this up. Hope the civil trial is televised. I think it will be. No love for the traveling trooper says, I've been here 4 months. So glad I found you. I'm so glad you found me too. You used $4 super chat. $4 for 4 months. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Mason says, I'm betting Morrissey is now getting calls from Jen McCabe demanding he drop these charges to stop the embarrassment. Quote, better want what you wish for, end quote. I don't know. Do you think Jen McCabe wants them to drop charges against him? I think they're not going to stop. I don't know. At what point, there has to become a breaking point, right? They're the ones who brought all the attention to him by forcing, or trying to anyway, Morrissey to bring all these charges. Despite irrefutable proof that at least one of Mr. Kearney's phones had been extracted by Tully, or with his knowledge, Mr. Mello falsely represented on November 28th, 23, that the MSP had not perused the material. It is in its pristine form located on the defendant's devices, and that's the hearing we just watched. On November 10th, 2023, recused, in quotes, DA Morrissey from his personal email account, emailed Attorney General Andrea Campbell. He acknowledged that the Attorney General refused to prosecute Mr. Kearney, but he again urged the AG to take some action against him. That takes us to Exhibit T, which is an email from Morrissey to Andrea Campbell. Sorry, you guys, but we got to look at the exhibits because that's where all the good stuff is. So it's going to take, I think, at least a part 3 of this to actually do it right, because I'm not allowing Olivia's work to go to waste. And Petero, everyone's work. And here's an email from Michael Morrissey's private email account, November 10th, 2023, to Andrea Campbell, the Attorney General, copying Lynn Beeland. Subject: recent Superior Court ruling in the Turtleboy witness intimidation case. And he writes, Morrissey, we had a conversation about the potential of your Civil Rights Division looking at civil rights violations as a result of Turtleboy in an ongoing state murder case. I'd asked your office to take a look at both the criminal and civil rights violations. I know there was a reluctance on the part of your criminal division to bring charges against Turtleboy, but we expected to hear if there was an interest in bringing a civil rights violation. The enclosed decision clearly sets forth the basis for civil rights violations. I call your attention specifically to pages 17 to 19. The language on page 19 sets forth a strong argument for civil rights violation, including the last sentence in the paragraph that states, quote, the right to a fair trial is just as important to the functioning of democracy as the First Amendment, end quote. I thought this would be an important opportunity for the Commonwealth's chief prosecutor and protector of civil rights to be able to step in and stand up for the rights of witnesses, especially in light of the court recognizing, quote, notwithstanding the fundamental importance of news gathering and reporting, the First Amendment does not supersede the proper administration of justice and the court's obligation to ensure a fair trial, including protecting witnesses from intimidation. I look forward to hearing from your office. XOXO, Michael Morrissey. Thanks to everybody who sent me the Zoom information for Karen's hearing for next Monday. We will absolutely cover it. I don't know. Usually those hearings are, it's like usually just like a status conference where the judge and the parties set like a calendar of when things have to be done by. But Alan Jackson did say on Billy Bush yesterday that it could be, I don't know, what word did he use? Explosive, maybe? Morrissey's really, he's pulling out all the stops. Like, he's not stopping. He wants to attack this from all angles. He wants everything done. Everything. Throwing spaghetti at the wall. Once again, the Attorney General declined to prosecute or take any other action against Mr. Kearney. And then we get to Ms. Peters' history of dishonesty and fraud. Ms. Peter worked for Mr. Kearney from September 2018 until February of 2020, when Mr. Kearney terminated her employment after he caught her stealing from him. There's the lore. Since Mr. Kearney terminated her, Ms. Peters' unhealthy fixation on needling Mr. Kearney seemingly has dominated her life. It recently resulted in her being permanently stained with a criminal record. And then attached as an exhibit is her criminal record. This is exhibit. I forget what exhibit we're up to. But here, she pled guilty to something in Leominster. Catherine E. Peter pled guilty. There's a guilty plea checked in the box. Threatening to commit a crime. She had to pay a $100 fine. And it says, waives DC hearing before clerk 7/21/25. And I can't see whose signature that is. And 7/21/25. Everyone signed off on this plea. I think she threatened. I don't remember what these charges were for. Do you? Does anybody know what these charges were for on Kate Peter? She threatened a woman in Leominster. That's as much as I know. Is it a $1 fine or a $100 fine? I don't know. There've been so many, so I just don't know. Dan says, Melanie, just looking at Morrissey, you know he's never thrown spaghetti anywhere but down his throat. Bump. So there's that. Ms. Peters' behavior has resulted in additional criminal prosecutions and the issuance of numerous protective orders against her in favor of Mr. Kearney and others associated with him. Ms. Peters' disdain for Mr. Kearney has led her to engage in fraud, forgery, the manufacturing of evidence, and other acts of dishonesty for the purpose of harming Mr. Kearney. In March of 2020, shortly after Mr. Kearney fired her for theft, Ms. Peter engaged in a harebrained scheme where she forged documents and fraudulently filed them to advance her position and harm Mr. Kearney in connection with a petty YouTube copyright dispute. Ms. Peter brazenly sent YouTube what she falsely represented was a federal copyright complaint, civil complaint, dated March 24th, 2020, that she filed in the District of Massachusetts in a, quote, case she captioned Catherine Peter versus Aidan Kearney, Worcester Digital Marketing, Exhibit U. Yeah, so let's check out this exhibit. Wait, that's T. R. Hold on. Here's U. Exhibit U. Okay, and this purports to be a federal complaint. Catherine Peter plaintiff against Aidan Kearney. Talked about this a bunch. See that case number up there? Case number in federal court always has the year as the first two numbers. The year on here is 2013. The document goes on to say, because this was in 2020. In fact, the ostensible complaint Ms. Peter filed was a forgery, and there was no federal lawsuit involving Mr. Kearney and Ms. Peter. Unaware of Ms. Peter's dishonest nature and penchant for scheming against Mr. Kearney, YouTube relied upon her fraudulent documents and false representations to her benefit and Mr. Kearney's detriment, and initially ruled in her favor. And attached there is a notification from YouTube to Turtleboy Sports saying that he's got a copyright strike against him, which is not good for YouTube creators. Ms. Peter committed fraud by going online and accessing a legitimate civil complaint filed in a 2013 federal copyright suit from the District of Massachusetts. She altered the caption and other information to make it appear as if her fraudulent documents were authentic, represented it as her legitimate complaint, and filed it with YouTube. Exhibit W, which is, okay, look at the one that's on your screen right now. Okay, you see how it says in the corner, here's the case number 1.13CV12028. Well, here's the real complaint with that index number. And it's a case called Lawrence Lessig versus Liberation Music Party Limited. Because you see up here the case number. This is how Pacer does it. On the top, case 113CV12028. And this was filed August 22nd of 2013. Because while she pretends or likes people to think that she's wicked smart, not so wicked smart. Ms. Peters' criminal scheme was exposed by her ignorance of federal court practice. She failed to change the index number when she doctored the legitimate complaint, which meant that her ostensible 2020 complaint contained a 2013 index number. On November 20th, 2022, in an online interview, oh boy, here we go. This is going to be fun. In an online interview, Kate Peter admitted that she submitted the forged complaint with the intent to defraud YouTube because she hated Mr. Kearney. Okay, here we go. This is a channel called MERB34 ST. It's an interview with the Masshole Mafia Queen. This was streamed 2 years ago on November 20th of 2022. And Olivia takes us right exactly to the part where she talks about it. Her admission. Here you go. Have you seen this before, anyone? If you've never seen this before, put a 1 in the chat and MERB enters the lawsuit. Here we go. Let me know you can hear it.
Monetary damages.
No. One harassment fraudulent order.
So you never sued him for seat?
No.
Okay. Did you ever sue him either for?
Wait, I want to boost the volume on this. Hang on, because it's good.
For harassment prevention or for monetary damages?
One harassment fraudulent order.
So you never sued him for monetary damages?
No.
Did you ever copyright strike him?
Yes.
Did you present a falsified complaint, federal copyright claim complaint?
100% yes.
Okay. Do you know who?
She admits to falsifying a federal complaint and filing with YouTube. This is an admission. And now the judge has the link to this video too. And think of all the people, think of all the views this video will get for MERB.
Who Marcus, Erico, Emmer, and Brooks is?
Yes.
I'm assuming that in your current line of work, they represent your employer. Am I close? I'm not trying to disclose who your employer is or anything like that, but I'm going to assume that, and your close is close enough. Do you know Gary Daddario?
Why are you asking that?
I ask a lot of the dumb questions. Some of them are pointed.
Yeah, I know Gary.
Okay. Did Gary ever prepare a complaint for you?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay.
So this video, I don't think we need to play any more of it. That was just the part where she admitted it. All right. So if you want to watch the whole thing, here's the channel. It is MERB34ST. This was streamed live on November 20th of 2022, and it's called Interview with the Masshole Mafia Queen. There's a whole interview. Oh boy. Thank you, Scott, for congratulations on the 1,700K award. And you've been here for 17 months. And Jessica has been here for 6. Thanks for being a bright light after a seizure. I'm sorry you had a seizure. Hope you're okay. Loudflower says, I heard Mr. Bradle was even more handsome in person. Cannot confirm or deny. I take the 5th on that. Okay, back to the papers. Despite engaging in a dishonest scheme, Ms. Peter reasoned that she was trustworthy because she admitted her wrongdoing. Ms. Peter remains subject to prosecution in Massachusetts for forgery. Oh, I got to put the papers back up. I was like tired of putting the papers up and down and up and down and up and down, but you got to see the papers for this. Because this is a not so subtle warning shot. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. Betterow, for figuring out the statute of limitations on perjury. I think. Hang on. And here it is. Oop, there it is. Ms. Peter remains subject to prosecution in Massachusetts for forgery until March 24 of 2026. There's 6 months left on the statute. Will she be prosecuted in Massachusetts for forgery? Despite engaging in a dishonest scheme, Ms. Peter reasoned that she was trustworthy because she admitted her wrongdoing. I admitted that I lied. And oop, there it is. 6 months left on the statute. You think anybody will prosecute her? Ms. Peters' self-serving defense of her trustworthiness didn't last long. Within months, she again succumbed to an impulsive urge to harm Mr. Kearney and sent him an anonymous email filled with defamatory and false information about Colin Albert and Chris Albert, hoping that Mr. Kearney would publicly harass the Alberts with the false information she fed him. Ms. Peter was acutely aware that if Mr. Kearney publicly accused Colin Albert and Chris Albert of criminal activity, it likely would lead these Reed case witnesses to claim that Mr. Kearney witness intimidated them by causing them emotional harm. Footnote 12. And this has to do with the emails about the alleged drug dealing. Oh, wait a second. I just lost the page. Hold on. Come back. Carolyn, come back. Footnote 12. In March 2025, Colin Albert and Chris Albert's complaints did result in further witness intimidation charges against Mr. Kearney. According to the Alberts, they suffered emotional harm after they viewed D&E camera footage of Mr. Kearney, who had been socializing with friends next door at CF McCarthy's, clowning around while looking at D&E's security camera. Mr. Kearney's comments were unlawfully intercepted by a second camera. The Alberts claimed that they were intimidated even though they weren't inside D&E Pizza, and viewed the footage on their phones from a different location. And that is the written report of the window intimidation. That is a 6-page long police report, which we won't look at right now, this minute, because I want to instead look at the video if there's video. Hold on. On May 28th, 2023, at 3:30 p.m., concealing her identity under the alias Mia Rose, Ms. Peter shamelessly emailed Mr. Kearney that Colin Albert was a drug dealer and that he was responsible for killing Mr. O'Keefe. Ms. Peter lied to Mr. Kearney that Chris Albert knew his son moved drugs through D&E Pizza and that the whole Albert family made money from Colin's drug operation, which probably explained why Brian Albert covered up Mr. O'Keefe's death. And I think, didn't we look at those yesterday? Those messages from Mia Rose to Aidan. Lost my cursor. I don't know where it is. I think we looked at that yesterday. Yeah, it's the email, the Mia Rose email. We looked at that yesterday. Okay. Ms. Peters' deranged scheme included presenting Mr. Kearney with fabricated screenshots she created and which purported to show Mia and Colin Albert discussing drug deals. Footnote 13. Which says, during the live stream in which Ms. Peter admitted lying to Mr. Kearney about Colin Albert and Chris Albert, she explained exactly how she pulled the false screenshots off the internet. Well, that live stream button takes me to a video on the Masshole Mafia channel that's an hour long. And so this one, I don't know where the timestamp is of this, but I'll show it to you in case you want to go watch it later. And it was published 2 years ago. Let's see. So in this live stream, she admits lying to Aidan about Colin and Chris and explained exactly how she pulled the false screenshots off the internet. You can't make this up. You just can't. Who would ever believe these characters? Here's the video that it goes to. Masshole Mafia. Turtleboy runs with fake information again, proves he's not a journalist, but is easily trolled. And this is from 2 years ago. May 29th, 2023, and says, LOL, LOL, you're brain dead, you feckless scammer. Is it right at the beginning, maybe? All right, why don't we just play a little tiny bit of it?
Drug addict. A lot of hate.
As soon as he started this bullshit, acting like he uncovered something, I literally got sent the link to People Magazine talking about it like a month beforehand. And I was like, well, if it was literally printed, you didn't uncover it. Right? Or is that not the rule?
Well, what he means by uncover it is
that's her in the green,
slanted and inaccurate information fed to him by the defense team and Karen Reed's family members and friends, possibly one friend. I think she has one friend. So to create a sensationalist circus where he intimidates state witnesses, intimidates ADAs, wraps everybody up into a mass conspiracy, vows to ruin their lives. And
so this is Kate Peter, for those of you who don't know, in the green top here. This is Kate Peter. She goes by Masshole Mafia on YouTube and I think also on Twitter. And she has a YouTube channel and she looks very different now. This is from May of 2023.
Their innocent children, including, unfortunately, the victim's own family and the victim's niece and nephew, who have been orphaned twice now. But as far as Aidan's concerned, fuck their feelings. Let's go ahead and throw their autopsy photos out all the time and make up all these ridiculous lies. So my own material. My own material is that we fed Aidan terrible information just to prove to everybody.
Oh, she's admitting that she said we fed Aidan terrible information. Okay. This is who the Norfolk County DA's office hired to be their, I don't know, not so confidential informant. She was in the text messages with Tully Mello and Lindsey Gaetani. This is the one. This is her. We fed him fake information. Who's we? Can't wait for that deposition. Okay, let's listen again.
My own material is that we fed Aidan terrible information just to prove to everybody how lackadaisical he is with the truth. Like, this is actually, you will see very quickly his reckless disregard for the truth. Not that they're going to have to prove actual malice when the lawsuits hit, because these people are not public figures, as I understand. I'm not an attorney. But
where are the lawsuits? Where are the lawsuits against Aidan for defamation? The only lawsuit for defamation is Aidan against Lindsey right now.
If they did, homeboy's got it covered. But let's start off light now. Let's start off light now. Right? Okay. So the first thing that happened, and I actually didn't have anything to do. I found out about this afterwards. So shout out to Shiz. Shiz and a neighbor of hers continue to feed Aidan bad stories that he just fucking runs with. So apparently they told Aidan that she was pregnant, 6 months pregnant. Right. So he gets sent a screenshot of a comment that shiz made with no context around it, and a picture of her pregnant belly. And from that, he concocts this.
Oh, wait. Olivia said go to 9 minutes. So let me go to 9 minutes.
Zo lives in a
Oh, nice.
basement.
Oh, you
Just
mean
saying.
You mean Jeff Richardson?
Hmm?
Jeff Richardson.
No,
That's-
John Hansel.
No, John Hansel hides behind fake names, but it's Jeff Richardson.
Oh,
Yeah, we figured that out
Whatever.
because he harasses children, and he uses the same lines that he also sends my Facebook page and says on YouTube. Jeff Richardson. I'll get his address later. We can do phone numbers too. At
This is what you guys like, right?
It was right at the beginning, Olivia. So I think it's
that I've
fine.
made historically here is that there's always a pissing match between me and Aidan about who is, Aidan, I'm a good person. I'm like, no, I'm the good person. The truth is that we're both shitbags, equal shitbags, right? And I keep a thin layer of like code of conduct that I don't like to cross no matter how many times he does. But at this point, I don't care anymore. He's a terrible person, ruining people's lives for profit, exploiting the death of a police officer at that, right, for monetary gain. He's lying through his teeth with absolute reckless disregard for the truth, taking glee and destroying innocent people's lives who were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? And I know this definitively at this point. I've done it
And selling merch of it, which is a nice scumbag move.
full on Chili DeCastro. He is
Mm.
packaging up a fake, fabricated police cover-up, a conspiracy that he knows is fake and fabricated, and he's working
That didn't
overtime
age
to
well, did it?
fabricate and just running with anything he gets.
That's about all I could take of that. Thanks, Tracy, for your super chat. She says, "What a tangled web we weave." Isn't it though? Such a tangled web. Ms. Peter falsely told Mr. Kearney that Colin Albert talked about harming John because he believed Mr. O'Keefe was investigating his drug dealing. Just as Ms. Peter intended, during his May 28th, 2023 live show, Mr. Kearney told his audience that he had received an anonymous email alleging that Colin Albert was a drug dealer, and this served as a possible motive for him to kill Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. Kearney read the email Ms. Peter sent him and indicated that he would investigate this information. He cautioned his audience that this was new, unvetted information, and he did not vouch for its accuracy or state that it was true. Importantly, after investigating, Mr. Kearney later stated this information was not credible. On May 29th of 2023, during her own live stream, Ms. Peter gloated about her disgraceful conduct. Oh, and here it is, because we were right. That's exactly the point that we were at. Okay. So the first link was to the beginning of that video, which said that she admitted it. And then the video goes to here, where exactly we were at the 9-minute mark, where she gloated about her disgraceful conduct, which she oddly thought harmed Mr. Kearney and made her look good. Amused by her, quote, little fib, she proudly admitted that the defamatory and false information she provided Mr. Kearney about the Alberts was 100% a fabrication out of my mind. Ms. Peter conceded that her conduct was damaging to Colin Albert and Chris Albert, but rationalized it because I sent this just to F with Aidan. All right, well, it's going to get better. So let's go back to the tape.
About it. And he's profiting off of it, just like Chili DeCastro. He's a terrible human being. And I know that bad things are happening to you right now, Aidan, and you're probably thinking that it might be me, but it's me, just so you know. Every single little annoyance, every single horrible thing that's happening to you right now, like, yeah, I've done it. Call the police, you bitch.
The co-host of the Masshole Troll Mafia report program that Carl Dugal gets his news from. And she has not been around much, I guess. And there's a reason why. And she's apparently, at least she's telling people that she's pregnant. She's like 6 months pregnant. I shit you not. Check this out. So, like she posted that. I mean, that's
from
I
2011.
guess that's I don't know. Why would you
2011.
post that on Facebook? I don't know. By the way, get some sun too. Yikes. Not good. Not good. Anyway, this is somebody asked her underneath who the father was, and this was her comment.
And that didn't happen at all.
Oh, that's so
That's
good.
a bit of an intrusive question, but the father is not from this country. and won't be
Self-snitching.
involved.
Look at how freely he lies. Okay. He has no
He
idea
loves
what
it.
he's talking about. Look at how freely he lies. Nobody show me where anyone asked you where the father was. That literally never happened. It's a fabrication that he just came up with out of nowhere. Right. Speaking of fabrication.
Journalism.
Yeah, last time that we went live, Aidan, out of the 2 hours, pulled one thing that he claimed was a lie. He said, I didn't talk to Cam Goggins of Live PD. Cam knows he talked to me. I was on a 3-way call. Here's a text message, a follow-up to that call that he sent right afterwards, where he confirmed in text, Aidan, that he tried to get the PD records on Julia Mayha. He talked to his sources, but there was absolutely zero evidence, so they dropped it. Right? They would have published it if they had. That's what I said. It is what he said. Cam may be lying to you because he's afraid of you. He should be as equally wary of me because, again, we are equal level shitbags here. Like, as awful as you can be, I can be just as bad. Right? Yeah. Oh, look at people in the comments are still so dumb. Like, no, this was a fabrication. Irish Demon never said that he knocked up Shannon because he didn't knock up Shannon. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right. This is awful. So that's the first lie that he ran with. Here's the doozy, though. Here's the doozy.
Oh.
And then we're going to go with, this is a 3-for-1. 3 fake stories he ran with in one live stream. Fantastic. Nice. Right. Yeah. So let me just play this real quick, and then we're going to go from here. This is going to be my good faith retraction on this statement, too. So I told a little fib, and I'm
a little fib? Talk about self-snitching. Listen.
Sorry about that. It was damaging to somebody, but I'm here right now putting on the record. This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aidan to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Again, this is an honor. Like, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Okay, bear with me. Because, hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe is that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go to the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know. That's come on. That's what makes it a little far fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance
Oh,
to.
he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker. Listen, right now he's still using.
Yeah, she thinks this. She thinks this is a win for her.
Like, this is an
She's
18-year-old kid.
self-snitching.
He's already accused of murder with no solid evidence, and now he's throwing out like, "Hey, check it out. Sounds like he sells drugs too." And I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there.
And this is the woman that was, that the Norfolk DA's office wanted to be in bed with. with regard to trumping up some charges on Aidan Kearney. A jury gets to listen to this. She's freely admitting to lying between this video and the other video. They're not going to believe a word she has to say. I mean, how could Doolin not throw this out? How could he? How could he not throw this out? For those of you who don't know about self-snitching, that is Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer. He's amazing. He's funny. And he talks all about self-snitching. He's a criminal defense attorney.
Didn't even respond to this email before reading it out and running with it. And listen to him spin it, because he's gonna try more and more to push it like it's legitimate. He's never vetted this in his life because it is 100% fabrication on my part. I'm gonna show you the email in a minute from the login that I have, because I wrote it.
Sometimes we put Dexter in the
Like,
corner, you know.
Bam. That's interesting. Colin talked a lot about getting John because Colin thought John had him under surveillance, but I don't know if he really did. Colin was also a huge part of bullying a girl named Erin Beatty. Pretty bad. Oh, this might be a legit email.
Interesting.
Erin Beatty is the daughter of Tom. Tom Beatty was the person that Jen McCabe called 3 times that morning.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people thought, oh, is Tom Beatty in on it? No, Tom Beatty has since been accused of having sex with Karen Reed. And
oh my God, guys. Oh my God. So Tom Beatty and Aaron Beatty, and I've been talking about these names for months now, but I think that I got it.
Oh, the tinfoil hat? What happened here? I'm going to just go past this in case there's music in there. That's going to be strict.
This guy is in front of almost 1,500 people.
Oh, fucking
Listen,
idiot.
listen to him. He's going to keep going.
Oh, guess what, Kate? You're right now in front of 6,750 people who have been here for 4.5 hours to get to you. So everyone smash the like button while we're here, because, I mean, how can they move forward with a case against Aidan Kearney when this woman is their informant?
doing right now is having relationships.
The world
she's
is watching.
basically a prisoner in her own home, can't go anywhere. And is like, trying to save her life and not go to prison. Tom Beatty's daughter was called by Colin Albert at around 12:33 a.m. the night John O'Keefe was killed. We know he was at the house. It's a fact. Word is that he was asking Aaron Beatty for a ride out of there.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't answer.
So Kate gave herself up, maybe, by dragging Aaron Beatty into her fake scam, because that was the word on the street, was that Colin needed a ride, and he called Aaron Beatty for a ride. And Kate threw Aaron Beatty's name into that fake catfishing thing about being bullied at school. Did she know about that? Or was it a coincidence?
She called him the next day. He said, never mind. She called him back because she was sleeping. And so that's interesting. And we know that the Beatties are like the only ones in town that didn't get in line with the McCabe. That didn't push. They're not like Kerry Roberts. Like Kerry Roberts has been a good dog. Good Kerry. Good.
I mean, it's commentary.
The Nagel kids. Julie Nagel, which is Brian Albert Jr.'s
She's
girlfriend.
playing Aiden's stream. I'm playing her stream. This is part of a court document. So
the other Nagel, Ryan Nagel.
The other Nagel.
They've been team whatever. Like
so he's complaining right now that every single witness to this incident has remained consistent with their stories implicating Karen Reed. That is what he's seeing. Like, this is the absolute cocaine Adderall addled mess of a condition that this man's brain is in, right? Like 42 grand jury witnesses, 42, right? That's just the grand jury witnesses. Not to mention the people that gave statements that didn't make it to the grand jury.
how does she know all this information? How does she know all this information all the way back in May of 2023? May of 2023. How does she know how many people testified in front of Karen Reed's grand jury? How did she know all of the details about this information? How soon did Jennifer McCabe get into bed with Kate Peter? You ever hear that old saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Did they seek her out? This is May of 2023. Aidan wasn't arrested until October. Who's she working with in May of 2020? How does she know how many people testified in front? Grand jury proceedings are secret. Secret. Karen Reed's first trial wouldn't start until 2024, April-ish. How does she know all of this information? I gotta take that back a little bit. Who's feeding her the information? Not so confidential informant.
Which is Brian Albert Jr.'s girlfriend. And
wait, who's
Julie Nagel?
Julie Nagel was Brian Albert Jr.'s girlfriend? What?
The Nagel kids. Julie Nagel, which is Brian Albert Jr.'s girlfriend. And the other Nagel, Ryan Nagel.
The other Nagel.
They've been team whatever. Like
So he's complaining right now
mercy.
that every single witness to this incident has remained consistent with their stories implicating Karen Reed. That is what he's like. This is the absolute cocaine Adderall addled mess of a condition that this man's brain is in, right? Like 42 grand jury witnesses, 42, right? That's just the grand jury witnesses. Not to mention the people that gave statements that didn't make it to the grand jury. Like, yeah. All these people
was it in public court
bad
documents
people
at that
because
point?
they haven't
Maybe.
changed their story from the beginning. It hasn't changed to benefit his narrative regarding Karen Reed. Yeah, they're good dogs for that apparently, or you know they're telling the truth. And Karen Reed is a lying whore who doesn't want to take accountability for the tragic loss of life that resulted from her negligent drunk driving.
Oh well, she was acquitted.
Sierra
so
Levinson.
There's
Shut her
that.
fucking mouth. They did their job. Emily Fabiano did her job. They shut their mouths. But the Beatties did not. The Beatties did not get in line. And they have been.
And when he's talking about the Beatties, just so we're clear, they're not witnesses to this at all. Right.
Well,
they're not witnesses to this at all.
why did Jennifer McCabe
And
call Tom Beatty, what,
bullying-
3 times that morning? How many times did she call? I think Aidan just said how many times.
Tom's daughter for quite some time now. People are telling me. A lot of people are telling me that this girl has been severely bullied for not getting in line with the Alberts and doing the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. So there's that. So they're saying he was also a huge part of bullying this girl, Erin Beatty, pretty bad. Again, this emailer doesn't, the fact that this emailer calls it this girl, Erin Beatty, suggests they don't know that I know who she is. Shows what kind of person he really is. I really think what happened is he followed through with what he was saying.
Yeah, weren't they on the
about
witness
John.
list?
That
You're right.
Sounds so fucking legit. Again, we will look into that.
So legit.
But that is the first time I've heard this angle.
Yeah.
That Colin Albert is selling drugs. And I would not be the least bit surprised if Colin Albert is selling drugs and that John might have known about
Did
it.
his inner drag queen just come out there?
I think so. Go off, Queen.
Dude, he got real gay at the end of that.
I don't know who these other people are in the video with her. If you know, let me know. But also, we're not here, chat, to like speculate about people's sexual orientation. That's not, we don't do that here. You guys are better than that. So there's that. Lady Zelda is here and she gifted 5 memberships and you're amazing. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Zelda. You're the best. So for those of you who don't know who Kate Peter is, there is your first introduction to Kate Peter. But let me just pull up something a little more recent. If she has anything more recent.
Felt
Has
she
she
struck
been
something.
like missing lately? She doesn't, like, a lot of times she doesn't show her face on camera, but hold on. This is like a video of her talking about the mastery of Hank Brennan's closing argument. Wait, let me just see something. She doesn't really show her face on camera very much anymore, so I don't know. So there's that. Back to the document. Mr. Kearney read the email Ms. Peters sent him and indicated that he would investigate this information. He cautioned his audience that this was new, unvetted information. We just heard that, and that he did not vouch for its accuracy or state that it was true. Importantly, after investigating, Mr. Kearney later stated this information was not credible. On May 29, 2023, during her own live stream, Ms. Peter gloated about her disgraceful conduct, which she oddly thought harmed Mr. Kearney and made her look good. Amused by her little fib, she proudly admitted that the defamatory and false information she provided Mr. Kearney about the Alberts was a 100% fabrication out of my mind. Ms. Peter conceded that her conduct was damaging to Colin Albert and Chris Albert, but rationalized it because I just sent this to F with Aidan. Ms. Peter threatened Mr. Kearney, warning him that he should fear her. She issued a, quote, call to arms and urged her trolls to send Mr. Kearney more false information, which she would then share with his alleged victims. She bragged, quote, I know that bad things are happening to you right now, Aidan, and you're probably thinking that it might be me, but it is me. Just so you know, every single annoyance, every single horrible thing that's happening to you right now, yeah, I've done it. Call the police, you biatch. And we just heard all of that. And I love how Bettero puts all of this in the papers so that even if the judge doesn't click on the links, it's all in the papers. In other words, just as she did in her 2020 video YouTube spat with Mr. Kearney, Ms. Peter demonstrated the ease with which she lies, and in this instance, intentionally cause emotional harm to prosecution witnesses if it helps her F with Aidan. Right. Did she get the blessing? Did she get the blessing from Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Jennifer McCabe to give Aidan fake drug dealing information about Colin? Did she get the blessing? Because I have questions about whether they knew that she's the one who made this stuff up, because he's claiming all of this harassment. He's claiming he couldn't play football at Bridgewater State because of all the harassment that he was receiving. And if the harassment came from fake information that Kate Peter gave Aidan, I mean, come on. I mean, she admitted it. This is in May of 2023, but was the damage already done because of her releasing that information? But even he said he didn't believe it. So Ms. Peters' defamatory stunt apparently did cause emotional harm to Colin Albert and Chris Albert. On August 1 of 2023, Chris Albert specifically cited, and then there's something that's totally redacted, when he wrote the DA. And then there's something redacted again. So Chris Albert wrote to the DA on August 1st. Remember, that was before the hostage video. And we can't get to that exhibit either. People think my son's a drug dealer. I mean, she's the one who made it up, and she just admitted it, and we watched it. Just as Ms. Peter intended, Mr. Albert assuredly blamed Mr. Kearney for the bogus drug dealing allegations, entirely ignorant to the fact that it was his supporter and advocate, Ms. Peter, who saw him and his son as expendable collateral damage for her false flag operation to harm Mr. Kearney. Well, within weeks of Ms. Peters' cruel and defamatory attempt to amuse herself at the expense of the Alberts and her call to arms, unleashing her trolls on Mr. Kearney, Tully and Mello willingly relied on her as a primary source for gathering evidence to use during the grand jury proceeding against Mr. Kearney. I mean, if the DA's office had done their due diligence, they would have found this video from May of 2023 where she clearly admits to lying and making stuff up. And the other video that we watched before that, where she told Merb she falsified documents to strike him, and they maybe wouldn't have used her as their piece of their prosecution. Ms. Peter immerses herself into the case. On information and belief, for years, Ms. Peter has spent several hours a week online monitoring and cataloging Mr. Kearney's content, mining for material to use against him. Ms. Peter had no public interest or stake in the Reed case and no association with any witnesses in it until Mr. Kearney began supporting Ms. Reed's innocence. Naturally, once Mr. Kearney started to support Ms. Reed, Ms. Peter became a self-styled advocate for Jennifer McCabe, the Alberts, and the O'Keefes, and sought to foster relationships of convenience with others who hated him, including Lindsey Gaetani, who shortly after meeting Ms. Peter became the alleged victim in the 2024 witness intimidation indictment against Mr. Kearney. Footnote 14 came after the O'Keefes, and it says, in July 2023, Ms. Peter created a Facebook group, Support for MAOs, McCabe's, Alberts, and O'Keefes. At one point, Ms. Peter volunteered to help members of the group find an attorney to, quote, deal with Aidan. Oh, man. I've never seen this. Exhibit Z. I know you guys are watching, like everyone who's covering this. So is anybody else clicking on the hyperlinks for you? Because that, to me, that's the best part. Oh, there it is. Here's a screenshot. Exhibit Z. Support for MAOs. Admin. Angel or Angel Kate said something like it was huge and old school, so it was a lot of maintenance, and especially, like you said, opening and closing, chemicals unclogging the enormous filter, etc. Maybe if we end up winning a lawsuit at the end of all this, we can put a new one in on Aidan, Adian. And then Kate Peter, who's an admin of this page, says, Lisa Crisilio, tagging someone named Lisa Crisilio. If anyone sues him on this one, oh my God, it would end him, which is priceless. I hate him doing this shit to people. Lisa Crisilio says, Kate Peter, yep, unfortunately, patience is the key, but it's only human that people are running thin of it. Michelle Antonia Nally says, Kate Peter, class action suit. Kate Peter says, so I put a call into an attorney I've worked with in the past in civil court to try and feel out any options and costs associated to put a damper on this ongoing harassment and defamation. Ideally, I'd like someone to step in and deal with the cops, media, and Aidan for all parties being victimized to try and end or at least reduce things like home visits from strangers, crazy defamatory statements, public disruption, borderline stalking, etc. I don't know what will come of it, but I do know some people who may at least know some people. Trying to find something contingency-based, pro bono, or at least deeply discounted. I'm pretty on fire about this today, so DM me if you have any questions, thoughts, suggestions, or interest, or just leave them under this post. Wow. Wonder how they got these screenshots. I don't know. Maybe there's a mole. There's the mole in that Facebook group, maybe. I just saw a whole bunch of gifted memberships fly by. Angie. Look at Angie coming in here and giving 20 memberships. Thank you. That's amazing, Angie. I don't want to butcher your last name. Brokehuizen. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's huge. 20 new members. Check out the special emojis. We got so many from the Karen Reed trial specifically. Like the solo cup, the rubber duck. Oh, there's the rubber duck. I forgot about the rubber duck. We love the rubber duck. Wait for us. We are outraged. That was a good one. Thanks, Angie. Gavelin Gloss says, I pray KP is forced to watch her vile behavior in a packed courtroom. I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat who did not know the depths to which KP will go and has gone to bury Aidan. So that was Exhibit Z with footnote 14. And then after the Lindsey Gaetani sentence, footnote 15 says, oh, this is beautiful. Hold on. Olivia. Such a work of art. It says nothing encapsulates Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Hold on. And here's the exhibit attached to the Turtleboy derangement syndrome. An affliction which causes people who turn on Mr. Kearney, including Ms. Gaetani. Here are the pictures. So up top here, 9/4/2023. Here's Lindsey Gaetani in a Free Karen Reid shirt. Yeah, if you didn't know, Lindsey Gaetani used to be Free Karen Reid. And here's Lindsey Gaetani, 6/8/24, saying Karen Reid is guilty. Okay, she's like the honey pot trap. All right, let's see if we can zoom in on that a little bit better. So that's her. And then in the middle here, I don't know who that person is. 9/15/23. DA, stop lying. And then Rod in jail. So see how they all flip sides, kind of. And then Free Karen Reid, Twisted Tragedies with a Free Karen Reid t-shirt in September 2023. And then Guilty, Twisted Tragedies, 6/28/24. Because you know what? You can't make it up. It's before and after getting the Turtleboy derangement syndrome. That's what this is illustrating. Nothing encapsulates Turtleboy derangement syndrome, an affliction which causes people to turn on Mr. Kearney, including Ms. Gaetani, to engage in irrational behavior more than the several people who protested in support of Ms. Reid's innocence and then flippantly switched sides and protested for her conviction solely because of their hatred for Mr. Kearney. After she accused Mr. Kearney of intimidating her, Ms. Gaetani became such a rabid advocate for Ms. Reid's guilt that on July 21st, 2024. Oh my God, we're going to watch the live interview. Olivia, how much do I love? Guess how much I love you. That was another children's book that I loved. So here's Lindsey on the top. I'm not really good at technology, but because it's all on one page, it's hard for me to get down there. It's hard to get down there. I'm just giving you a crotch shot of Lindsey Gaetani. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. After she accused Mr. Kearney of intimidating her, Ms. Gaetani became such a rabid advocate for Ms. Reid's guilt that on July 1st, 2024, clad in the same Justice for John O'Keefe shirt as Ms. Peter, she appeared with Ms. Peter on a live interview with Court TV. Oh my God, this is so good. Hold on. They're going to make me watch it. Why are they going to make me watch a stupid? It's Court TV, so hang on. I think I have to watch a video before it'll play.
To choose from an endless array of styles, colors, and accents. From our family to yours. Overhead Door Company of New York City.
July 1 of 2024. Kate Peter. Oh, really? I don't want that. See, it takes me out of Court TV. Oh, wait, here. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. No, I don't want to click on the ad. Arg. Hold on. It's Court TV's website and it stinks. They're going to make me watch another 15-second commercial. Trigger warning.
Welcome back to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. Now let's talk about what is tipping the scales of justice. We're talking about the killer or cover-up trial, showing you a live look at Dedham, Massachusetts right now. And throughout the trial, we've seen protesters wearing pink, filling the streets and proclaiming the innocence of Karen Reed. Now, on Friday, a group of supporters for the victim's family confronted them.
Why did you guys come out today? This has been going on for a while. Now, why today? Because this isn't normal to even be out here in the first place. We have lives.
That on the with the Pocahontas braid is Twisted Tragedies.
Every day. I stream it every day, but it really bothered me that they won't leave the O'Keefe family. That's why we're here. So they harass it, letting the majority win. We are done letting the majority win. You stand for the right thing, even if you stand alone. Even if
That's Kate Peter in the Jailhouse Stripes. Ironic, right? Take it back a tiny bit, if I can.
we stand for the O'Keefe family, and we stand for John O'Keefe. This is an abomination what's happening. They're treating this like it's a recreation. Like it's fun. They murder like it's all fun.
Now, just another reminder, the jury.
This is July 1st of 2024. You know who also has Turtleboy derangement syndrome? Julie Grant. Because Julie Grant, when she first started covering Karen Reed, thought Karen Reed was innocent. And something happened. I don't know what it was, but she became so vitriolically obsessed with hating Karen Reed that it was a wild switch, right? Wild. All right, I know you need a trigger warning for her, but here we go.
Is not sequestered here, and they've got to go past that.
This was when the jury was first deliberating in Karen Reed trial number 1, and this aired on July 1st of 2024.
It's every single way to the courthouse and away from the courthouse at night. So could what's going on outside of the courthouse perhaps be tipping the scales of justice? The last thing anybody wants is jury tampering. I want to bring in
Julie, that's
a special
so
guest
funny.
right now.
That's
One
so
of the
funny
people
that
we
you
saw-
said that, because maybe John Fanning was in charge of that first jury. That's so funny that you talk about jury tampering. And the last thing anybody wants. Who fed you your script, Jules? Wow. Here we go. So this is Lindsey Gaetani on the left. She's not allowed to speak. And this is Kate Peter with the baseball hat on the right. And this is who Julie Grant chose to platform on her Verdict Watch show, which is wild to me. But let's listen in and let me know if you think that Kate Peter gave Lindsey Gaetani some mute pills before this airing, because she doesn't think she's allowed to say anything. And also, I think there's some crazy like background noise that keeps happening, like somebody's phone keeps going off. So listen, if you haven't seen this, put a 1 in the chat.
In that clip just a moment ago, she is a friend of the O'Keefes, the McCabes, someone who's been a big advocate for justice for John O'Keefe, Kate Peter. And with her, Lindsey Gaetani, who's helping to arrange these demonstrations like the one we just saw on Friday and the one going on today. You ladies wearing blue this morning. Big welcome to you both. Kate, as a friend of the O'Keefes, I want to start with them if we can, please. It nauseated me on Thursday night when I heard about the harassment they've experienced. What's gone on?
It's nauseated me. She's a friend of the O'Keefes now. Now she's graduated to friend. Here you go.
So I just want to clarify that I would not consider myself to be a friend of the O'Keefes per se. I did not know them previous to this. I found out about this case, and through kind of investigating this case and what's going on and kind of picking apart the layers from the conspiracy theory online, I got to know a lot of the witnesses as well as the family. And what really drew me to this and keeps me going is the horrendous amount of harassment that they have received. They've done absolutely nothing.
That's what really keeps her going. That keeps her going. It fuels her fire.
Wrong. The O'Keefe family has simply lost their family member, their son, their brother, their uncle, their cousin, and they've been absolutely just smeared across social media just because they don't buy into this theory of Karen Reed's guilt. And I think that it is innocence rather, I apologize. I think that it's notable too that a lot of the harassment that has been going on here, we know through what we've investigated and what we've seen, as well as some court documents that have come out in unrelated cases, that Karen Reed is directly behind that. So that meant a lot to me, because that's pretty horrific that a criminal defendant can manipulate this many people and cause such vitriol towards the victim's own family, as well as these innocent state witnesses who, we have to remember, were John O'Keefe's friends.
Right.
Right. So you made up lies about Colin Albert being a drug dealer, gave the receipts to Turtleboy, who you knew might report on it. So who's really the cause of all the harassment?
Right, Kate, and appreciate the clarification there. And, you know, you've gotten to know them through this process because it's become so big and because it's become so high profile, understood. And let's talk about those folks who are friends of the O'Keefes, the McCabes. For instance, paint the picture for us. Let's just start with the McCabe family. What has life been like for them since Karen Reed was charged?
Yeah. So, you know, what we see and what we've heard and what's been expressed to us is that they are dealing with daily drive-bys to their homes. They get death threats on a daily basis, multiple times a day. They get abusive messages on text message to their phone numbers, social media, letters left in their mailbox. They've had letters and emails sent to their children's schools. They've had photographs of their children defaced and then sent around to the schools, some stuff that I can't even talk about on network television. It's so vile and sexualized, honestly, these children. You know, they can't go out in public without...
First of all, is that true? And if it's true, who did that? Who sent those pictures of Jen McCabe's daughter sexualized to the school? Has that ever been, did they ever prosecute anyone for that? Because listen, they're prosecuting the Canton 9 for standing outside with signs that say Free Karen Reed across the street from NE Pizza. So if somebody really did that on a picture of Jennifer McCabe's daughter, they absolutely should be prosecuted. Where's the investigation into that?
Having their photographs taken, having abusive slurs or insults or threats hurled at them in public. It's really been just absolutely terrible. And, you know, it's the McCabes, it's the Albert family, it's the O'Keefe family, anyone in the peripherals, and honestly, anyone who even stands up to this and says, this is not okay, this is not appropriate, this is not justice. They put themselves in the crosshairs for that abuse too. And, you know, we've certainly experienced it as well.
We've both experienced it, and that's not right. That's not right. You know, let's take, for instance, Colin Albert, because he was someone that the defense team outside of the court.
I mean, are they in like a warehouse? Are there people? Is there people moving furniture in the background? Is it like, are we going to hear like a skid loader backing up or something in a second? Like, what is going on here with the background noise? Could you mooks get some, you know, a couple of, maybe a microphone or like some earbuds or something? Like the background noises are making me crazy.
House. They never got there during the trial. They never made it there legally. But the defense team outside of the courthouse, they never got there during the trial. They never made it there legally. But outside of the courthouse, they tried to blame him for this. Kate, I understand you know Colin. What kind of a young man is he?
Anytime that I've met him, he's been he's a respectful kid. He's kind. I think, you know, he's really been.
Colin is respectful and kind. Then why did you make up lies about him being a drug dealer? And why did you doctor screenshots about him being a drug dealer and then send them to a guy that you knew would report on it? But to his credit, he said, I don't think this is real. He's such a respectful kid. How does he feel about you doing that to him, huh? How does he feel about maybe you being the reason that he had to drop out of college and not play football at Bridgewater State because of the harassment he was receiving? Is Lindsey breathing? I don't know. Hold on. I got to hear this again. Tell us about Colin Albert. Is he a drug dealer?
Anytime that I've met him, he's been very...
Colin got there during the trial. They never made it there legally, but outside of the courthouse, they tried to blame him for this. Kate, I understand you know Colin. What kind of a young man
you know him.
Is he?
Anytime that I've met him, he's been he's a respectful kid. He's kind. I think, you know, he's really been rattled by the abuse that's been leveled at him, and it's completely unmerited. This I'm going to call him a kid. I know that he is almost 20 years old, but he's a young man. He was 17 at the time of the incident. He wasn't even in the house when John O'Keefe.
Do you hear that sound in the background? Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Where are they in an arcade? Like, I'm serious. Is that the couch that Jennifer McCabe paid for? What are we watching? And then on this split screen, there's Colin Albert with his best TJ Maxx outfit. They ran to TJ Maxx that morning to get him something to wear. You see Judge Canoni looking bored as hell. That's before they got that green hospital curtain in that little courtroom, by the way. And here he is, this nice, respectful kid. He's almost 20. Fancy garage. Maybe they're in a fancy garage. No, Kate, you said he's a drug dealer. I mean,
was, right? Like by the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed pull out outside, he's long gone. There's absolutely no indication that he's responsible for anything. Like you said, these allegations against him didn't even really make it into court. I think they tried to dance around it a little bit, but they couldn't establish anything because it's just patently false. So this young man's life has been completely upended and destroyed at this point. As I'm sure it's been made public at this point, it disrupted his college education, his college, sports career. He has to deal.
Oh, do you think it's the VFW hall where they had the watch party while they were doing the verdict watch? Somebody said those sounds sound similar to a court computer. Somebody said they're at the Encore. No way. This was during verdict watch, so they definitely were not gambling. But remember, didn't they have a watch party at the VFW? I mean, it kind of looks like, okay, I'm looking out the back window and I'm seeing like some umbrellas, some market umbrellas. That's an excellent freeze frame right there. She's still self-snitching. And then she's talking about all the damages that Colin suffered. Well, I don't know, Colin. But it sounds like you might have a case for defamation against Kate Peter for making up all kinds of lies about you being a drug dealer. Because if she's saying that you're a criminal, that could be per se defamation, maybe even in Massachusetts. You might not even have to prove actual damages. I don't know. But, if you need some money, you might want to think about it. Not that she has any, but, taking it back a second.
So this young man's life has been completely upended and destroyed at this point. As I'm sure it's been made public at this point, it disrupted his college education, his college, sports career. He has to deal with the same sort of abuse that the rest of them do. As a young man, he can't go out in public without being photographed. Some of the most vile things have been written about him on the internet. People have wished the worst fate on him. Violent threats against this young man, and it's not merited at all. They pull out instances from when he was maybe 16 years old. Every 16-year-old says some silly stuff on social media these days. That's just what they do. But he's not a bad kid. He's not a violent kid. He's always been very kind.
He's not a violent kid. Aren't there pictures of him in fights with people? Didn't he fall down? Didn't he slip down the driveway and skin his knuckles trying to hang on to his beer? Maybe Martini Pizza. Lisa Crisilio. Thank you, Denise. Lisa Crisilio, who we read about in those Facebook messages, resides with longtime boyfriend Tim Albert. There are 7 Albert children, I think, right? 6 of them are boys. We never hear about the daughter. Poor sister Albert. Bang, 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 bang. Remember the Bang Bang video? He's a nice kid. He's a good kid. And yet you made him into a drug dealer. Oops. This is so good that I keep wanting to stop it. Hold on.
Respectful to me, and we come from very different worlds, and they've just all been so kind to me. It's disgusting what's being done to them.
I was saying on my opening statement this morning, and perhaps Kate, you and Lindsey and others may have heard it, that we have to remember.
Like somebody's stomach is rumbling in the background. Let's do that again. Hold on.
Opening statements this morning, and perhaps Kate, you and Lindsey and others may have heard it, that we have to remember these are people involved. These witnesses are people. The victim's family, they're people. The mistreatment of so many people, the abuse so many people have suffered. It's to me, it's unconscionable. It's absolutely unconscionable, and it's not the way we work in America. It's not the way we operate.
Hey, Jules. Did you know that your friend Kate made up some lies about Colin being a drug dealer? How do you feel about her now? How do you feel about platforming her now? Because she did that over a year before you had her on your show. Is that unconscionable, or is that just funny? Or do you have Turtleboy derangement syndrome too?
unconscionable. It's absolutely unconscionable. And it's so many people, the abuse, so many people have suffered. It's to me, it's unconscionable. It's absolutely unconscionable. And it's not the way we work in America. It's not the way we operate in the United States. We're a country of laws, a nation of laws where the court system can find the facts and the truth. And that's what should be happening, not.
How about like innocent until proven guilty, Jules? Do you know about that one? Did you learn that one in law school? They teach you that? Because you were talking about how Karen Reed was guilty all before the verdict in trial 1 and all throughout trial 2. Remember Big Case Mike? Didn't she have Big Case Mike on there? And Big Case Mike was like, Karen Reed is guilty. I hate that woman. I really hate that woman. We're like, why does Big Case Mike have such a beef with Karen Reed? He doesn't even know her. So weird.
Vigilante justice, or I don't even know what you call it. You know, it's illegal. It's illegal. Harassment is illegal. Tell me, Kate, when it's very clear, obvious, you know, to anybody watching that you are staunchly supporting John O'Keefe. You want justice for John O'Keefe, and you followed this case very closely. You followed the facts. You've researched it. When someone says to you, oh, but what about the defense theory? What about the theory that John O'Keefe was attacked in a house by multiple people and left on the front lawn to die? What do you say in response to that?
It's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. It's not rooted in reality. There's no factual basis.
Is Lindsey a blow-up doll here? It's like Weekend at Bernie's. It's like they just stuck her up, sitting up on the couch. And it's like, I don't know what's happening here. She's not allowed to talk, supporting John O'Keefe.
To support any of this. It defies common sense. It defies logic. Here we have a victim, a man who was well liked in his community by all accounts. I've not found one person, and I've extensively talked to people. It's sort of strange posthumously digging through this man's life. It can feel a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, but you start to almost get to know the victim through the eyes of the people that knew and loved him and his community. And I, to this day, cannot find one person that has an ill word to speak of this man. There was absolutely no motive for anyone to want to harm him. And, you know, the more convoluted that this conspiracy becomes and the more inferences.
What about the fact that John O'Keefe was looking into Colin Albert dealing drugs? What about that? Because who made up that theory? You. Weekend at Lindsey's. Weekend at Lindsey's. I can't wait for the satire version. You know, Saturday Night Live missed so many great opportunities by not doing any sketches having to do with the Karen Reed case. You can't think of any reason for anybody to want to harm John O'Keefe. You're the one who made up the lie about Colin Albert dealing drugs and that John was looking into Colin Albert dealing drugs. So isn't that a motive right there? But now you're going to say that it's not true? Maybe it was true. And maybe now she's just saying it's not true because they got really pissed at her for giving the theory away. I don't know. Didn't Rafferty confirm that John reported Colin? Says Carrie P. I don't have any receipts on that, but if anybody knows, no need for SNL. We have Auntie Deb, right? And we have Emily C. That too. I mean, it's like she's like a what do you call the dummy that sits on the lap of the ventriloquist? She's like a ventriloquist dummy. Sitting there. If you're not looking at your camera, I mean, if you're not looking at your screen, you're missing out on something really good. She's blinked a couple of times. It's like blink if you need help. Let's go back a little bit.
That knew and loved him and his community. And I, to this day, cannot find one person that has an ill word to speak of this man. There was absolutely no motive for anyone to want to harm him. And, you know, the more convoluted that this conspiracy becomes and the more inferences and conjecture that it requires, this is not legal evidence. This is not something that should stand up in a court of law. Most of the time, it doesn't. It's peripheral noise designed to confuse the jury and confuse the public and punish the people that I believe believe Karen Reed feels wronged by, because they stepped forward and they told us what they saw and what they heard.
Kate, Peter, it's been great to talk with you. Thank you for coming on, opening statements, for sharing your sentiments with all of us here. Thank you to your friend Lindsey Gaetani as well for coming on the program. And I know we'll be seeing you both and your friends and colleagues in the crowd today as we head forward on that verdict.
Friends and
watch.
colleagues?
Be safe, and hopefully we'll speak again soon. Kate and Lindsey, thank you kindly.
Your friends and colleagues? Okay. What colleagues? Emily says, Rafferty confirmed that John was looking into drugs in the neighborhood, but said it wasn't any of the people in the house. The call is coming from inside the house. I mean, we got to go to some of these comments because I'm just laughing reading these comments. Amputee says, Kate forgot to put her hand up the hoops of the dummy, so she can't speak. I kept hearing the toilet. CPU Mod 1, Tom CPU's sister says, did anyone else hear a toilet flush in the background a minute ago? Yes. It was either that or somebody's stomach rumbling really loudly. Kate did write in one of the motions that she has a team. Right. Patriotic says, I feel bad for anyone who hasn't been watching this since 2022, but wow, what a great overview your streams from yesterday and today have provided. This is what's been going on behind the scenes. Cardi B to Julie Grant.
I'm here.
Hold on. Cardi B to Julie Grant.
Hello. 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 I'm here.
What are we doing here? We got admitted liars as star witnesses for the Commonwealth. We've got admitted liars who were allegedly hired by the Commonwealth. Tara says, Lindsey's not blinking and Kate can't look at the camera because she's lying. Where is the behavioral panel? They need to analyze this. She was like Cindy Brady when Cindy Brady went on TV and the red light on the camera went off and she was just like the whole entire time. Hello, Lindsey, are you awake?
Hello.
I mean, Aidan's next hearing is Wednesday. Wednesday or Tuesday? Hang on. It is Wednesday, the 24th. I have it on for 2 p.m. in front of Judge Doolin. We will be covering that. We will be covering Karen Reed's hearing on the civil case, 2 p.m. on Monday. And Kelsey Fitzsimmons has a probate court hearing. I don't think that's going to be televised. But Julie Grant was like free Karen Reed. Like somebody, I'm sure somewhere there's a video of Julie Grant being so pro Karen Reed. And then the switch. Then the Turtleboy derangement syndrome happened. And it is beyond. Oh, speaking of Ratchet Madness, did you see their side is doing a Ratchet Madness with us in the brackets? Have you seen that? Somebody sent it to me. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hang on. They've clapped back with their own version of Ratchet Madness. I don't know when the voting starts, but I'm never going to win. I'm never going to win because of who I'm up against. So I'll show it to you. Hold on. All right, hang on a second. I can't play the music or anything, so I only have to show you the hold on, the brackets. We can look at the brackets together because, you know, not to be outdone by Aidan Kearney's Ratchet Madness, they now have what is called the Killer Karen cult. I guess if you've made it, you've really made it. So let's take a look, shall we, at the brackets, because there's no way that I can win. Unless they hate me more than Karen. That's the only way that I could win. So let's take a look. Where is it? And this is the top 64 worst Killer Karen cult members have been assembled and into a bracket. Oh, I guess the voting begins. Maybe the voting already started. I don't know. Hold on. So we're going to have to like zoom in to be able to see it. So if you've made it, if you're part of the Oh, they already had the first round. Where do I find the results from the first round? Oh, man. Look at the font and design. Yeah. They're so original. I know. Look at the font and design. Whose font is that? Anybody? Anyone? Anyone? Wait, hold on. So maybe the first round already happened. All right. Well, let's go. I'm going to go through the original brackets first of all. So hold on. So if I got to make it bigger a little bit. Top 64. Oh, and then she's putting up all of the matches. Okay. You have 3 days to vote for each round. Okay, so the voting's already started. So if you want to vote, I guess you can go on there and vote. Hold on. Let's see. See who we got here. I don't think there's any way for me to like zoom in on this. All right, so you're just going to have to trust me, bro. Just going to have to trust me, bro. All right. Round number 1. On the top of the left side, Aidan Kearney versus Lounge Lizard. Who's Lounge Lizard? I don't know who Lounge Lizard is. But after that bracket is Esty versus Sue O'Connell. And we have Semolina versus Boozy Beauty. Yeah, I know where mine is. Yeah, I know. I saw it. And then we have Nick Rocco against Mom Juggling Life. Goat Boy versus Colleen O'Neill. Joey Bag of Donuts versus Brandy Churchwell. Well, you know you've made it. You know you've made it when, my friends. And then you have Nathan Reed against Bill Reed. Paula Prado, the juror, against Rich Schiffer, rubber ducky guy. There's got to be a way for me to make this bigger. Hold on. Because it's like a video, but I don't want to play the video because it's there's music in it. Okay. All right, here we go. And then after that, we have Jen Altman against Mark. Who's Mark Sweeney? Mark Sweeney? Jenna Rocco against Howie Carr. Hot Wheels against LTL Media. Jess Machado against Taillight Whisperer. Sephiroth against Tim Bradle. Meredith O'Neill against Angela O'Donnell. Lawferio against Alan Jackson. And the Glarer against Alyssa M. I don't know who some of these people are. I guess these are Twitter people, maybe. Then, top of the bracket on the right side, we have Jason Broyles against Auntie Deb. Nurse Kim against... I can't read what that one says. Does anybody know what that one says? Hold on. I don't know. Microdots against Ted Daniel. Young Jerks against Kelly Reed. Or no, wait. Somebody against Nurse Kim against this person. Microdots against Ted Daniel. Young Jerks against Kelly Reed. Mazza Media against Rita Lombardi. They just started the voting. Okay, so nobody's won yet, so we still have a chance to win. Olivia Lambo versus Christy Mello. Dixie Normus versus Lauren Murray. Glamasues, you made it, versus Boston Mike. Tom CPU against Kristen Anderson. Jen O'Donnell. Oh, I'm sorry. Betero Law. So Bettero's in there, but they're calling him Betero Law instead of Mark Betero. Okay. Betero Law against Jen O'Donnell. David Yannetti against Janet Reed. Joe Flipahead against Erica Walsh. Christy Citrone against, I don't know what that is. What's LDY? LDT? What's that? What's LDT? This is Kim Fair. This is Andy Dufresne. And then Sean on the Golf against, well, I thought Sean on the Golf was on their side. I'm not even on Twitter and I made it. What's that? What's LDT? Sean on the Golf. I thought he was on their side now. Against Sleuthy. Deanna Corby against me. So I'm against Deanna Corby in round number 1. And then the bottom bracket is Karen Reed against, hold on. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can mute it. Karen Reed against Josh Levy. All right. So if I win against Deanna Corby and Karen wins against Josh Levy, I have no chance of winning if people hate Karen more than they hate me. So, not really smart on the bracketing, but whatevs. Emily, I can't believe you're not on here. So that's that. I don't know. I guess. Josh says, these people doing this just shows how pathetic and bitter they are. Honestly, who are the real grifters in this whole situation? Right. The pro se crowd. Yeah. Thanks, Josh, for your 5. Tracy, thanks for your 5. What a tangled web we weave. Angie gifted 20. We addressed that. Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you for your super sticker, Catherine Collins and Josh, because you just can't make it up. Texas Prime says, I've been joining political podcasts to get Aidan's case out there. First Amendment rights is the hot topic. I'll try to be political, but anything to help Aidan. People are asking who Turtleboy is in the chats. It works. Good for you. Go Buffs. Coach Prime says, we coming. It'd be nice if we can win a game. That's all. All right, you guys, it's been 5 hours and 24 minutes. I think we're going to call it for the day, but there's so much more to cover. I just got to remember what page we're on. So that we can come back again, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. You guys want to come back tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday. Today's Friday. It's 82 degrees. I got to go get some sun. So I'm here for you. Let me know what you want to do if you want to get back into this. We're only on page, because we do hyperlinks here. We're about halfway through. We're on page 39. There's like 88, but there's a lot of hyperlinks to go through. And I think really, I'm of the opinion, thank you, Texas Prime, for your 20, that really is the best part. It really is the best part. There was no collision, Hannah. Thanks for another awesome live. Loving it. Can't wait for the next one. I mean, this is like, tell your friends, because if you're not watching this, what are you watching? Like, what are you watching? I didn't realize this was going to be a whole entire series, because remember, if she pleads guilty, it'll be over. If not, it's going to be a whole episode. This is going to be many episodes. This is, and if you look at your upper right hand corner there, it says, I baked you a bunch of shut the fuck up cakes, and they're chocolate cupcakes on the box, because that's what we do here. It is a mega motion, but we have to give it we have to give it its true value, which is going to be a lot of streams, in my opinion. And so that's what it is. It is what it is. And so tomorrow, what time's good for you guys? Tell me what time you want to come back, but put it in Eastern time, not UTC. Put it in Eastern time. What time is good for you? I mean, it's fun. This is fun. How dare you make fun of the Karen Regan? No, this isn't. This is a man who is being persecuted for things that are not criminal, because he's got the First Amendment right to do journalism 10, 11 a.m. on a Saturday. You guys don't want to sleep early? Yeah, noon, 10, 5. I mean, like kindergarten cop, no, worst mod on YouTube, whatever you change your name to now, Scott. This is a pretty good crowd. Like, if I set it to a certain length of time, I think there hasn't been any boarding passes to Block Island today, right? Any boarding passes? I mean, I think everybody that's coming to watch this is pretty behaved, and the ones who aren't behaved have not been subscribed for 24 hours. So there ain't none of that happening here. All right. So in order to find out what time it's going to be, because I got to make a thumbnail, I got to do all the stuff. I got to schedule it. I usually put it up on my Instagram story. For those of you who follow me on Instagram, it's in the show notes. Follow me on Instagram. Donate to Aidan Kearney's defense fund if you can. That too is in the show notes. Oh wait, I have something else I got to tell you. It's about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Are you ready? Because there's over 5,700 people here. How many of you are following Kelsey Fitzsimmons? Somebody sent me this. And so I need you to see this. And we've been wondering what is going on with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Why is this judge being a crazy person? What is going on here? Who does the family know? Somebody sent me this. Hold on. Because now I got to figure out where I put it, and I got to find it, and then I got to pull it up for you. It's like a whole thing. So hold on. And I don't know if anybody's reported on this because somebody just sent me this today. And it has to do with Justin's parents. So I don't know if anybody, no, Kate Peter didn't send it to me, but if she did, I wouldn't believe it. This is an actual publication called The Community Advocate. I have to go into reader mode because there's so many pop-ups. And this is an article from 2020. And it's about Justin's parents. Okay? You ready? And I don't know. I mean, this is a real article. I want you to read between the lines here. Addiction community is wary of long-term C19 impacts. Just don't put that C word in the chat. YouTube hates it for some reason. Lisa and Doug Alayan, those are Justin's parents, say their cell phones have recently been ringing more often than normal. They're peer facilitators for a Hudson branch of the Learn to Cope support group, which works with families of people struggling with addiction. And many of those calls, they say, are from overwhelmed group members. As confusion and anxiety hits all in the era of the C virus, this already at-risk community, after all, is feeling an increased strain that some may say may reshape it for years to come. There are a lot of roadblocks to begin with in this disease, Lisa says. Now there are just more of them. As society locks down, she and her husband are quick to note that thousands of people across the Commonwealth remain addicted to substances. This has posed a unique challenge to the web of family members and advocates committed to fighting the drug crisis that killed more than 2,200 people just last year in Massachusetts alone. That challenge is provide treatment in a landscape afraid to literally and proverbially even open the front door. That's so tough, Lisa says. Perhaps the most prominent in this new phase in the addiction fight, the Alayans say, has been the amended process of involuntarily committing loved ones to treatment. You need to get somebody involuntarily committed? Talk to Justin's parents because they know how to do it. That's their specialty. They know how to do it. I'm just saying, maybe they know how to work the system. Maybe they know how to work. Maybe they know how to get the courts. Maybe they know how to get people involuntarily committed. Maybe they know the process and the court system and what to say and how to do it. Let's keep reading. In normal times, a concerned family member or public official first goes to court to file a written petition detailing the condition of the person in question. Remember how they got Kelsey on a 72-hour hold? They got her on a Section 12, remember? A judge can then call a hearing and may issue a warrant for police to personally bring a person to court. Once in court, the hearing proceeds, often with attorneys present, to determine whether the state should send the person involuntarily to one of at least 6 treatment facilities across Massachusetts. These days, though, courts are closed, and while civil communities proceed, they do so through remote means that few are familiar with. That confusion, Doug Alayan says, has made some reluctant to have loved ones committed when they might otherwise be willing. This is Kelsey's baby's father's parents, Deanna. This is a 2020 article. They are peer. They help families involuntarily get their addicted family members committed. They know what to say to a judge for any and all addictions. They know the ropes of how to dismantle someone's life. This is, I don't know, somebody sent me this article. We're reading between the lines. We've all been like, there's more to the story. There's more to the story. There's more to the story. And Kirsty Nursey M is saying the other thing I was going to mention, that speculation, but most people involved in positions like this got there because they've been through it, right? Or they've had children or family members that have been through it. And it's a very honorable thing to do. And he says, when you're living with this disease, he said, the father, Justin's father, to do one more thing sometimes feels so overwhelming. The challenges don't end at court, however. Those with loved ones who consent to treatment, advocates say, are finding closed doors and hearing cascades of no. We are pushing for our families to stand up strong, saying you need to find a bed, Lisa said, but it's hard because there are not a lot of places right now admitting new patients. That pushing, in turn, is happening in abbreviated support group settings that Lisa and Doug worry are not providing the same benefits they normally do. Somebody says, take a look at Courtney Elaine. I don't know, pure duckery. That's Justin's sister, who I think is taking care of the baby while Justin's at work, from what we read in the court papers, that he's living with his parents and sister. And his sister is the one who went with him to pick up the baby, and Justin was screaming to run when he heard the gunshots from the garage. Learn to Cope, that's their organization, has switched its weekly meetings to online video conference formats. Narcotics and Alcoholics Anonymous groups across the region have followed suit. So has the support group Marlboro's Kathy Leonard runs for families whose loved ones pass away due to addiction. It's been hard. That support you get in person is far more beneficial than when you get over Zoom, when you just get a screen and a voice, Doug said. Leonard, meanwhile, says she worries about the lack of physical contact. Yeah, you know what I worry about? The lack of physical contact between an infant and his mother. Hugs, she says, are a source of comfort at her meetings. Distance, she worries her group members won't be able to connect as they normally do. Back at Learn to Cope, all this disruption, advocates fear, could be deadly, adding new names to the list of COVID-19 in its ripples claim. People with addictions struggle day to day, Doug said. If they don't get something today, then they will use tonight, or they will use it tomorrow. It's extremely dangerous. Even as a black cloud gathers, though, Lisa, Doug, and Kathy Leonard have hope for the future. Lisa and Doug specifically have their eyes on a controversial regulations on halfway houses and sober homes that allow immediate evictions the first time residents may miss payments. Well, that's interesting because Jess Machado is doing a deep dive into the shelter for pregnant women that Kylie Montero was kicked out of before she was sent to her killer's house, who happened to be also the father of her baby. As the Panty exposes issues of housing insecurity, they hope the state government extends to substance use patients some of the protections often afforded other renters. Leonard, meanwhile, says she hopes the mass mobilization of resources and funding, when this ends, I think you're going to see a lot of people speaking out. Okay, so, I mean, it's just a theory, but it seems like Justin's parents, this goes back to April of 2020, may know how to work the system and how to get people involuntarily committed and what you need to say in front of a judge and how to do it. And that's frightening. And so maybe Jess Machado will dig into that. Steve-O 24 says, keep digging. All the dots will connect. Yep. Bethesda House. Thank you, Lisa. That's the name of it. Bethesda House. Armchair detectives, do your thing. Do your thing. Nobody does it better than you guys. That's why Alice is also an emoji, because we fall into rabbit holes, specifically me. And then Kelsey's still in jail now. Kelsey's still in jail. I don't know if they're going up to SJC. Everything recently, all the streams I've done are timestamped. So if you want to go straight to the Kelsey part, you can. All the dots will connect. Thanks, Samantha, for becoming a new member. All right. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you hit the notification button. Make sure you have all notifications set. If you are hidden by YouTube, because they're doing that, they have like a new program that thinks people are bots and they hide them on YouTube. You must email me with the link to your channel. Your username won't do it. Telling me your username won't do it. Telling me you're blocked won't do it, because everyone has a different. You have a YouTube channel link, even if you do not have a YouTube channel, because you have a YouTube username. And I don't know why they're doing that, but they're doing that. Okay. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy today. This is not an easy subject to cover because a lot of people hate Aidan Kearney. Turtleboy derangement syndrome is real and the trolls are out in full force. Okay. What the hell constitutes an emergency with the SJC? I don't know. It's insane. I mean, ripping an infant from his mother's arms based on one guy's story. It's gross. It's gross. All right, you guys, set everything up so you'll know what time we're going to do tomorrow. Okay. Peace, my friends. Have an amazing, amazing rest of your night. The SJC is the appellate court in Massachusetts. Thanks for hanging out with me today. That was a really fun stream. And everything is very upsetting. So we try and keep it light. That's why we laugh. It's not like we're laughing at it. We're laughing with each other because otherwise we're going to be crying all the time. Expert architect, this was how many months after he was arrested? Oh, I don't remember the date of his arrest. You're right. He was pulled over in New Hampshire and he was charged with possession of something. And this article was in April of 2020. Wasn't that a 2019? Was it a 2019 arrest? I don't remember, but you guys will dig into it. I know you will. All right. I don't know what time yet tomorrow. I'm going to say like, maybe I'm going to want to sleep. So maybe like noon. Okay. Because, it's Saturday. Like, let's not get up too early. All right. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay safe. And see you guys later. Peace. Maybe 2013 was